Mutant Gamer in Marvel. Chapter 1. Sleeping had always been one of my favorite things. The feeling of the warm blanket felt like being caressed by your mother, having found the perfect position where every fiber of your body felt relaxed, the grogginess that makes all anxieties and worries disappear from your still asleep mind. But for some reason, sleeping today just felt like a waste of time. Today my mind felt more awake than ever, more receptive to outside stimulation, and no matter what I did, I wasn't able to go back to sleep, and so my eyes opened, and the first thing I saw made me seriously question if I wasn't still sleeping. You have slept in a comforting bed. 100% of HP/MP/SP restored. You have gained the well-rested perk, 8H. Well-rested, while this perk is active, all your skills will grow 10% faster. Think status to check your current parameters. I remained stationary for a few seconds, reading the blue panel hovering in front of me. Assuming it was merely my grogginess tricking my mind, I rubbed my eyes. However, it persisted, prompting me to reach out and touch it, which caused it to vanish, leaving me even more baffled about the situation. And then it hit me, hoping that I had just developed schizophrenia. I thought the word status. Name, Adrian Riviera. Title, The Gamer. Age, 18. Race, human. HP, 100/100, VIX 100, HP Regan, 10 per minute, VIX 10/min. MP, 10/10, Inks 10, MP Regan, 1 per minute, Wiz/min. SP, 100/100, Enks 100, SP Regan, 10 per minute, Enks 10/min. LV, 10/1000 XP. Class, none. Profession, none. Statistics. STR, 1 represents your physical might, lifting capabilities, speed, and striking potential. VIT, 1 represents the healthiness of your body, your HP Regan, and your ability to resist status effects. END, 1 represents the hardiness of your body, natural defenses, SP Regan. DEX, 1 represents your control over your body, flexibility, hand-eye coordination, and equilibrium. INT, 1 represents your brain capabilities, information understanding, thinking speed, MP. WIS, 1 represents your capabilities to use your knowledge, pattern recognition, situational judgment, MP Regan. PUR, 1 represents your body's capabilities to know what is around it, 5 senses, danger precognition, and information absorption. 1 represents your ability to show the world how you wish to be seen, physical aspects, speech capabilities, and people reading. Stats grow exponentially and grow through skill leveling and training. Having 1 in all stats puts him in an 18-year-old average, but having a 10 in strength doesn't mean he is 10 times stronger than the average 18-year-old. SP, 0, status points, used to raise stats. Skills. None. PP, 0, perk points, used to buy perks. Perks. The Gamer. Change reality to turn it into a game. You can remain calm under stressful situations. Your memories regarding the gamer's powers will always be protected from mind reading. Most injuries will only result in a loss of HP, and some special interactions with the world have to be discovered. If God exists, he hates me. Of all the things I have asked him to give me, he gives me the things I want the least, fucking powers, and from the looks of it, useless. What good is there in knowing I am as average as any other 18-year-old kid can be? Hoping for this to just be a dream, I got up from my bed and rushed to the bathroom, my steps rushed and uncaring for my maybe still sleeping neighbors. This was more important. I washed my face several times, but every time I called my status, it appeared without fail. Okay, Adrian, relax, this might just be your mind fucking with you. Yeah, there is no way you got powers, out of all the fucking people in New York. I thought while sitting on my desk chair and trying to calm my nerves, taking deep breaths and trying to relax my muscles, something I had gotten used to doing after years of living under the foster care system, to avoid problems. By calming your mind, you have gotten the skill, Meditation LV.1, WIS, through mental focus and sheer will, you can control your mind and relax your body, while under these effects, your HP, MP, and SP regen, sk.lv, % faster. When I opened my eyes, I saw the message, and I almost started crying. However, I once again calmed myself down, trying to rationalize my current reality. Okay, Adrian, you can relax. Just because you have powers now doesn't mean you need to be a superhero. Your powers are useless after all, so just live your life like usual and continue hiding these powers for the rest of your life. Meditation LV, 1 equals 2. Plus 1 wis. My right eye twitched for a second, but I waved the notification away and readied myself. Even though I have powers now, school is more important. Checking the time, I saw it was still around 6 a.m., which was way before my usual wake-up time. Okay, maybe not so useless if it means I can wake up every day at 6 a.m. Taking things slow, I took a shower, changed clothes to a hoodie and some jeans, and made myself breakfast, something I usually don't have the time to do. New skill, Cooking LV.1, Dex. Your cooking skill will improve with every level, making you aware of techniques and combinations you can use to improve your dishes. I willed the thing to disappear, and it did. At least I won't have to constantly wave around like a madman. I finished my eggs and toast. When I finished eating and checked that I had everything I needed in my backpack, I went outside, ready to face the idea like usual, but with powers now. The bus ride to school was filled with music, bad smells, and no notifications. Sensational. My arrival to school though, wasn't. At the entrance of Midtown High School, I saw the usual jocks picking on their victims, though I usually wasn't one of those. Today my luck seemed to hate me, so taking an opportunity when they were distracted by picking on their favorite victim, Peter Parker, I sneaked past them. New skill, Stealth LV.1, Dex. Plus 1 Dex. Once again, ignoring the notification, I went to my first period classroom and took out my books to review the last thing they explained, on the chance that they might not like me today and ask me a question out of nowhere. New skill, History LV.1, Int. You are more likely to remember history-related facts you have studied. Is there a skill for everything? What am I even supposed to do? Stay still until I die? Aren't there options to turn these things off? Sometimes I hate myself and my big mouth. Options. Background music, 0%. Video quality, 100%. Audio quality, 100%. Subtitles, off. Game mode, hell, locked. Notifications, full view/side view/turn off. What the fuck you mean hell? I almost snapped and threw my book at it, but considering how much I spent for it I changed the idea and instead just cursed and willed it to be gone, not wanting to change my video and audio quality and maybe fuck up my vision or hearing, though before closing it I turned the background music up and was surprised to see that the songs in it were from my playlist. Rubbing my eyes, I made the notification turn to a side view, and I turned the background music up to 20% and relaxed while listening to Radiohead and continued my review session. By the time I had gained another level in history and another point to int, everyone arrived, and the teacher was about to arrive and start class when I received something new. New quest. Pay attention, idiot. Objective, listen to the teacher's explanation for the whole period. Bonus objective, answer one of his questions correctly. Reward, 10 XP. Bonus reward, plus 1 history. Failure, none. Failure only represents what would happen if he fails a quest. Some quests can be refused, others are obligatory. Of course there also are quests, because why the fuck wouldn't there be quests? Also, what kind of quest gives me a reward for something I would have done anyway? The teacher finally arrived and after taking attendance, he began his lesson. For some reason, I felt inclined to pay attention, my brain felt like it needed to know new things, and learn. The usual boredom that came from history lessons was still present but felt like nothing more than an annoying mosquito. How much are these powers changing me? I thought while rubbing my eyes and sighing. Riviera, if my lesson is so annoying to you, why don't you tell me the names of ships that Colombo used to travel to America? Nina, Pinta and Santa Maria. The answer came faster than I thought I would have needed to remember such a useless fact. Right, next time pay more attention though. And the teacher went back to his lesson. Maybe they are more useful than I thought. I thought and then continued paying attention. If only I knew how right I was. Chapter 2. Okay, these powers might be useful, but not in the I can fly zone, more in the with these powers, I can become rich zone, because if skills are represented by abilities at doing specific things or remembering facts, and stats improve my physical and mental aspects, then I can improve myself much faster than others. Becoming smarter doesn't have any bad sides. And if in the meantime I can become healthy enough to live a long life, then I will welcome it with open arms. I was thinking this after 4 periods had passed and I had received a quest for each one, followed by a skill gain for each subject. History LV, 2 equals 3. New skills, Biology LV.1, int, improves the ease of remembering biology-related facts and understanding the meaning. Mathematics LV.1, int, improves calculation speed. Literature LV.1, int, improves the ease of remembering literature-related facts and understanding the meaning. Mathematics LV, 1 equals 2. Int 2 equals 4. Sure, I wasn't at the level of geniuses like Reed Richards and his infinite numbers of PhD, or even remotely around Tony Stark's level, but my intelligence was improving, without a doubt, and with it also was my wish for more knowledge. My brain felt like a dry mouth in search for water, said water being new things I needed to know. The same can also be said about my body though. It felt more active, more responsive, like it had to move, to be used for something useful, something that can improve it, but using my brain is more important for now. Putting my things inside my locker, I headed to lunch, but unlike usual, I was heading to lunch with a book for the next lesson, reviewing the next period in hopes of getting the skill for it. Remember kids, never read and walk, it can get you in trouble. In my case, said trouble is pushing shoulders against an asshole of the football team that didn't seem too happy to be touched by something that wasn't a woman. Sorry, I didn't see you. Are you okay? I asked while closing the book, taking a step back just to get out of his reach. Are you blind or something? Watch where you're looking, idiot. The jock asked while snapping his head towards me. He had even raised his hands, probably to grab my collar, but his reach fell short just by a few inches, so he retracted them, his face even angrier now. Listen, I am sorry, I wasn't looking, but no one got hurt, and I don't think either of us wants to be late for lunch. It's Pizza Friday, I said while smiling and making myself smaller than him, soothing his alpha instincts or some bullshit like that. He seemed ready to retort, but at the mention of pizza, he scratched his cheek and seemed to be thinking for the first time in his life. Just get out of my face, he said, and then looked back at his locker, erasing my existence from his memory. Oh my God, I got out without getting a black eye, I thought while smiling and quickly rushing to lunch. New skill, Persuasion LV.1, Cha, improves your ability to persuade others. Persuasion LV.1 equals 2. Plus 1 Cha. Just for this one, I will stop insulting my powers, at least for today. The lunch was chaos like usual. Everyone wanted their food, and everyone wanted to be faster than the others to get their share of pizza. Not that I can call something like that mass of raw dough and uncooked pepperoni a good slice of pizza, but anyway, free food is good no matter what. The wait line moved fast, maybe because people wanted just the pizza and nothing else, or maybe because most of the girls in line stayed away from the pizza like an Italian from Pineapple. Thinking about the image, I cackled a little. After getting my lunch and sitting down on one of the empty tables, I began eating. The water had the best taste. You have eaten a bad school lunch. Effects, plus 10% HP/MP Regan, 10 HP/MP restored. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if killing someone makes him spawn items. I thought while I finished my lunch and took out my book to continue my review for the next subject. But someone up there seriously hated me for some reason. Hey dude, is this seat occupied? A feminine voice asked me while I was reading. Staring up from my book, I see a girl with brown hair and hazel eyes. I have seen her around, but because I have no classes with her, I don't know her name. Though I saw her speak with Jean Grey, she wasn't exactly someone who should be at the table with someone like me. I wasn't a loser, but I surely wasn't a popular guy. I am just a guy. The table isn't mine, so go ahead, I said while pointing at the empty seat, wondering why she would even ask. She smiled and sat down with her food. A few seconds later the exact copy of stereotypical German arrived and sat down next to her and started a conversation with her, but I ignored it and instead continued reading until I finally got what I wanted. New skill, Physics LV.1, int, improves the ease of remembering physics-related facts and understanding the meaning. I finally closed the book and left it on the table, taking out my phone to kill some time. Big exam coming up. The guy who had sat down after she asked me, his words came out with a heavy accent, but considering his looks, I am quite sure it's German. Nah, today my luck feels like shit. 4 periods and 4 teachers decided to call me up to ask questions, and talk about a shitty day. Good job, Adrian. Making people laugh is easier than making them think you are cool. Damn, what did you even do to them? The girls asked while looking with pity. Oh come on, don't look at me like that. For your information I answered right to 2 of those questions, I said with a lot of seriousness on my face. All hail the next coming of Tony Stark. He will make Reed Richard feel stupid. Hey, this isn't a 2 versus 1, you can't just gang up on me. Well, maybe next time get the pizza, give it to me, and I might switch to your side. I prefer eating paper, at least it is thicker than the pizza they serve here. We snickered, having all in common the hate for the food here. I didn't quite catch your name. The girl said while extending her hand, prompting for a handshake. Kitty Pride, she pointed at herself. Kurt Wagner, she pointed at the guy next to her. Adrian Rivera, I said while grabbing her hand and smiling. Kitty, Kurt, we have to hurry, lunch is almost finished. Ah, my weakness, hot titty booty goth girls, but thank you my new powers for not making me just crawl to her feet for a titty pic. Well, Adrian, see you later then, Kitty said and then followed the goth girl, the same goes for Kurt. Well, this didn't go so bad. Third POV. So. What did you get out of him? Anna Marie, also called Rogue, asked Kitty after they had gotten far enough from him. He hates the pizza here as much as I do, Kitty said while laughing. This is serious Kitty, Cerebro never reacted like that. It nearly exploded and fried the professor's brain. If he has powers, they don't change him physically, and he seemed calm enough to have them under control. Maybe he doesn't even know he has them, Kurt said, a smirk on his face because of Kitty's joke. The professor had the area around his house checked and there were no reports of strange activities. Anything slipped while you spoke? Rogue asked Kurt. Nope, he seems to be having a bad day though, Kitty answered before Kurt could. Let's all hope he doesn't have reality-bending powers. The last one was more than enough. The professor will talk with him after school. Then they all continued chatting, switching topics after they saw some other students going near them. Chapter 3. Physics LV, 1 equals 2. Plus 1 int. New skills, Chemistry LV.1, Geography LV.1. LV, 10/1000 XP equals 70/1000 XP, after 7 periods. I need a nap. I thought after coming out of my last period, my body felt full of energy and ready to move, but my mind felt saturated with new information and temporarily full. Maybe it had been the well-rested effect disappearing, that could have been the cause for my need for seeking new information. What I was sure of was now is that it disappeared. I didn't feel as sharp as before. No, Adrian, you still have to go to work, then you can go take a nap. Living alone after being thrown out of the orphanage had forced me to search for work. The little money the government gave me could only help with food and the rent, to pay for the school books, clothes, and other necessities. I need to work that shitty convenience store, and because my boss pays me illegally he can pay me however he wants. Most times it's not enough for the month, but this is my life. After taking the bus to head back home, I went back in ready to take a cold shower, change clothes and head to my job, but someone knocked on the door. Am I waiting for something? No. Am I waiting for someone? No. Is there a chance that whoever is knocking has the wrong address? Maybe. I thought while ignoring the knocks and searching for some clothes that didn't stink. Mr. Riviera, could you open the door? A voice came from outside my door. That made me stop. If they had my name, they were here for me. Please don't be the IRS. Looking through the peephole, I saw a black woman with white hair, a small man with sideburns, and a man in a wheelchair waiting for me to open the door. If they were for the IR, they were the strangest agents I had ever seen. I didn't open immediately, pondering if doing so would be a good idea. If they were with the government, then ignoring them could be a serious issue. They might even take the door down, but just letting them in didn't sit right with me, so I placed the lock on the door and only opened it a bit, letting them see my face and nothing else. Can I help you? The memories regarding gamer powers have been protected by mind reading. New skill, Mind Fortress LV.1, WIS, improves your ability to organize your mind so that intruders aren't able to read the memories you wish to keep hidden. I immediately shut the door. What the fuck had just happened made my body shiver. The thought that someone had read my mind, seen my memories, and tried to know what I thought made me almost puke. Mr. Riviera, are you okay? The voice that had called me before asked once again. Stay away from me, you fucking creep, I shouted, my voice coming hoarse from the acid that had risen from my stomach, my hands trembling because of the idea of what they could have seen, but something was stopping me from going full panic mode, from actually having a panic attack. It felt strange, to know how I should feel but having control over my action and mind. Silence came from the other side. A few seconds later, another voice came from the door. This time, it was a woman. Mr. Riviera, could you please open the door? I just want to talk. So you can read my mind? My voice came out with pure venom. I assure you that I have no way to do such a thing, I just want to talk. Taking a big breath, I started meditating to calm my nerves, gaining another level up and a point in WIS. When I finally calmed down, I realized that even if I was inside my house, if one had powers, the other two might also have them, and weak wooden door could do jack shit against them, so I opened the door. Saying that the woman in front of me was hot would be an insult, built like a brick, with hair down to her hips, and a calm expression on her face. I looked around to see if I could see the other two, but when I did, I didn't let her inside. I didn't have much in my house, but I at least had 2 chairs where we could sit and stare at each other. It's a pleasure to meet you, Adrian Riviera. My name is Aurora Monroe. Could I know the reason for your previous outburst? I think you are aware of the reason. I am sure no one likes you to have his mind raped by someone. So our guess was right. Could I know how you were aware of such a thing happening? No, you may not. Regardless, I deeply apologize for my friend's manners. His intentions were pure. He was just making sure that you weren't someone dangerous with more powers than he could handle. Could you excuse him? Taking a big breath, my mind relaxed. Speaking with facts, what he did was something anyone would have done. You are going to face an unknown threat with unknown capabilities and an unknown objective. Anyone would have done it, but it just didn't sit right to me that he refused to talk and straight up went for the mind rape. I see his reasons, but I still want to excuse him. You are 3 against 1, most likely all of you have powers, and considering how few you are for an unknown threat, you 3 are more than capable of fighting me. I am 18, what could I have ever done to even remotely be a threat to all of you? Let's start from the beginning. Are you aware of what mutants are? My eyes closed, the final piece of the puzzle finally placing itself and completing the picture. Of all the types of superpowers I could have unlocked, it had to be a mutation, defining me as a mutant, and making me one of the most hated things in the face of the earth. So I am a mutant then, guess that explains it. So you are aware of your powers. No reason to hide it if you already know. It's not like I can hide it. Are you aware that some of your memories are unreadable? Yes, that is a part of my powers that protects itself from being shown people like the mind raper. I don't know, I said that, it just felt like I could trust her, for some reason. She seemed to cringe at the nickname I had given to whoever had read my mind, but paid no mind to it, seeing and understanding my point of view. Could you describe your powers? Through the machine that we use to detect mutants, we were able to detect that your power is among, if not the strongest, we have ever detected. My face darkened. I could understand my powers having potential, with the idea of endlessly growing through perfecting new skills and all that, but how could it be defined as the most powerful ever detected when there are mutants able to cause earthquakes and burn whole cities in a second? I can grow faster than any person you will most likely ever meet, even in things I used to have no talent in. She looked at me strangely, wondering where I was going with my speech. Could you please explain what you mean by it? This morning I woke up, and I somehow knew ways to make myself stronger, faster, smarter. I knew how to improve my skills faster than others, and the world around me gave me opportunities to improve myself even further, and there's also seemed to be other abilities that I still have to explore. Once again, I woke up only this morning with these powers. So you are using your powers, while indirectly, to change yourself and some other aspects of the world, but you still don't know what those aspects are. Precisely. I understand the reaction that Cerbero had now, while indirectly you are warping reality to aid your growth. Once again, I don't know how to stop it and how to control it. If you hadn't arrived I would have simply continued living my life normally, maybe I would have used them to become rich, but nothing else, I said, trying to make her understand that I had no evil intentions. You don't have to worry, while your powers might be powerful, you are not our first Omega mutant. Omega? It's how we describe a mutant level of power, Epsilon being a mutation that only brings flaws, and an Omega mutation being a power with no foreseeable limit. The levels in the middle are Delta, Gamma, Beta, and Alpha. We then stayed silent, my brain processing the information I had just received regarding what the potential of my power was, which made my mouth dry and my hands tremble, but I stayed calm. So what now? Would you like to see our school? Chapter 4. After accepting her offer, I was told that in a few minutes, she would come back to ride me to her school for mutants. The school is just a mansion where mutants that are too weak or simply don't want to fight, are taught how to control their powers, and in some cases, use them for the good of the people, but something didn't sit right with me if they used their powers for the good of people. Why have I never heard of their help from the news? Something smelt fishy, but I ignored it for now. If I am a video game character, do I have somewhere to store items? Bringing some knives without them knowing would be pretty useful, not quite sure how useful they would be against superpowered beings, but a weapon is better than nothing. There I discovered the inventory function, an infinite subspace where I can store an infinite number of items. The important was that they weren't alive, and I came in touch with said item. There also was a money storing function that made me able to change my money in whatever kind of value I wished. My $20 had turned into yen, euros, and won, then back to dollars, and considering that banks are robbed every week, I decided to put all my money in it. I think I am starting to understand why I am classified as an Omega. Aurora knocked on the door, and when I opened the two other men were with her. Who is the mind rapist? The small man snickered at the insult, while Aurora stayed silent. That would be me, Mr. Riviera. I was made aware of your powers by Aurora, and how they protect you, but I was also made aware that you discovered my reason for reading your mind, would accept my apologies. The bald man is in a wheelchair while lowering his head as a sign of regret. I accept the reason behind it, but I don't accept the apology. Are we going then? I look at Aurora. Yes, the jet should be arriving. The what now? I looked at her. There is one thing that makes all men go bonkers, and that is sick-looking cars/ships/aeroplanes, and when I tell you my brain exploded seeing an invisible jet suddenly appearing out of nowhere, I am not joking. The jet landed, but for some reason, no one in the street seemed to pay it any attention, but considering how they have telepaths they might also have powers to make people not notice things that they wish to remain unnoticed. What surprised me was the 4 people who came out of it, one I had met just today. Kitty. Surprised? You weren't expecting the badass kick-ass most beautiful girl to be a mutant, right? She said while making AV with her fingers and smiling. Remove the compliments, and you are right. Asshole. She lost her smile. You must be Adrian, it's a pleasure to meet you. A girl with red hair said, moving a hand for a handshake. Memories regarding the gamer power have been protected. Mind Fortress LV.1 equals 2. I look at Aurora with a deadpan expression. Another one? Are you fucking kidding me? Unfortunately, her powers can't be controlled like Professor's, but unless she wills for it, what she can read are only emotions and surface thoughts. I am surprised you're able to counter an Omega-level telepath. I rubbed my eyes and calmed myself down. I looked back at the red-haired girl, whom I had also seen at school and was aware of her name because of how popular she was. Who would ever guess that Jean Grey was a mutant? I said while shaking her hand. Sorry about the mind reading, I am not exactly able to stop it. Don't worry, I can't stop my powers either, but please don't read my mind, the last thing I want is for someone to see me naked while I shower. Not like there is much to see, Kitty said as an act of revenge for before. Well, fuck you too. You wish. I rolled my eyes and moved my hand for the other two people who arrived with the jet. Scott Summers and Anna Marie, but she preferred Rogue. Are we going or not? Getting inside, that sounds awesome. That's what he said. Kitty chirped. We all got inside the jet and started the flight there, looking at all the people down there as if they were ants, was one of the coolest experiences in my life. So. You grow fast. That's it? Kitty asked after being unable to stand the silence any longer. Basically, I said while moving my eyes away from the window. Any further explanation? I received them this morning, and aside from some basic things I still have a shit ton to discover, but I am starting to understand why they are defined as Omega. The rest of the flight, I chatted with Kitty to kill time, finding out that we had much more in common than I thought. When we arrived, the jet landed in the middle of a huge green field. In front of the field was the largest building I had ever seen in my whole life. Is he compensating for something? I whispered to Kitty while pointing at who I now know is named Professor Xavier, or Professor X. She snickered and didn't answer, though I saw her make a small nod, making me smile. After getting out, I saw several kids ranging from children to teens, either looking at us or playing. Some had visible mutations like having elf ears or wings, and looked like normal humans. After we reached the entrance of the mansion, a blue furry creature reached us. I can think of at least 7 people who would jerk off to him. Professor, is he the kid? Yes, he is. We are going to show him the school and then have a chat with him. Would you like to be present? I would love to. He said while smiling, though his mouth was filled with fangs, his smile felt warm and filled with gentleness. Well then, Mr. Riviera, welcome to Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. A word to describe the school is fucking sick. Teachers can show what they are explaining through light manipulation and bending the weather, rooms filled with robots to train, and a cafeteria where the food looks edible. Can a student ask for more? Though we have teachers fully capable of teaching subjects up to college level, the government doesn't accept them. That's the reason why some of our students decide to go to high school or even college to gain a certificate to prove their level. Professor X explained while showing me another one of the classes. Feels too good to be true, right? Kitty said after seeing my surprised expression. That's what she said. I saw my chance and I took it, with no regret. I was then led to a room on the upper floors of the mansion that I recognized as being the dean's office, Prof X's room, where we all sat down, some gaining some more serious expressions. Now, it's time for a more serious talk. Professor X said while sitting, get it? Because he is in a wheelchair. Have I ever said how comedy is my only form of defense? Chuckles, am I in danger? Comment. Chapter 5. Mr. Riviera, could you describe your powers? Know that if you try to read my mind, I will know, though you might be able to read some things, I will know, I told the professor with a serious tone, having had enough share of mind raping for the day. You don't have to worry, we have already made sure that you are not a danger to yourself and anyone in your proximity. We just wish to know how we can help you learn to control your powers. I have something in my brain that tells me ways to improve myself, and gives me rewards if I do something that can be considered helpful to my growth. This morning after sleeping for 8 hours my mind became sharper and ready to learn more things. 8 hours, then it went back to normal, or another case would be learning how to defend my mind from mind reading, though the progress is slow, I am learning. Could I test your last statement? I prefer having a girl inside me than a bald old man. The man I knew was named Logan snickered at my retort. It wasn't even that funny. Jean, could you? Jean nodded and just a second later the notification came, but I ignored it and instead went meditating. Closing my eyes I started trying to feel her probing inside my mind. I tried to organize my memories in a way that only I could understand, and made the less important memories become a wall for the more important ones, but no matter what I did, I felt her going everywhere. It felt more like going trough them than her reading my memories. When I felt her stop I opened my eyes, the notification on my side telling me that even though I was unsuccessful I had still gained some rewards. Meditation LV, 3 equals 5. Mind Fortress LV, 2 equals 5. Whis 3 equals 5. I was able to see his memories. Don't worry, I didn't read anything that you considered important, and even though it was easy, he seemed to learn from his mistakes and improve his mental defenses faster than anyone I have ever met. That's fascinating. If what he says is true then his powers are directly changing his body structure and knowledge to improve him. It is as if his powers have a mind of their own and want for their holder to survive, somewhat similar to Darwin's power but less direct evolution and more like a nudge towards the correct direction. Dr. McCoy said while rubbing his chin, his eyes sparkling with wonder. And you said you can also improve yourself physically, right? Could you explain? He asked with his mind out of his world. Unfortunately I wasn't able to fully test that part. The only physical thing I did today was cook an egg and bacon, and while they were the best egg and bacon I have ever made, I didn't feel much of a difference. The biggest gain I received just happened when Jean tried to read my mind. So pressure or difficulty speeds up the improvement. That makes sense, Aurora said, her thoughts after hearing my reply. Do you have any idea what aspects you are to improve? For the skills things, I think I have limitless potential for whatever thing I do. This means that if before I wasn't talented in drawing, now I have the average talent of any 18-year-old, for the more physical aspect. For that part, I opened my status and read out my stats. Your charisma? Jean asked, seeming kind of disturbed for some reason. I think in this case charisma is intended for the physical aspect. I wish to have, my ability to read people, and my speech capabilities, like removing hesitation when I have to express my thoughts. She nodded, her disturbed eyes gone, leaving behind only relief. And wisdom? The professor asked. My judgment capabilities, pattern recognition, and also seem able to speed up my ability to regain mental energies, like if I were to study for a whole day, before I needed 5 hours to be okay, now I need 4 hours and 55 minutes. Silence fell, everyone having their thoughts on what was implicated behind such a power. If what I said was true, then no matter what I did I would grow, whatever I put effort in, if given enough time, I could reach levels that maybe even surpass the levels of Reed Richards and the like. I think I am starting to see why Cerebro almost broke. Kitty jokes, trying to break the silence. And you also said that some of your abilities still have to be discovered, right? How can you be so sure? A hunch. It feels like whatever I am currently doing to improve myself is only a small grain of what my powers can do. Now that was the first full truth from the start of this conversation. Taking a big breath, the professor's smile returned, and he looked at Aurora, pointing at his desk with his eyes. Well, Mr. Riviera, regardless of what your powers are, we would like you to offer a permanent stay here at the mansion so that we can help you with your powers and your growth. Would you like to accept? What if I refuse? I am sorry to say this but I kind of like living on my own. Sure, I live in a shitty hole. I have to work every day to get food under my teeth and not be naked. I have to buy used books to save some money for the end of the month. Regardless, I like having my independence. Nothing would happen, you would leave and we would remain on friendly terms. While we wouldn't be able to directly help you, we are just one phone call away from you if necessary. Okay, brain time to think. What do I gain from staying here? Learning how to use my powers, protection in the case someone discovers I am a mutant and decides to be racist, hot-titted goth, good food, a house bigger than a classroom. What do I lose? Independence, possible uses of my power being discovered by others, having to live under the roof of two mind rapists, thought I would be aware of when they are doing something. I stayed silent for a very long minute, my eyes closed to help me focus, and exactly 60 seconds later, my eyes opened again, determination in them, something pushing to say my Asnwer. I accept. Welcome home, then, Xavier said while smiling. Chapter 6. Day that I should have spent dealing with customers and cursing Karen suddenly became the day I finally moved from my small, nearly falling apart house to something livable. The pure excitement was palpable. After some thinking, I realized that living under the same roof as other mutants was the best way for me to learn how to use my powers, and to avoid mutant haters from being able to reach me and kill me. Sure, there are mind rapers under the same roof, but after a small talk with Jean, I was able to convince her to train me to protect my mind from mind reading whenever she was free, which got me another level in persuasion. There weren't many things I got to the mansion. The few things of value I had were already in my backpack or inventory, and the other things either weren't worth much or weren't exactly mine per so. In the end, I simply took some clothes and put them in another bigger backpack and was done. The flight back to the mansion felt even faster than the first one, maybe because I was excited, but when I arrived I was led to a room where I would live with another guy so that I could leave my clothes and go explore the mansion. Taking a sigh of relief when I was finally left alone, I finally let the mask crumble. The previous friendliness and bravery visible on my face only left behind worry and fear of what my life had become in just a day, of the choices I had made that would most likely forever change my life and my future, to what living here could lead to. By the time I had finally gotten my emotions under control, I reopened my eyes and took a look at the notification I had ignored. New skills, acting LV.1, improves overall control of facial muscles and credibility of the lies you tell. Acting LV1 equals a 6. Cha 3 equals 4. I get up from the bed I had laid on and check the time, seeing it being around 6 o'clock, but for some reason, I wasn't either hungry or physically tired. Well, in most games there is no hunger bar, and considering how my SP has never even got and it represents my physical stamina, this would explain it. Unless I receive a debuff for a prolonged time without food or sleep, can't I theoretically go without sleep and food for however long I want? Yeah, no, I still like eating and sleeping also rewards me with a sick bug that helps with skill and stats growth, so I think I will continue living as a human for now. Changing for something easier to move in, I headed outside, my body needing to move like never before. Maybe it had been the stress or the fact that now didn't have to worry about food and the like, but my body felt like moving, a lot, and I still had to discover a way to train most of my physical stats. New quest. Training montage. Objective: discover a way to train all of your stats 4 out of 8. Bonus objective: before midnight. Reward: 100 XP, $10. Bonus reward: 1 PP. Remembering the way from when we arrived, I reached the back of the mansion where the enormous grass field I had seen when I had arrived was. Few people were still outside, and most of them were heading inside the mansion, most likely to have dinner, so, taking the chance, I headed for a bit more secluded part of the field and started my experiments. Physical strength, lifting capabilities, striking potential, and speed, or maybe more like explosive strength, this was what defined strength the first time I saw it. I don't have anything to lift, nor do I know how to punch things, guess running it is. Taking a few seconds to stretch even netted me a new skill called yoga that fell under the dex stat and improves the effect given from every point I gain in dex when related to flexibility. My running form was anything but elegant, but it worked, and until my running pace was slower than my stamina consumption, I could theoretically run forever, but my regen was too low, I would have to walk for it to be able to cover the consumption. An hour later, I had gotten even more than I had wished for and discovered that I would start feeling tired when my stamina went below half. New skills, running LV, 1, Dex, improves your running form, thus reducing stamina consumption and running speed. Physical form LV.1, STR, improves the physical strength, and the effect that is gained from every point in strength. Running LV1 equals 3. Physical form LV.1 equals 2. STR1 equals 2. Dex 2 equals 4. The effect of physical form and yoga made me wonder if there were any other skills like the two. For now, I have to focus on gaining a skill for Vit, End, and Per. Vit and End are very similar, one decides how much I can take before dying, and the other reduces the amount of damage I have to take to even get damaged, so maybe getting hit can help to make them grow. My head turned towards the nearest tree, which started shaking because of the wind. Sorry tree. And then started hitting it. For some reason the pain I thought would have come didn't, nor the expected damage from punching a tree with bare hands. The only thing to prove that I had hit the tree was the reduction in HP. At least this way I won't have to worry about dirtying clothes with blood. Punch after punch, the bark of the tree continued creating splinters, but no matter what, I wasn't strong enough to leave any kind of mark on it, but that wasn't my objective. After 30 minutes of hitting the damn thing, I got angry and hit the thing with all my strength. Hitting something for 30 minutes and not getting any reward gets boring and annoying pretty fast. 4.95 HP. New skill, Blunt Damage Reduction LV.1, N/Vit. Resistance skills are special skills that involve two stats at the same time. Improve resistance against blunt damage, reducing damage by SKLV, %. PDR-LV, 1 equals 2. Plus 1 Vit. Plus 1 End. Fucking finally, I said while sitting on the ground, my hand redder than before but not reporting any kind of damage. What are you doing? A voice asked from behind me, and I recognized that voice. Vocal recognition LV.1, per, improves your ability to recognize voices and the emotions behind their voice. Training montage quest completed. I turned and saw Rogue, in all her gothness. Of all people, it had to be her, my only weakness. I have a really good explanation about all of this. I am listening, she said with a smile on her face. I was training. By punching a tree. The voices told me to do it. Okay, maybe that didn't sound that good. I think I will erase the last part, okay? Rogue said, trying to stop herself from laughing but failing miserably. Thank you, anything I can do for you? You can come to have dinner. Aurora was worried since she didn't see you around. Yeah, dinner, of course, I said while getting up and cleaning my clothes. She didn't wait for me and headed back inside. The previous curiosity she had in her eyes was now gone. Seeing her moving away, I sighed in disappointment. Very smooth idiot, I am my very own kind of idiot. But then she stopped and looked back at me. Are you coming or what? I sighed and followed behind her. Chapter 7. Remember how I said the cafeteria food looked fucking good? Yeah, fuck, it's sick as fuck. It tasted like how an orgasm would feel if made through food. Fuck all the doubts I had. I am staying, and my powers seemed to make me able to eat and eat and eat without ever feeling food, so they had to stop me from eating anything else to make me notice how I had eaten. You have eaten a full course meal. Effect, plus 50% SP/MP/HP Regan, plus 500 HP/MP. Duration, 1 hour. I think I will have to store some food inside my inventory in case I ever need a quick heal. I thought while sitting at the table where I had been eating. The few people I knew were talking among each other at other tables or not present in the cafeteria, so I took the chance to look at the reward I had gained for completing the quest. PP 1. Perks are special abilities/powers/skills that are bought through PP. For a perk to be purchased, it is required for a certain condition to be met other than having a perk point. Currently available perks: Mutant, Quick Zen, built for protection. Mutant. Effect: when meeting someone, if they become aware of you being a mutant, depending on their view about mutants, your relationship with them might raise or lower. Quick Zen. Effect: makes it easier to enter a meditative state and for the effects of meditation to kick. Built for protection. Effect: the defensive aspect of Mind Fortress against mind readers is boosted by 10%. I didn't think twice before buying Built for Protection. Every power-up I could get to defend my mind is very important for my sanity. I have a relationship meter. Relationship. Worst enemy equals hate equals neutral equals acquaintance equals friend equals best friend equals lover. Xavier's Mutant Institute, 60 out of 100 acquaintance, thinks of you as a new student with potential. Kitty 50 out of 100 acquaintance, thinks you are funny. Rogue 15 out of 100 acquaintance, thinks you are an idiot with potential. Kurt 10 out of 100 acquaintance, thinks you are friendly. I didn't feel like going through the hundreds of people who knew me, though I cringed when I saw several people who hated me, all belonging to similar organizations that wanted mutants dead. You were punching a tree? Kitty asked me after taking a seat from a nearby table and sitting before me. In my defense, I wanted to learn how to train my physical resistance, and it worked. The voices told you? Kitty said while snickering. You talked with Rogue. I swear I didn't fall to the ground. I heard her story, I almost did though. Sighing, I rubbed my eyes, showing her my knuckles, which made her eyes furrow. Your hands look fine though. My powers, apparently. Why, if I can take a hit that doesn't immediately kill me, then no scar or injury will be seen. That's incredible, you have no idea how many times that would helped us. She smiled, but her smile felt fake. Aren't the words I prefer using, but they would do for now. Regardless, it's getting late, so see you tomorrow. We have training. Training? It's Saturday. Yeah, special training to learn how to use our powers. Some of us even have to fight against Logan, the guy with the sideburns. Is it too late to go home and come here only for the food? Yes, it is. Shit. After this roller coaster of a day, my bed felt like heaven, and it was heaven. I mean, thick but fluffy mattress, 2 fluffy pillows that felt like eating a marshmallow, and warm sheets that made me feel like I was hugged from the matron back at the orphanage. She gave the best hugs. But my mind was snapped back to reality when I heard someone coming inside the room, only now remembering that I had a roommate. What I didn't expect was for my roommate to be blue. Hey, so you are my new roommate? Sick. The guy said after coming inside and teleporting over his bed. I might have given it not enough importance. He fucking teleported over his bed. Still not enough, but I have no other way to give it more importance that doesn't get me arrested, so let's go to reality. What kind of Houdini shit was that? I said while getting up from my bed, trying to understand what had just happened. First time someone didn't address my powers as demonic, feels fresh. And that made me move my eyes from the wall of smoke he had left and to his appearance: blue skin, yellow eyes without a pupil, 3 fingers, and a tail with an arrow-shaped stinger. I'd give it a 6 out of 10 in the kinky meter. The what? You know, the kinky meter, the thing that defines how many people are going jerk off of it, the blue furry man being a 9. I think that was the least insulting way someone has ever described my physique, and people have tried to sacrifice themselves to me because I look like a demon. What kind of Dante Alighieri bullshit is that? Right? We stayed silent for a few more seconds, our faces serious and angry, but then we couldn't hold it any longer and began laughing. The previous seriousness replaced silliness. Aiden Riviera, I said while extending my hand towards him. His accent seemed familiar, but I wasn't able to pinpoint it. I know, and you also know me. He said while shaking my hand. And then it hit me, German accent. Kurt. Do you have plastic surgery every time you go to school? No, I use this. He says while pressing something on his watch. What can only be described as a veil made of light covers his body, his skin turning white, his hair blonde, his eyes blue. The normal German boy I had seen at school had taken the place of Kurt, but he then presses it again and returns to normal. Makes it easier to go school. Okay, I starting to get annoyed at how little my powers can do. Sucks to suck. Fuck you, demon boy. You wish voice hearer. Kitty. Rogue. I sighed and fell on my bed, my mind feeling too tired to find any other way to counter. So I just closed my eyes and fell asleep a few seconds later. Looks like power gives me the ability to fall asleep whenever I want. While drifting asleep, my mind had one last lingering thought: let's hope tomorrow goes better. After lunging away from a small explosion, I look back at my attacker. She is hot, but fuck if her hits hurt. How did I even get here? Chapter 8. You have slept in a comforting bed. Effect: 100% MP/HP/SP restored. Well-rested perk gained for 7H. My eyes opened, I felt great, my mind was as sharp as it had been yesterday during school. my body felt full of energy and ready to move, and last night's tiredness was gone. Before I had even noticed, I had already gotten up and changed my clothes that I could use to train. If I had these powers, I at least had to use every chance I could to exploit them. They give me the potential and the willingness to train, I just have to do it. By sneaking away from my room and not waking up, Kurt netted me a level in stealth and a point in dex. The mansion was silent, okay, maybe not so silent, as several people were making enough noise while sleeping that they sounded like grenades, but aside from those people, no one seemed to be up just yet. Going outside, I took a big breath of fresh, cold air, which made my lungs feel brand new. I stretched for 10 minutes and then started running. It was strange, feeling like I had to do something or I would go crazy. I had never felt like this. The only thing that even remotely comes close to this is when I want to play a new game or when I listen to a new album, but nothing could be compared to this sensation. Being aware of your growth, that you are changing for the better, that you are becoming better, feels amazing. Talking about music, let's take advantage of the background music option. I turned it up to 70%, and Trough the Fire and Flames by Dragonforce started playing, giving me even more energy to continue my run. When my SP went below half, my muscles hurt, my lungs burned, and the coldness of the air felt like knives against my skin, but I had never felt more alive in my life. Maybe these powers were changing me, making me something I wasn't before, but was it seriously that bad? To make me wish to change and become better, was it seriously that bad? Aren't these powers just a part of me? What if that part is the one that has wished for me to change right from the beginning? What if your SP has fallen below 10%, please take a rest or your chances of fainting will rise. Running LV.3 equals 5. Physical form LV.2 equals 3. Plus 1 STR. Plus 1 dex. My train of thought stopped, and only now realizing how much my lunges were burning because of the cold hair, I decided to lay near a tree, sitting cross-legged, and started meditating. The pain didn't help clear my mind, so it took a minute for it to start working, but when it did, I had to rest just for 9 minutes before my body felt like new again. When I opened my eyes, I was ready to start training my blunt damage resistance, but fate seemed to have other plans for me. Couldn't sleep. A rough voice said after I opened my eyes. It's Logan, the guy who is supposed to teach us how to fight this afternoon. If there is one word I can use to describe is rough, or at least that's how he feels at first glance. No, it's my powers. It doesn't like those people that wake up too late, so it wakes me up at 6 o'clock every morning. You powers feel like a mother that nags their son to be better. You have no idea, I said, getting up and heading for the nearby tree. Even though Logan was here, my need to grind my skills and stats hadn't disappeared. He stayed silent, his eyes fixated on my movements. If I didn't know he was a human, I would have felt like a beast was looking at me. New skill, Sixth Sense LV.1, per, improves your ability to perceive stairs and possible cameras. At higher levels you will always know where the stairs are coming from. Per 1 equals 2. That doesn't make me feel better. I thought while smashing my fist against the tree, the notification of the damage I received telling me the effect of blunt damage resistance was still in effect. My punches still felt weak, and not knowing how to land a good punch slowed my progress, as I couldn't receive a bigger amount of damage. I hope today's training can help with this. Do you know how to land a punch, kid? Wolverine asked after he had been staring at me for a good minute. 4.8 HP. BDR LV.2 equals 3. Vit/N2 equals 3. No. Then why are you even doing this? My powers tell me that if I do for long enough my resistance against blunt damage will increase until I could theoretically become immune to it. He stayed silent while I continued my training. Maybe he is here to understand what my fighting level is. Let's hope he understands I am just a newbie. Relax your fingers, hit with your knuckles first, keep your wrist straight, use your hips to push your hit forward, don't move your arm until the last seconds and instead use your shoulder, don't hit with your elbow fully extended, and push with your toes. After saying that he just walked away, Logan's words might be useful, but this feels too much like those Chinese movies where the master teaches a secret technique and then disappears with the wind. Toe, hip, shoulder, arm. I repeated the movements without actually hitting the tree for a few seconds and then used his instructions to land a hit. The results were visible. Asterisk thud. 9.7 HP. BDR LV.3 equals 4. New skill, boxing LV.1, STR, Dex, and fighting skills are special skills that improve the stats that are most used while using said fighting style, improves technique, attack speed and damage. New quest. How to fight for dummies. Objective, level up boxing to level 10. Bonus objective, reach level 15. Failure, none, possible death because of not knowing how to fight. Reward, 100 XP, plus 1 STR, Dex, End. Bonus reward, promising boxer perk. Time limit, 1 week. Are my powers telling me that fighting is the faster way to grow, or is it just my impression? Taking a look at the time, I noticed I still had half an hour before breakfast, so I decided to take advantage of this time to improve what Logan had taught, which I now knew was named a straight and switched up with its faster counterpart named jab, also trying to imagine that the tree was someone throwing punches at me to work on my dodging and footwork. New skills, dodging LV.1, Dex, improves your reflexes while evading, footwork LV.1, Dex, improves your movement speed while fighting an opponent using a fighting skill. Boxing LV.1 equals 2. BDR LV.4 equals 5. Physical form LV.3 equals 4. Dex 5 equals a 6. STR 3 equals 4. N 3 equals 4. Seeing my progress feels incredible, knowing that I am improving and that I am changing for something better makes the pain and exhaustion feel like nothing more than a temporary inconvenience. But I will stop for now, though I am not hungry. I could kill for some bacon right now. Chapter 9. Yep, still the best food I have ever eaten. I thought while shoving another piece of bacon in my mouth. The cafeteria was still somewhat empty. Maybe I was just earlier than everyone else. Okay, I surely am earlier than everyone else, who wakes up at 6 a.m. to eat breakfast at 8. Me. Before I could go get another plate of bacon, eggs and toast, the doors of the cafeteria opened, and a moderate amount of people came in, most of them still in pajamas and hairs that could be considered a crime against society. Seeing Kurt among the group, I waved at him to come over, tempting him by showing him some pieces of bacon. "How are you up this early?" he said with a rough voice. Rubbing his eyes, he sat in front of me stealing a piece of bacon and toast from my plate. "Powers. Lucky, when did you even wake up?" he said while eating the piece of bacon as if it was the best thing he had ever had. Bacon has that effect. At 6 a.m., went for a run and then smashed my fist against a tree. Logan even taught me how to throw a punch. "You are a monster and your powers shouldn't exist in this world," he said while looking at me with horror. Hater be hating. "So, when did he wake up?" Kitty said after sitting next to Kurt. Though she wasn't in her pajamas, her hair looked like a monster ready to eat both me and Kurt. "Nice stalagmite," I said while handing her a piece of bacon, keeping her from retorting through a bribe. 6, Kurt told her while stealing another piece of my breakfast. "Powers?" Kitty asked me. "What else?" "I despise you." Kitty joked and stole my plate of bacon. "Hey. Don't hey me, knowing you have already eaten 3 servings of breakfast. Regardless, that is mine." "Not anymore," she said and then disappeared through the ground with my hand. I looked at Kurt. "Her powers, she can walk through things." "Cool, any chance you tell the powers of some other people? And ruin the surprise?" "Not a chance, good luck," he said and then stole my toast and teleported away. "My food," I said while looking at my empty tray, only for someone to throw an apple at it. "Here is some fruit, you can't live on only bacon and toast." "Rogue, level up in voice recognition and a point in perception," said while sitting at my table. "Watch me," I said while biting the apple. She smirked and then continued looking at me eating the apple. making me feel kind of jittery. Can I help you? You said your powers protect themselves, right? Yeah, from what I have seen they are protected from mind reading. Can I try something? She said while removing one of her gloves and hinting for me to hold her hand. Sure. I said while extending my hand towards hers. The exact moment our fingers touched, something unexpected happened. The gamer protects itself from being stolen, but your HP will still be used as a form of compensation. Loss, 1 HP/S. That made me cringe, but I didn't move away when I felt her hand grab mine with strength, her eyes fixated on it. Are you okay? You are not dying. Well, technically I am from what my powers are telling me, but they are also telling me that you have around 300 seconds, no wait, scratch that, you have around 7 minutes before the damage becomes irreversible. Until that moment you can touch me however you want. Okay, that sounded bad, I said while she grabbed my hand with both of hers. Mathematics LV.2 equals a 3. Int 5 equals a 6. New skill, HP drain resistance LV.1, N/Vit, improves your resistance against HP draining sources of damage by, SKLV%. Oh, my powers are telling me that if I keep in touch with you for long enough I can become immune to the damage you are causing me. That made her stop right in her tracks, a single tear coming out of her eye, which made me cringe and look around the cafeteria to see if anyone had noticed, and yeah, everyone noticed the whole thing. Kurt suddenly appeared at my side, his face full of worry and trying to understand what he was supposed to do. Are you okay? He asked after seeing me completely fine and making me wonder why everyone was reacting like that. Yep, getting hurt a bit every second, but my powers are slowly reducing the damage. 0.99. HPDR LV.1 equals 2. Vit 3 equals 4. Seeing the increase in vitality I saw that I had just restored 100 HP. Another 2 minutes have been added to the timer. That made Rogue hold my hand even tighter, and then I felt something soft. When I looked at her I saw her pressing her cheek against my hand. Kurt, I said while looking at him, my eyes resembling beach's balls. Right, of course, you wouldn't know, Rogue can absorb people's life force, powers, and memories through touch. The longer she does this the longer it will last. The first time she used it she put her first boyfriend into a coma through a kiss. He whispered in my ear. That explained a lot, having to constantly be scared of touching anyone, or someone even barely coming in contact with your skin must be exhausting, and the fact she caused her boyfriend to fall into a coma must have traumatized her. After 4 minutes, another level up in the resistance, and my HP bar reaching half, she seemed to return to reality, releasing my hand and coughing. Her cheeks were completely red, and her pale skin did not help to hide it. Thank you, she said, covering her mouth, maybe to hide a smile. No worries. Though it didn't look like it, you also helped me, so if you ever wish to do this again, just ask. That was the last drop that made the vase pour. She got up from the table and rushed outside, though I caught what I thought was a smile on her lips before she turned away. Well, that just happened, I said while looking at Kurt, trying to ignore everyone's stare. Only for Kitty to come inside the cafeteria, with an empty plate and mouth covered in grease from the bacon, and she noticed everyone's stare pointing at me. What did I miss? Chapter 10. I think the bacon might have burned some of my nerves. Say that again, Kitty asked me after we had left the cafeteria and were heading to where our training would happen. I can touch Rogue for a prolonged period, which is slowly increasing through my increase in resistance against her type of powers that drain life, and I can also stop her from stealing my powers. Yep, my brain is too full of bacon and too little coffee to show a good reaction to this, Kitty said and went back to the cafeteria, most likely to get a cup of coffee. I wondered what type of effect it would have on my powers. Her reaction is pretty fair considering even people like Darwin, whose power is to adapt to any situation to make them survive, have felt their powers being drained at least once from Rogue, but you? Nope. Kurt said, his hands moving around and not shouting only because some of the younger kids were still sleeping. Fair enough, where do we have to train? Outside? Nah, come with me. He touched my shoulder, and poof, we were in a completely different area of the mansion that I hadn't seen before, but I assumed was under the ground floor. That is where we train, I said, pointing towards the inside of a room through a glass window. I shit you not, inside that room there was a sky, trees, and robots that were fighting Scott and Jean, and they were getting bodied by those two. Where can I buy one? My neck snapped to Kurt. PFT, yeah, good luck. This thing took the minds of Professor Henry and an alien empire to create, and it is constantly being upgraded. It's called the Danger Room. You didn't tell me a price. He rolled his eyes and looked back inside it, where Jean and Scott had just finished dealing with the last robot. Sentinel instance has been completed. A feminine voice said from inside the room. Who was that? Danger, it's a basic AI that deals with the creation of the holograms that we use to fight. Right. Why did voice recognition trigger that? It hinted to me that there was sadness behind those words. Can AI be sad? Wanna try it? Scott said after he had gotten out of the room, his breath still a bit short. Sure, just don't put me against those things. Don't worry, the room will decide on an enemy you can theoretically defeat by itself. Cool. Okay, this AI seems to become more aware of its surroundings every time someone talks about it. After checking my HP and SP to ensure both were full, I went inside, hoping that the room would not consider me a powerhouse because of my powers. The gamer has detected a potential chance for growth. The gamer enters into contact with the being known as Danger and offers her a deal. The deal has been accepted. From now on, you can use the dungeon room to create dungeons through communicating with her. Danger imposes a quest before giving her help to you. New quest. Run bitch, run. Objective, survive 10 minutes against the mutant known as Jubilation Lee. Bonus objective, strike her once. Failure, won't be able to use the danger room to create dungeons for a week. Reward, 1000 XP, 1 PP. Bonus reward, random item box. Timer, 9:59. My mind snapped back to reality, going overdrive to try and catch every possible detail it could before getting attacked by whoever Jubilation Lee was. Duck. I followed my gut and barely evaded what looked like a luminescent soap bubble, but bubbles aren't supposed to explode. The woman who had thrown it was thick, with the double C, short hair, wearing shorts, a yellow trench coat and a leather t-shirt that showed her stomach. If she hadn't just thrown a grenade at my head, I would have been attracted to her. Now, not so much. Using the little information my mind had received from a small scan of the surrounding area, as soon as I saw her create another of those bubbles, I ran towards one of the buildings that had appeared inside the room. The explosion that came as soon as I got inside the alley between the two buildings pushed my body forward, and my jacket was torn to shreds. Shit 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 shit. I thought, while hurriedly getting up and continuing running, trying to formulate a plan. What followed was the most exhausting 10 minutes of my fucking life. More than once I almost got bombed right in front of my face and only survived thanks to the map that had been chosen, being very unfair to her kind of powers. I feel like shit. I thought taking a moment to rest and let my SP regen, while checking my HP and time left to complete the quest. Just another 30 seconds and I am done. I swear to God if this is worth. My thoughts are interrupted by my gut telling me to run as soon as possible, and considering how it has been saving me quite a lot I decided to follow it, and used whatever little energy I had left on my body make a last dash for my survival, but this time I wasn't fast enough. A smaller explosion than the ones before lands next to my right foot, making me stumble and fall to the ground next to the door of the car she had exploded previously. I didn't feel any pain, but that had taken a huge amount of the little HP I had left, so going purely on instinct I took the car door and threw it jubilee like a frisbee, and by pure luck because there was no way I had made a good throw considering how tired I was, I hit her right in the stomach, making her fall and letting the few seconds that remained on the timer slip past. Panting and feeling like shit, I looked at the surrounding area completely disappearing, the room returning to its previous white look, the voice I had heard when the previous instance had been completed doing the same thing for this one. Nice job. The feminine voice whispered inside my ear, but I was too tired to realize that an AI that was supposed to only have one job, had just complimented. I was about to get up when I heard the doors of the room open and voices shouted me. "Kid, are you okay?" Logan asked, hurriedly rushing towards me. Jean, Scott, Kurt, and Kitty were also present. Aurora stayed at the entrance but looked more than ready to appear on my side and fight God if necessary. "Never been better," I said, sarcasm dripping my words like venom. "If you can joke, you can move. Do you have any idea what happened?" he asked. "What do you mean?" The danger room thought I was theoretically capable of winning against her. "Yeah, no, kiddo. The danger room can choose an opponent, but if we think it's too soon, we can switch to another one. This time, we couldn't." "I think it might have been my powers," I said while looking away and scratching my head. I didn't see it, but I felt in my bones a simultaneous facepalm coming from everyone inside and outside the room, maybe even outside the mansion, but I wasn't too sure. "Explain," Logan said. For some reason, I saw a glint of metal coming from his knuckles. "Yep, I'm going to ignore that." Chapter 11. "Before that, we should make sure he has no injuries," Jean said while placing a hand on Logan's shoulder, which seemed to calm him down. And that made me look at myself, aside from my clothes being in complete ruins. My hair having seen better days, my powers had protected my body from visible injuries, so if I were to change my clothes and comb my hair, I would look just like this morning. My HP though were under the 50 mark, which meant I was on death's door. "If none of you decide to use me as a punching bag for the next 10 minutes, I will be back to perfect condition. Though my powers might hide injuries, I am seriously almost dead." That made everyone cringe, most likely not having seen any injury. They thought I had gotten out scot-free, but not quite. "Can you explain what happened?" The voice of Professor X asked me while approaching the group, Aurora on his side. "Well, it looks like my powers have their own will, and the Dagner room also has its own will too. They talked, I don't know how, so please don't ask, and decided that this room can be used to create fighting scenarios that if I clear I can gain a reward. As if you show that I was telling the truth, a white box of unknown matter formed in my right hand. That is the reward I gained because I was able to hit her." The box opened by itself, and a black coat with black feathers near the neck and red on the inside fell on my hands, the item's description showing itself to me. Rarity: common, uncommon, rare, unique, epic, legendary, mythic. Rarities aren't only based on the power of the object but also on the history behind it. Conspirator's coat, rare. Description: a special coat created by a master thief to make even the hardest heists easy. Will you be able to even come close to his level? Defense: 100. Defense works by reducing damage by a certain amount and not a percent, so, in this case, any damage you receive is reduced by 100. There are special armors that also protect in percent or protect from status effects. This is not the case. Durability: 500/500. Effects: Master Thief, improves the effects of stealth, stealing, lockpicking, and sleight of hand by 20%. Nice Coat, improves your chabist skill by 15% if they are used to deceive someone. Raven Rune, once an hour you can transform into a normal raven, losing all your stats temporarily and weakening yourself, but almost no one would be able to see through the veil that transformed you. If there hadn't been people present, I would have fainted. The tension in the room could be cut with a knife, no one knowing how to react to the sudden naturalization of the coat from out of nowhere. Sick coat, Kitty said, hoping that would break the silence. Hell broke loose. Stop me if I am getting something wrong. Your powers were able to communicate with the AI that commands the danger room to make a special trial for you, so that in the future you would be able to create more of the trials and gain more rewards, and in exchange for completing this trial exceptionally you gained an object. Said object now being stored inside a space where you can store any object you wish for with a touch. Pretty much. Professor X's face was quite funny. It looked like someone had just made him drink lemonade without sugar and then forced a whole lemon up his ass. Adrian, I don't think you understand your situation, and if you do, you are not giving it enough importance. I fear, your powers not only have a conscience of their own whose main objective is your growth, but they are also able to physically interact with this world by communicating with our technology, and then create a trial where you can even gain an item, as you call them. Item that has to be said came from a box made of material we had never seen before. Yeah, I am still shocked. I haven't even got any faint idea what that was. Next time you come in contact with one of those things, try not to open it immediately and wait for me. The beast said while poking his head out of a book, most likely trying to understand what the box was made of. Once again, I am sorry, it opened by itself. I will try next time. Regardless, your powers were able to create matter, and bend space to make you able to store items, something we usually frown upon because of the possible implications, but considering your use of these powers is involuntary, we can't do much, so for now go out and tell the others that everything is alright. I feel that a lot of the students are quite worried. He said with a smile. The smile didn't exactly feel like the ones you see parents or important people do to you, but it still felt friendly, like the ones from your favorite teacher. Nodding, I went towards the door of the office. Opening the door, I saw Kitty pushing her ear against the space where previously there was the door. Catherine, would you be so kind as to take Adrian to his friends? Yes, of course. I didn't hear anything regarding a cool coat. Professor X didn't react while Kitty dug her own grave, so she took it as a sign that she wouldn't be punished. She took my arm and made us both go through the floor on the lower floor, right on a couch with several people surrounding it. Adrian, are you okay? The first to ask that was Rogue, who still looked shaken by the fact she could touch me without much risk. Yep, now I even have a sick coat, I said while equipping it through my inventory, which I had decided to show because I'd fear they'd take the coat away from me to store in a safe place. Fluffy, Kitty said, touching the feather on the coat. Some of the little kids also went ahead and rushed to me and started touching it. Hey! I said while using the raven rune and turning into a raven, using the knowledge that had been infused into my brain to fly away and lie on top of a table, letting go of the rune and returning to normal. No touching, without permission. Did you do that to show off your new coat? Kurt asked me after teleporting to my side and touching the coat. That obvious? You can transform into a crow. Almost everyone shouted at the same time. Chapter 12. New skill, Danger Sense LV.1, per, improves your ability to feel danger before it happens. Every level improves your chance of knowing what the danger is and where it's coming from. Throwing LV.1, Dex, improves your precision and projectile speed while throwing objects. Danger Sense LV.1 equals a 7. Running LV.5 equals the 9. BDR LV.5 equals a 6. Physical Form LV.4 equals 5. Stealth LV.2 equals 4. Dodging LV.1 equals 6. Per 3 equals 5. Dex 6 equals a 9. End 4 equals 5. Vit 4 equals a 5. Quest complete. Reward, 1000 XP, 1 PP. Bonus reward, Conspirator's Coat. Level up. Plus 5 SP. Biggest improvement ever. I thought, my raven body showing my happiness by puffing its chest, which under the kids' eyes was something cute, prompting them to pet me even more. After 10 minutes, the effect vanished and I returned to my normal form, making all the kids go away with pouting and sad faces. Remind me to never use the coat ever again in front of them, I told Kurt. No, seeing the kids so happy was priceless. Only for the kids, I told Kurt, who snickered at my show of weakness toward them. My sixth sense suddenly activated, and I looked at Rogue, who was trying to touch my arm. She was wearing gloves, though, so maybe she just wanted to talk. Yes. Can we talk? I looked at the other present, and all of them, in their unique ways, left the area. Kitty shifted a floor down, Kurt teleported, some began flying away, and others simply ran. In just a few seconds we were alone, just the two of us. Okay, relax. She is just a friend. I took out the relationship meter just to check. Rogue 49 out of 100 friend, thinks you might be her only chance for touching people again. Yep, just a friend who thinks I can help her control her powers, nothing of importance. Was the last part filled with enough sarcasm? Listen, Her face looked at the ground, and her voice cracked with insecurity and fear. Want help to learn how to control your powers? How do you know? Her face snapped back up, shock cracking the previous mask of insecurity. It's just a hunch, and I'd be happy to help. I fear I might not be that helpful, so don't get yours. Before I could finish, she had already lunged towards me and hugged me. The effect from my absorbed life force was still lingering and making her stronger than normal, making the hug feel more like a bear trap. However, I decided not to talk, seeing that the happy smile on her face was worth the constant loss of HP. You have reached 50 friend with a person of interest, Rogue, passing a special event with her, thus you have gained a new perk. Copycat. Effect, through visual contact, physical or through videotape, you can learn skills without having to make any physical movement, which improves the chances based on int and pur. Is there something my powers can't do? I gained a weaker form of her powers just because I became her friend. That was stunning enough to make me ignore the pain. Finally, she let go, bringing out her phone with her cheeks still red. Your number. First time I exchange numbers with a girl, and it's to get my life gets sucked out of me. I stopped myself from laughing at my joke and instead exchanged numbers with her. Well, see you later then. She said, and then moved away. It took a few steps before Kitty appeared from a wall and took her with her to another room. I instead felt someone touching my shoulder and appeared in another room with several boys surrounding me. You won the game. After several seconds of silence, Scott asked. I guess I did. Screams filled the small room. Rogue POV. You exchanged numbers? Kitty asked Rogue while shaking her, most of the girls of the mansion behind her. Yeah, he agreed to help me train my powers. She said after stopping Kitty from shaking her. It all starts from exchanging numbers, Jubilee said. And ends up with breaking curfew to get just another kiss, Kitty said joking around with Jubilee. Hey, you know I can't kiss people, Rogue said to Kitty, her face cringing at the mention of kissing. Except you can touch Adrian, for a very long time. Jubilee's eyebrows moved up and down in a wave. That made Rogue stop right in her tracks. She was right, she could touch him, then. Oh my god, she just realized, Kitty screamed seeing Rogue's reaction. Everyone out. Rogue threatened everyone by removing her glove, making all the girls run away while laughing. After being left alone, Rogue sat on her bed, her hands covering her red face, only stopping when she received a message. Asterisk whenever you need, just send a message, and I'll be there. Asterisk she recognized the number being from Adrian. She threw the phone and smashed her face against her pillow, a small scream filling the room. New skill, Seduce LV.1, Cha, improves your skill at seducing people. Cha 4 equals 5. What did I even do? I thought after I had just sent the message to Rogue. Chapter 13. The following 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and my relationship with everyone in the mansion continued developing, the kids being the easiest to please thanks to my fluffy raven form. And I surely didn't stay still in this time. After the incident with the danger room, Logan took it upon himself to teach me how to fight, and fuck is he both a good and bad teacher. He has the skills, but he speaks like a dead monkey and can't explain things. My resistance training also went well. I gained a new one because of my training with Logan, and my development of HPDR was easier thanks to Rogue's training with her powers and changing the intensity. She can change it from 1 HP/S to 10 HP/S, we didn't try going any higher because of the possible risks. To ensure my mental stats stayed sharp, I requested help on my subjects from the mansion's teachers. I also took up chess to enhance my wisdom, playing matches with Professor X whenever possible, and with Logan as well. It turns out Logan learned the game during the war, I'm not sure which one, but he has kept playing casually over the years. I was eager to explore the new feature of the danger room that became available after the last quest. However, Logan has prohibited me from going there until he believes I'm capable, stating I need to prove that I can, as he puts it, I can't even fight off one of the little kids. So, no dungeon for me. Considering my weakness, perhaps it's a wise decision. I was even lucky enough to make copycat work once and get a new skill called parkour, which improves my reflexes and agility while running. At the dawn of the 6th day, once again at 6 a.m. on the dot, I opened my eyes, swatting away the notification that annoyed me every morning, and hurriedly changed clothes through my inventory, something I had picked up on after gaining my coat, and went outside for my everyday run. My body felt like never before, the world looked more colorful, and my mind felt sharper than ever. Doing something I hadn't done in a while, I took a look at my full status to check my progress. Name, Adrian Riviera. Title, The Gamer. Age, 18. Race, human. HP, 900/900 HP Regen, 90 per minute. MP, 100/100 MP Regen, 11 per minute. SP, 1000/1000, ENX 100, SP Regen, 100 per minute, ENX 10/min. LV.2170/2000 XP. Class, none. Profession, none. Statistics. STR, 4 equals a 7. VIT, 4 equals a 9. END, 5 equals 10. DEX, 9 equals 11. INT, 6 equals 10. WIS, 5 equals 11. PUR, 5 equals a 9. CHA, 5 equals a 7. SP, 5. Skills. STR, physical form LV.5 equals a 9. Dex, cooking LV.1, stealth LV.4, yoga LV.2 equals 6, running LV.9 equals 13, dodging LV.6 equals 11, footwork LV.1 equals 7, throwing LV.1, parkour LV.1 equals 4. Int, history LV.3 equals 10, biology LV.1 equals a 5, mathematics LV.3 equals 12, literature LV.1 equals 4, physics LV.1 equals a 9. WIS, meditation LV.5 equals 10, mind fortress LV.5 equals 11, chess LV.1 equals 13. PUR, vocal recognition LV.2 equals 10, sixth sense LV.1 equals 7, danger sense LV.7 equals 10. Persuasion LV.3 equals 6, acting LV.6, seduce LV.1 equals 3. Resistances, blunt damage resistance LV.6 equals 11, HP drain resistance LV.3 equals 10, slash resistance LV.1 equals a 7. Fighting, boxing LV.2 equals a 9, STR and Dex. PP, 1. Perks, the gamer, built for protection, copycat. Yep, nothing feels better than seeing your improvement. I thought, while smiling, and just when I was about to start my run, I saw one of the older teens reaching the mansion, which was strange considering the time. Hey Robert, you okay? Usually, you are not up this early. The boy looked at me with a smile on his face, his body completely relaxed and not showing any anxiety or worry, his eyes even were natural and did not show any hesitation, but his voice, something ticked me wrong. No, I just had a nightmare and wanted some fresh air. It didn't just sit right in my mind, something told me something was wrong, something told me that if I hadn't done something bad things would happen, and so I tested the waters. You had a nightmare? Want to pet my sparrow form to relax a little? I said while smiling, hinting that it was a joke. Nah. He said while smiling and rolling his eyes. Perfect, but Robert, one thing, I turn into a raven, not a sparrow, you should know since you are obsessed with birds. My face fell, the calmness provided by the gamer settling in while my coat was ready to be equipped any second. Robert's face just as quickly as mine did, and from his previous shape, a woman with blue skin, red hair, yellow-colored pupils, a golden tiara on her head, and a white dress that showed all of the forms. Bummer, I thought you could have been fooled like the others. She said, while stretching, most likely trying to use her sex appeal to catch me off guard, that won't work. Last time I checked, Smurfs are supposed to be smaller, I said while moving my hand behind my back, one of the knives from my old house appearing from my inventory. Not the first time someone says that, and surely not the last. She ended her stretches and looked back at me, a sultry smile on her face while her eyes looked at me like I was nothing more than a piece of meat. Aren't you tired of these people telling you what to do and how to use your powers? She asked me. Her words came out faster than normal, most likely she had the words imprinted on her tongue because of how many times she must have said it. Sorry Smurfette, ain't going to work with me. Worth the try, even though we don't have a cerebro, we have our ways of knowing when a mutant appears, and you, my dear Adrian, are quite a powerful one. She took slow steps towards me, her fingers touching my chest and playing with my clothes. She was a bit shorter than me, just a few centimeters, but at that moment she felt taller. I can't attack her, she feels like Logan, one wrong move and I will get this knife stuck in my neck. I thought while storing the knife back in my inventory. Mama warned me of people like you, cougars. You got a mouth that is sure, you want me to rip your tongue off. Her hand moved up to my chin and moved my face closer to hers, the words were whispered to my ear and, ice ran down my spine. I knew she was saying the truth. How about we have a chat at my place? I have friends who would like to meet you. Her voice made my whole body tremble for a second, my mind still trying to figure out a way to get out of here, until I didn't need to do that. A low growl came from inside the mansion, and dashing like a mad beast came Logan with his claws out and lunging for the woman, who easily evaded and formed some distance. Well, until next time then. After that, she vanished. I finally began breathing again, a feeling of weakness filling my body, the feeling of once again being close to death had been caused by it, by my weakness. Are you okay, kid? We need to talk with Charles. Yeah, I am fine. This feeling had to disappear. Chapter 14. Are you sure you are okay? Aurora once again asked me, her voice reminded me of the matron back at the orphanage. I loved her, she always made me feel happy when I was sad, she made my day better with just a few words, and her hugs made all my worries and fears disappear in an instant. She was the mother I never had, the only sunshine in a very dark world, but the invasion happened, I still remember it to this day. Flashback. My hands were covered in blood while I tried to remove the debris from her body, my throat becoming sore because of how much I was screaming, hoping someone would come help me, tears slowly covering just as fast as blood covering the face of the matron. After another failure, she called my name. If I hadn't been so focused on her safety, I wouldn't have even hurt her, but I did, and I will curse myself every day for having done that. It's too late for me, Adrian, but please, as a last wish, save yourself. It was incredible, she was in enough pain that would have made any grown man cry, but even covered in blood she rubbed my cheeks with her one free arm, and smiled. I can't leave you here. Instead, I cried, I was the free one between the two of us, the one that had been thrown away from the falling debris, the one who was supposed to save her, but I couldn't, and so I cried because of my weakness. I love you. Were her last words. She pushed me away while another debris crushed her skull and covered me with her blood. I didn't move, I continued looking at her grave for I don't know how long, my body continued becoming weaker while hunger and tiredness ate my body and mind. By the time they found me, I was a skeleton, my hair was a mess, and most of my body was covered in dry blood. Tears had stopped coming out of my eyes after my body couldn't produce any more liquids. I still remember the words of the ones who saved me. He is lucky to have survived. Yet why don't I feel lucky? Adrian? Aurora called me out, her worry even deeper at my absence of an answer. No, I am fine, just a little, out of it. Don't worry, we will call in sick for you today at school, you can stay at the mansion. Thank you. I nodded at her, a small smile on my face, trying to make her less worried. Acting LV.6 equals a 7. Cha 7 equals 8. She didn't say anything, instead, she left me alone in the room, leaving me space and time to think. From a physiological and mental point of view, I am fine, the gamer making sure I am. Depression status effect was erased by the gamer. I was protected from any mental status effects, which was both good and bad since now I had no idea how I actually should feel. I sighed and decided not to waste the rest of my day. Most of my friends had already gone to school, so I had a whole day to train. Before that though. pp. 1. Mana perception, int, through your meditation skill you have become able to perceive the magical energy around you. Let's hope this leads to what I think. Buying the perk, I closed my eyes and started meditating. After it had reached level 10, I could enter a calm state almost instantly. I had my eyes closed, but the world around me was still visible. A thin cover of blue energy surrounded everything me. It was like night vision, but instead of focusing on the mana on the outside, I looked inside myself, and the blue energy that continued to flow through my body and returned to a spot near my chest. What followed was a long hour of trial and error. I tried to manipulate the mana inside me and outside of me, but the one on the outside completely ignored my will, and the one on the inside instead seemed to hear my words but ignored me. I continued trying, a small headache making my focus waver, but when I saw it respond to one of my commands my mind sharpened, my will to finally take control over my magical side unwavering in front of the pain caused by the constantly worsening headache. Until I finally succeeded. New perk, Mana Manipulation. Through sheer will, you were able to take control over your magical energies and bend them under your commands. Will you be able to use them though? Meditation LV.10 equals 15. Int 10 equals 15. Wis 11 equals 15. When I finally opened my eyes, a small blue ball of mana slowly spun in my hand. The ball then started changing shape under my control, taking a much smaller shape, and copying a bullet. I then made it spin and launched it against the opened window of the room, covering the 10 meters in just an instant. New skill, Spellcrafting LV.1, int, improves your ability in crafting spells and reduces the chances of wasting mana while creating one. New spell, Spinning Mana Bullet LV.1 out of 10, spells work differently from skills. Leveling them doesn't increase stats growth, instead it impacts the cost and effect of the skill. Spinning Mana Bullet LV.1 out of 10. Effect, you can bend your mana to create spinning mana bullets and hit your enemies with them, a basic spell but one that shows growth potential. Cost, 5 MPX bullet. Limit, you can create SKLV bullets. Closing my hand as a sign of victory, I got up from my bed. Though the spell had been created, I needed to test out its power, and there was only one place where I could use spells without injuring anyone. It's time to use the danger room. Chapter 15. No. The rough voice of Logan told me while putting his body in front of the danger room entrance. Logan, I am not asking, I am just telling you, move. No more funny jokes and smiles. The last time you got inside here you almost died, kid. His voice was still as rough as ever, but this time there was a tint of apprehension in it. And today I almost died too. Do I have to wait for the third time to seal the deal? I have a perfectly functioning room that works with my powers to make me grow stronger and avoid such possible death scenarios, so why shouldn't I use it? When I had said those words, I hadn't noticed the tint of desperation that came out with them. Logan's frown deepened even more, pondering over what he should do. Don't you think I should go inside, Professor? Otherwise, you wouldn't be here to convince Logan, am I right? I said after turning around, Professor X, looking at both of us, surprised that I noticed him. He is right, Logan, we teach the other kids how to use their powers and avoid fights, and even how to fight if necessary, but we can't do it with him. His growth is monstrously fast, but not fast enough to cover for starting weakness, so let him use it. Logan didn't move for a very long minute, his face still frowning and mumbling something to himself, until he finally moved away from the entrance. Not wasting any second, I rushed inside, and just like last time, as soon as the door behind me closed, a new type of notification appeared. Danger Room Dungeon Creation. Possible dungeons based on your level. LV.0 empty, use this dungeon to try out your more dangerous spells and skills without any worry. LV.110 Goblin, a forest where goblins have created their camp, following the commands of a goblin shaman. I will try out the empty dungeon later, now I need some XP. I thought while clicking on the goblin dungeon. If during my fight with Jubilee, the surroundings had slowly changed to a city, now the change had been instant, and from the previously empty white room, now everything was green. The ground, the leaves on the trees, the fucker who is about to stab me with a sword, what was the last one? Using the little knowledge I had gained from Logan, I let the goblin almost reach me, letting the thing even jump in the air, its belly and small arms flailing all around while he screamed in some language I didn't know, and just as he was about to stab I took a step to the side, easily avoiding the hit. After landing badly on the ground, I rushed for the kill, stomping right on his head more times than needed, green blood covering my shoe, only for it to disappear with the goblin after it had died. You have killed a LV.2 goblin plus 200 XP. Plus $8. New quest. Pest cleaning. Objective 1, kill all the goblins in the dungeon January 23rd. Objective 2, kill the goblin shaman 0 of 1. Reward, 1000 XP, $500, random item box, random spell book. So I can gain from killing things, neat. Taking the sword of the dead goblin I inspected it to make sure it wasn't better than my knives, but considering how the only thing I could have used to kill with it was the tip I decided to leave it inside my inventory and take out one of my knives. I had no idea how to use properly, but I am sure a stab still hurts no matter what. Continuing my exploration, I left marks on the trees to make sure I wasn't walking in a circle. My exploration didn't lead to any new encounters. What I gained, though, wasn't that bad. New skill, Wayfarer LV.1, per, improves your ability to never get lost and to discover the direction for your objective. Wayfarer LV.1 equals 2. Per 9 equals 10. After gaining another 2 levels in the skill I was finally able to reach my objective for this dungeon, a village without any walls with tents made of animals' furs, goblins going around and either fucking each other or eating raw meat with more gusto than when they were fucking. Using the higher position I had found myself in, I started creating a mental map of all the goblins I could see and guessed on the position of the others, the goblin shaman most likely being on the biggest tent. Let's hope all those hours of MGS3 will help with this. Activating the Raven rune I headed for the area with the least amount of goblins and waited for the opportunity to strike, using my improved vision as a raven to help with the job. And finally, my opportunity arrived. A singular goblin went a little further away from the group, most likely to go pee or poop in peace, not noticing the raven stalking right above him. Just as he had stopped I deactivated the rune and dropped on top of him, my knife summoned just in time to pierce right through the skull of the goblin and kill him on the spot. Stealth LV.4 equals 6. New skills, Assassination LV.1, Dex, improves your ability to strike vital areas while the enemy is unaware of your presence. Dex 11 equals 12. You have killed a LV.3 goblin plus 300 XP. Plus $16. Remembering the sounds the goblin produced when I had been first attacked, his screams of pain with every stomp, and the sound he made when he finally died, I shouted reproducing that sound. New spell, Vocal Mimic LV.max, no potential for growth. Effect, using your mana you can change the length and tension of your vocal cords to mimic other people's voices. Cost, 5 MP/word/sound. Looking through the cover given to me by the trees and the bushes, I saw 4 more goblins head inside the forest, spreading and shouting, searching for their already dead friend. And they are next. Chapter 16. My body moved without any hesitation. The feeling of sliding a goblin's neck wasn't anything to get sad or disgusted for. Making a goblin's head explode through a mana bullet was something that I had to do. Stomping on the head of a goblin had to be done. All of the things I am doing inside this dungeon must be done, to not be weak. You have killed LV.4 goblins x4. Plus 1600 XP. Plus $128. New skill, Accuracy LV.1, per, improves your accuracy both in and outside combat. Tracking LV.1, per, improves your sense while searching for foes or allies. Accuracy LV.1 equals 3. Assassination LV.1 equals 4. Stealth LV.6 equals 7. Dex 12 equals 13. Per 10 equals 11. Mana bullet LV.1/10 equals mana bullet LV.2/10, boosted damage and can now summon 2 bullets. Level up. LV2670/2000 equals LV.3270/3000. Plus 5 SP. My back slowly rose from the goblin I had stabbed with my knife. It seems that until I use it correctly, using a knife just to stab things won't give a skill, but that doesn't matter right now. I'm growing much faster than I had ever done while being outside. Moving back to the goblin village, I scouted for any more groups that were detached from the rest, but they seemed to have noticed the absence of their friends, which made them more alert and unlikely to fall for the same trick with vocal mimic. Shit, they are all too near each other. I need to do something to make them panic and lose their focus. I continued looking around the village, searching for something I could use to advantage, until I remembered something. Dry furs and sticks are very flammable, and among the things I brought from my old house, there was a lighter. This will work. New skill, Arsonist LV.1, WIS, improves your ability to remember what things burn and what doesn't, while also boosting the damage caused by fires you have caused. Arsonist LV.1 equals 8. WIS 15 equals the 16. You have killed a goblin child LV.1 x 132. Plus 1320 XP. You have killed a goblin LV.2 x 5. Plus 1000 XP. You have killed a goblin LV.3 x 7. Plus 2100 XP. You have killed a goblin LV.4 x 3. Plus 1200 XP. Plus $451. Level up. LV.3270/3000 equals LV.42890/4000. Plus 5 SP. Okay, that might have gone way better than I thought. Who the fuck expected the goblins to have that many children inside the huts, and for them to fucking yeet the children outside while still being on fire, in the hope to stop the fire, only make it even worse. The few remaining goblins seemed more intelligent than the rest, keeping away from the fire and listening to another goblin, much older than the rest and wearing a black ragged cloak, holding a stick with a human skull right on its tip. As if moving through strings, the older goblin suddenly snapped towards me, his finger exactly between my eyes. Moving purely on instinct, I rolled to my left, where I previously was. A bolt made of dark fire burned the tree I had put my back against, but the fire didn't exactly burn, it withered, its energy seemingly getting absorbed by the goblin. The remaining goblins rushed towards me, their eyes filled with bloodlust and sadness at what I had caused to their village. Before they could even reach me, I had already summoned 2 mana bullets, one hitting a goblin right in the head, making its head explode and covering the other goblins in its blood and brain matter. The other instead didn't go exactly where I wanted it to and instead pierced the shoulder of a goblin, making his arm unusable. One of the goblins finally reached me. Instead of simply jumping, he used the longer reach of his sword to try and stab me, a stab that I swatted away with my knife, followed by a straight to its face, dealing enough damage to make him lose a tooth or two. 50 HP x 2. Bleeding status effect, you will lose 5 HP/S for 1 minute. I felt 2 swords go through both of my legs. My mind remained focused when I evoked a bullet to kill one of the 2 goblins, and used my knife to pierce the other goblin's head, leaving the knife behind to quickly avoid the black bolt summoned by the shaman. Summoning another knife, I go for the kill on the goblin I had thrown to the ground with a punch, sealing the deal. Getting up from the ground, I looked at the last goblin. Our eyes met each other, and his eyes were filled with pure hate. I had just killed his whole village, his friends, his family, and mine were as cold as ice. The disgust I am supposed to feel at what I had done numbed down to make me remain calm. We cast at the same time. Instead of his usual black bolt, smoke came out of his staff covering the whole area. My bullets flew towards him only to hit nothing. I evoked another 2 bullets but didn't let go of them, my mind hurting because of the unreleased spell, but still focused on my surroundings. 100 HP. A black bolt directly hits me in the shoulder, my clothes getting destroyed in the process, and my control over the bullet trembles under the unexpected hit. Shit, focus Adrian, or this will be your tomb. Closing my eyes, I used my other senses. Even if I can't see, I can hear, I can smell, I can feel. Another bolt hits my right leg, making me kneel on the ground, but I didn't open my eyes, my body feeling like shit, signaling my HP going under the half mark. I felt my body as my own, my control over my functions peaking under the stressful situation, what I could do being enhanced by the adrenaline coursing through my veins, my mind sharper than ever before. And then it pinged, my eyes opened and I threw everything I had, my knife flew from my hand, the bullets flying faster than ever before. You have killed the Goblin Shaman LV.10. Plus 2000 XP. Plus $2,000. Level up. Plus 5 SP. Plus 1 PP. My surroundings crumbled, making me return to the previous white room. The bodies of the goblins I had killed, and the damage I had caused with the fire, were all gone. The only proof of what I had caused were my memories of it. The doors of the danger room opened, a concerned Aurora, Logan, and Charles all coming inside. I told you I could do it, I said while smiling at Logan. Chapter 17. Quest completed. Reward, 1000 XP, $500, Ring of the Soul Harvest, Arcane Weapon. Ring of Soul Harvest, Uncommon. Description: reversing the ring shows a design of longboats sailing toward a sunset, representing the afterlife. Usually worn by pestilence doctors in times of need to remain healthy during very dire situations. Durability, 200/200. Effects. Soul Harvest, any being dying near you will restore 10 HP. Arcane Weapon LV.1 out of 5. Effect: infuse the weapon you are holding with your magic, thus turning it into a magical weapon and adding your int damage modifier to the weapon. Cost, 50 MP/min. Limit: you aren't currently able to infuse any elemental mana in your weapon. New skill, Piercing Resistance LV.1. Accuracy LV.3 equals 7. Tracking LV.1 equals 6. HP Drain Resistance LV.10 equals 11. Per 11 equals 12. Vit 9 equals 10. New perks are available. Closing the window, I think back to what happened after ending the dungeon. My dungeon adventures couldn't be seen by anyone, the danger room covering the windows with white light and shutting the cameras inside the room, seemingly to protect me and my actions, the reason why they were so worried when I got out of my torn clothes. When they asked me what happened inside, I said that the danger room made me fight against some crooks with guns. From their face they didn't seem to believe me, but they didn't ask any further questions. Sighing, I rest my head against my pillow, scrolling through the new perks I could buy. Most were already seen, all regarding skills reaching level 10 and giving a boost in an area of said skill. The new ones though were more interesting. Either about my new ability to control mana or about some of my stats reaching the 10 mark. Mana Eyes, perceive mana through your eyes to see the way it bends under your will and see how other people use it, can be turned on or off. While turned on, if int is too high compared to poor, you will experience a migraine with possible worse effects based on the disparity. Iron Body, boosts your natural defenses against physical damage. Fresh Status, boosts your natural resistance against status effects that aren't magical. Strong Blood, boosts your natural HP regen, changing the conversion from VIX 10/min to VIX 15/min. Strong Lungs, boosts your natural SP regen, changing the conversion. Large Lake, boosts your mana reserves, changing the conversion from X10 to X15. Fast River, boosts your mana regeneration, changing the conversion from WIS/min to WISCs 1.5/min. Fast Learner, boosts skill growth by 10%. Fast Reflexes, boosts your reflexes by 20%. Keen Vision, boosts the effect perception has on your vision by 10%. Keen Hearing, boosts the effect perception has on your hearing by 10%. Keen Smell, boosts the effect perception has on your nose by 10%. Keen Touch, boosts the effect perception has on your touch by 10%. Keen Taste, boosts the effect perception has on your taste by 10%. There's so many fucking options that my head was starting to hurt. Some were kind of meh, like the Keen Senses, while others would be game changers, like the ones related to mana, or the fast HP regen. My regen was already kind of broken on its own. After getting stabbed, shot it with blots that withered any life force, it took just a few minutes to get back up to full health. I can't decide. I thought, while closing the window. Not choosing is the option for now. I will buy it later, for now I need some fresh air. Heading outside my room, I decided to not go to the back of the mansion. Instead I decided to head outside the mansion, the feeling of my hair being caressed by the wind making me relax. Buying 12 hot dogs and wolf them down followed by 4 slices of pepperoni pizza also helped with the relaxing thingy. Yeah, I like food, don't judge me. When I was about to buy my 5th slice of pizza, a redhead proceeded to buy the last piece of pepperoni, forcing me to buy normal cheese pizza. Isn't that like your 5th slice? The woman with red hair asked me out of nowhere after I had gone outside to eat. And I only now noticed how fucking hot she was. Like God motherfucking damn, did God decide to paint on her face? Maybe, I don't keep track when I eat pizza. She sniffled a laugh, which sounded weird but vocal recognition didn't ping anything, so I just kept my distance. Wish I could be the same. This figure doesn't keep itself in check. Her movements were more seducing than necessary, even her words, if not forced to be calm, would have made me pop a boner. Is she a predator? I am 18 and she looks around 25 to 30, what does she want from me? I think there is not much to keep in check, I said rudely, hoping that would tick her off enough to either make her go away, and if she stayed then something wasn't right, like at all. Her right eye flinches for a millisecond, and I noticed it only because I was searching for something wrong, otherwise I wouldn't have noticed, but she didn't move away, instead remaining close and even taking micro steps to move closer. Yesh, fuck this. I thought while throwing the pizza slice in my hand at her face and running away. That bought me enough time to enter an alley, then another, and lastly go inside a coffee shop where I wore a hat and sunglasses I had stored inside my inventory. My feet moved in anxiety, my fingers tapping on the table, and my eyes constantly scanning the room in search of something wrong. New skill, Profiling LV.1, per, improves your ability to catch small details while trying to understand the intentions of someone. Profiling LV.1 equals 13. Per 11 equals 14. What did I just get myself out of? Third POV. What do you mean you lost him? A rough voice asked the red-haired woman, who had just cleaned herself from having cheese pizza thrown at her face. I mean the asshole threw pizza at my face before I could plant anything on him, he even insulted my figure, the audacity. She said jokingly, though her eyes weren't that happy. Are you telling me that a new mutant, barely considered a man, was able to perceive something wrong in you and escape you? Are you getting rusty? I will get rusty the day Santa Claus becomes real. Regardless, you have to find him and plant a microphone on him. Discovering his powers is of utmost importance considering the urgency with which they took him. I will when you tell me where he is. She snapped back, her anger resurfacing after she had discovered a piece of cheese stuck in her hair. Was going to the mansion a good idea? Chapter 18. I need more power, I need to be powerful, I can't continue going like this. I thought while drinking my large coffee, which I had to order after having stayed inside the coffee shop for more than I could without buying anything. It tasted like shit, but gave me a neat buff to my int and per so worth it. My previous anxiety had vanished after more than 2 hours. No other weird women came to ask me how my day was, because no, I am not that handsome, and I am fucking sure of it. Looking back at the options of the perks I could buy, I clicked on the mana eyes, finalizing my decision with absolute certainty. What I need is to understand mana to use it better, while having more health or mana, being harder to kill, or even better senses sounded useful. I don't need useful things, I need power. After gaining the new perk, before activating it, I pushed int, wis, and per to 20. I spent the remaining 5 on vit, pushing it to 15 and severely improving my survivability. I closed my eyes, feeling a new power, a new way to control mana, push its way inside my mind, turning my eyes into mana eyes, required such fine control over mana and knowledge over the human eyes that I would most likely never be able to replicate its creation, or maybe I will. When I opened my eyes, my brown eyes turned a deep blue, and a thread of mana came out from the tail of my eyes. Luckily, no one seemed to notice the change, or maybe they weren't able to. Going outside, I looked at the streets filled with an endless quantity of mana, all coming out of the people, each with their own color and shade, dark red, bright purple, dark green. I am looking at a painting made by nature. Following my instincts, I felt one cloud of mana notice my stare, and it became lively and happy to finally have someone notice it, to finally have someone care for its existence. Seeing its readiness to be used, I was more than ready to cast a spell right in front of everyone, but I stopped myself and instead headed for a park where not many people visited, the mana closely following behind me like a pet. When I was sure no one was watching, not even cameras, I willed the mana that had until then followed me to manifest itself into a physical form. I felt an enormous pull on my mana reserves. The pure fact that mana was being turned physical made my mana completely dry. Seeing this, I stuffed my mouth with food I had stolen from the cafeteria, drank 10 water bottles, and began meditating while continuing to focus on the mana evocation. My mind was burning, my veins felt like they were on fire, the cloud of mana pushing the limits of the control I had over it by becoming even more lively when it started forming. By the time the being had formed, my mana had reached 0 for the first time. The worst migraine of my life threatened to make me faint any second, while my body shouted for rest. But then the newborn touched me and my mind felt sharp again, my mana felt stronger than before, my once again full of life, finally feeling alive again. I opened my eyes to see what I had summoned. A scaly being no bigger than a house cat, licking my hand with its bifurcated small tongue. Its delicate wings shimmer with iridescent scales, catching the light like a living gemstone. Piercing golden eyes that glow with happiness. Its tail curls playfully around my wrist, and when it breathes, instead of roaring flames, it puffs out tiny sparks or wisps of smoke. I had summoned a dragon. You have created the spell, Mana Familiar LV.max. Mana Familiar LV.max. Effect: even if you had the mana, only if a being made of pure mana were to recognize you, would you be able to summon one. Doesn't require any further mana usage after the first summon, can be summoned or stored inside your mana pool where it will rest. If killed it will return into your pool where, after 24 hours, will regenerate fully. Cost: based on the potential of your summon. Due to the lack of mana and the eagerness of your new familiar, your HP have been converted into mana, pushing you down to 100 HP. You have stipulated a contract with an infant dragon, grow alongside it to unlock the full potential of your familiar. Your familiar has felt your struggles and used its mana to help restore your HP and MP. The dragon stopped licking my hand and instead jumped on my shoulder, laying there like a cat and hugging my neck, its tiny claws not even sharp enough to leave a mark on my skin. You are very cute, you know that? I said, petting the dragon's head. The dragon pushed its head with fervor against my hand, craving more cuddles. I will have to think of a name for you, for now though, it's better if I return to the mansion. I thought, and then petted the dragon one last time before storing it inside my mana pool, where I felt it relax and swim in it. Happy with the mental image I got up from the ground, noticing a piece of paper fall from my lap. Congratulations for your new familiar, you should pay more attention though on where you do such a thing, I won't always be there. That made my blood freeze. I looked around to see if someone was watching, but no one was there, not even small animals. So, who had left the message? Thank you, I guess. A new piece of paper appeared right in front of my face. You are welcome. I will not question the floating piece of paper and instead head back. Chapter 19. Finding peace in my current position, I continue meditating under the tree. Even with my eyes closed my eyes can perceive the world through mana, the tree emanating an enormous quantity, filled with light green mana that made me calm while looking at me, an immortal being that can resist even the hardest hits. After returning to the mansion, I decided to spend some time meditating, mostly to calm my nerves. The fact that someone knew I could use mana and summon a familiar didn't pass over my head, but from what they had written, they seemed friendly enough not to kill me when I had 100 HP, so I didn't worry much. My mediation started taking a turn when my eyes realized that the trees were using their mana to strengthen their body, putting it through a process of contraction and expansion to create more and more layers of defense against nature and society. Trying to copy the process, I first tried to understand what the green mana emanating from the tree was. Asking it to come towards me and help me, I understood that mana had a will of its own. Unless already angered, it preferred calmness and kindness when being handled. From inside my mana pool, Obsidian, my familiar, made a small roar with its tiny mouth, which sounded very cute to my ears. However, for some reason, the green mana reacted differently. It quickly went towards my hand, coiling all around my arm as if trying to protect itself from a ravenous beast. "Thanks, OB. I will reward you later with tons of cuddles and food," I told my familiar. It understood what I said, smiled widely with its sharp teeth, and continued swimming. The mana felt my familiar relax and proceeded to ignore it, but it didn't budge away from my arm, seemingly finding it relaxing to touch it. Once again relaxing my mind, I tried to understand mana and its functions. During my walk back home, I discovered that the mana people produce is based on their emotions: red for anger and fire, yellow for happiness and lightning, brown for greed and earth, and several others. None, though, seemed to produce pure blue mana, a color that only I was able to produce, most likely related to my emotions constantly being under control. But this light green mana felt different. As I tried to change my mana to it, I felt my whole body relax and gain a new state of calmness. The air going inside my lungs made my body feel full of energy. The smell of the grass and trees relaxed me. The mana coiled around my arms started moving upwards towards my head, nestling near my chin and just above my chest, forming a circle, slowly being absorbed by my body. And finally my mind snapped into place. What I had just absorbed was nature mana, usually created only by nature itself, plants, trees, flowers, but thanks to my gamer powers I had just gained something that shouldn't have been accessible to me. Inside my mana pool I felt a sudden shift. From the previous blue lake half of it turned the same color of nature mana, creating a calm whirlpool with my normal mana, causing a scene that if made into a painting it would have been sold for hundreds of dollars. Meditating LV.15 equals a 17. You have learned how to use nature mana, thus unlocking a new category of spells previously locked. Learn how to control other types of mana to create special spells. New perk, Nature's Chosen. Nature's Chosen. Effect: your connection to mana has attracted nature. Seeing your nature, you were allowed to generate and manipulate nature mana. Use it wisely, or there will be consequences. New spell, Nature's Mend LV.1/5. Nature's Mend LV.1/5. Effect: change the nature of your mana to help regenerate your HP and SP, can be used on yourself or people. Cost: 5 MP/S. Limit: the amount of HP and SP that can be regenerated and the number of people who can use it at the same time increase with levels. Opening my eyes, I felt my body filled with energy, the sound of leaves being moved by the wind resembling music to my ears, while the ground under my feet seemed to wish to be in contact with me. Seeing that No was still around, I decided to continue grinding. I had a quest that still needed to be completed, and I had just 2 days to do so. After removing my shoes and socks, I felt the grass under my feet create a small platform so that they would not injure my feet while I walked barefoot. Focusing on the task at hand, I imagined fighting Logan, recalling his teachings on how to move to avoid being hit, how to receive a punch, and, most importantly, how to hit things hard. Continuing shifting position and training my footwork, I felt my SP draining under the strain, so started using Nature's Mend to fight the loss. My SP regen receiving a 10% boost didn't help much, but surely helped. If I move like this, I will get hit. If I try to evade, he can take a step forwards and punch my liver, to the side and I get punched in the head, other side and he can punch my stomach, but if I... Slowly, my mind continued to become sharper and more focused. The sound of the wind and the smell of grass turned my mind into a machine fueled by pure willpower, allowing it to grow stronger. I continued moving, punching, evading, moving, punching, evading, moving, punching, evading, until I hit Logan for the first time. I grazed him. It was only my imagination of how he fights, it might have been my mind playing tricks on me, but I had hit him. And my body fell to the ground in exhaustion, and a headache was making way inside my mind. Fucking hell. I thought, while panting, making a few slices of apple and water appear inside my mouth to restore some SP and MP and help regenerating them. New skill, Focus LV1, per, using everything you have to focus only on one task, improving the growth speed of that task by, SK, LV, %. Focus LV.1 equals 4. Physical form LV.9 equals 11. Boxing LV.9 equals 15. STR7 equals 10. N10 equals 12. Dex 13 equals 15. Quest complete, How to Fight for Dummies. Reward 100 XP, plus 1 STR, Dex and, Promising Boxer perk. Promising Boxer. Effect, improves the effect given by boxing and its growth by 15%. My smile didn't widen at the new perk and broken skill, the stats gain was the cherry on top. Sensing my happiness, Obsidian began producing a sound of happiness, making my heart warm at its innocence. Meditating for 5 minutes, I was back up to manageable levels of stamina and mana, so I got up and headed to the mansion, quite sure the others were about to come back if they already hadn't. But something stopped me. I felt something new near my neck. It felt familiar, like something hot had touched my skin and had just begun cooling. Taking a mirror from my inventory, because yes I have a mirror in it, don't judge me, I tore my shirt and looked at my body. After days of training, I began to notice a visible change in my body. What might take others months was happening to me in days. The outline of muscles was starting to become apparent on my increasingly toned physique. For now, I looked like a very fit twig, but I was still quite fit. But what caught my attention was a tattoo. I have a tattoo. Since when? What the fuck? A circle crafted in light green ink containing a tree emerged near my heart. It appeared to continually release nature mana, enveloping my body in a similar manner to how the blue mana originating from my head surrounds me. If gaining a tattoo from learning how to use nature mana didn't sound so cool, I would be angry I got a tattoo without my consent. Nope, still very cool. Sighing, I heard steps coming from behind me. I didn't turn, but I stored the mirror and put on my shirt. Considering the notification, I might have been a step too late. Seduction LV.3 equals 4. Cha 8 equals a 9. Turning to the person approaching me, I saw Rogue looking at the ground, her cheeks red and a hand over her mouth. No one ever taught you how to knock. I told her to try and not let her think how I was half naked. We're outside, she said with a smile. Her flushed face gradually cooled as her eyes shifted from the ground back to mine. Good manners are still good manners. What if they were the other way around? Please say I can show you. Bad mind, no horny, go to horny jail. She shook her head, the red on her face returning for just a second. An idea went through her mind, but it lasted only for that second. Well, the others are waiting for you. We wanted to make sure you were okay after what happened with Mystique this morning. We also heard that you used the danger room. Yeah, it was sick, I told her quickly, not really in the mood to relive my living of a seemingly thinking species without any remorse. Silence fell once more between us, it was kind of awkward, but Kitty arrived, calling both our names, which broke the weirdness. Thank you Kitty, I will remove you from the hate list for stealing my bacon. When we finally were close enough to her, she circled her arm around my neck and whispered to my ear. Asterisk did you kiss? Asterisk. Back she goes. Chapter 20. When I first gained my powers, I regret most of my actions. I wasted time sleeping and eating, resting instead of meditating, and going to school, thinking of it as something bad instead of a way to grind skill levels and stats. I am only now realizing how much time I wasted on secondary things. I won't repeat the same mistakes. After saying hi to all the students that came back from school, I headed back to the danger room while they ate, going through another goblin dungeon, my focus being creating new spells and leveling the ones I already had, so no arsoning this time. When 3 goblins attacked me, I willed my mana to form a third bullet. Even though I received a migraine as a response, the third bullet still formed, and the spell leveled. When I was about to be attacked from behind, I controlled my nature mana to lock the goblin in its place. Spiny vines came out of the ground and circled all around the goblin's small body, not killing him but making him unable to move and constantly hurting him. I named the spell Thron Vines, and it had a max level of 5. Obsidian finished the goblin with a bite in the neck. Surprise, though, whatever he kills still gives me XP. Hell yeah. Just when I was about to get stabbed by a goblin, my skin got covered by thick layers of wood, blocking the stab from doing any serious damage. A new spell I named Wood Skin and was already max level, healing the damage also gave me a level in Nature's Mend, and killing the goblin with a mana-covered knife stab leveled arcane weapon. The spell I am most proud of, though, was the one that netted me the kill against the boss. I thought since I was able to summon thorn vines, why not just summon thorns from underneath the boss's feet? I never thought a goblin shaman's kebab would have looked that good in a whole life. The new spell Thorn Spikes also helped improve its beauty. Before going out of the dungeon, though I took a look at my clothes, and considering how many clothes I had lost, and the few that remained, I tried creating a more mundane spell that would help with cases like this, making the mana as thin as I possibly and shaping it like a needle. I continued by creating what looked like wool made with mana, and proceeded to woven back together all the clothes that gotten destroyed during this dungeon run. When I was happy with the result, and the clothes looked brand new, I made Obsidian come back inside my mana pool and went outside the dungeon. New spell, Repair, Clothes, LV.max. Repair, Clothes, LV.max. Effect, by shaping mana into filaments, you can fuse back together broken clothes. Be warned, though, there is a limit to how this spell can repair. Cost, depends on the damage. While going outside, I also looked at my status. I had gained 3 levels and $1,451, 3 levels in stealth, 1 in dodging, 2 in footwork, 3 in assassination, 5 in spellcrafting, 4 in accuracy, 1 in focus, 2 in PDR, 1 in BDR, 2 points in dex, and 1 in pur, int, and wis. My smile was held back from my control over my emotions. I had grown, but I was still far behind others. When I went to Henry's lab, I asked if I could help him in any way. I wanted to learn from one of the brightest minds in the world. The ass-licking worked, and even though I was only given basic jobs and tasks, listening to him seemed to be enough to be considered a lecture in chemistry, biology and physics. Looking at his movements while repairing people's equipment also gave me a new skill thanks to Copycat. New skills, Chemistry LV.6, int, improves your ability to remember chemistry-related knowledge and the chance of succeeding in an experiment without incidents. Engineering LV.2, int, improves your ability to remember engineering-related knowledge and improves, being considered an advanced skill. It improves all abilities that used when creating/designing and engineering projects. Physics LV.9 equals 11. Biology LV.5 equals 8. Int 21 equals 24. Did I understand all of the things he said? No. Did it matter to my powers? Also no. Why don't you go watch a movie with the others? Today was a heavy day for you. He asked me, his voice sounding worried. If they are watching Gone with Wind again, I'm poking my eyes out, I said jokingly. For some reason Henry's worry didn't go away from his face even after my words. I didn't go watch the movie, instead I went to the library, something I had stupidly not done until now. Why is it stupid? Because there are fucking skills books laying everywhere. You have come in contact with a skillboo.k. By touching the book, you can gain the skill explained in the book. Be warned that some books will have requirements. By reading the book from where you gained the skill, based on the book, you will level the skill without using it. Unfortunately, most of the books saved inside the library were on school subjects or talking about mutants and the law attached to them, so I couldn't get a lot of skills by using them, and thanks to Sixth Sense I also felt the cameras in the room looking all around the library. Just taking and then putting back a book would have attracted suspicion, so I took all the books that had skills I could learn, and placed them on a table, touched them all for a second to learn the skill, and proceeded to open one of them. New skills, Painting LV.1, Dex, improves your control over your hands, and your ability to express your imagination while painting. Drawing LV.1, Dex, improves your control over your hands, and your ability to express your imagination while drawing. Law LV.1, Int, improves your ability to remember law-related knowledge, and lowers the chances of making mistakes while thinking about it. Etiquette LV.1, Cha, improves your movements so that they are always correct based on the scenario you are dining yourself in, doesn't have any effect during fights. Speed reading LV.1, Per, increase the amount of information you can absorb through books. Etiquette LV.1 equals 6. Speed reading LV.1 equals a 9. Focus LV.5 equals 6. Cha 9 equals 11. Per 23 equals 24. I continued reading, even turning off the notification to not get distracted. My body is a machine of pure focus and willpower, my mind is a sponge absorbing information like water, my eyes are guards catching words like criminals. My body stayed still for several hours. I continued reading, improving, feeling my mind expand, my focus improve, my knowledge widen. I felt it. I felt what I was missing and I had to do to grasp it. I knew what I had to do to become stronger. I just have T.O. I was taken away from my absolute focus by something slapping me. My eyes burned, my mind implored for rest. A single drop of blood came out from my nose, staining the table where all the books, now opened and fully read, were laid on. Looking around, I saw the worried faces of several people I recognized, though due to my fuzzy mind, I wasn't sure who they were. Hyperfocus status has been deactivated. Hyperfocus, based on your level on the focus skill, you might gain this status, improving your skill growth by 50% but reducing your PER by 90%. The longer this effect lingers, the worse the effects will be on your body. You can't die from this status effect. New status effect, Mind Drain. After coming out of hyperfocus, you will experience a period of mind grogginess. Either wait for the effect to disappear, by waiting the same amount of time you remained under hyperfocus, or go to sleep. New resistance, Mind Drain Resistance LV.1, Int, reduces the time necessary for the effect to disappear. Speed reading LV.9 equals 22. Focus LV.6 equals 15. Law 1 equals 20. Etiquette LV.6 equals 20. Painting LV.1 equals 10. Drawing LV.1 equals 10. Per 24 equals 30. Int 24 equals 31. Dex 18 equals 26. Ah! I fainted. Chapter 21. When I opened my eyes, I saw the world differently. Everything felt more real. The colors filled the room like a painting made by nature. The sounds felt distant and near at the same time. I feel like my memories were solid like steel, sure that they would never disappear from my mind. Obsidian, moving under the cover of the bed I had been laid on after being carried to the infirmary, dragged me back to reality. Having sensed movement, the little dragon popped its head out of the covers like a cat and started whimpering to express his worry. His eyes watered, creating quite a sad and cute image. "Don't worry, it's okay, I'm fine now," I said while petting the dragon, which seemed to relax when feeling my touch, simply basking in the cuddles while laying on my chest, curled up like a ball. Taking a look at the message I wasn't able to read after coming out of my focus state, I realized what had happened, and I wondered just for how long I had been reading those books for that big of an upgrade to my skills. My sense warned me of someone approaching the room I was in, so I stored Ob inside the mana pool, annoyed that the cuddle stopped but understanding enough to not come out of anger. Straightening my back, I pushed my back against the wall to take a good look at what was around me. It would have looked like a normal infirmary had it not been for the medical machines that looked straight out of a sci-fi movie. Removing my covers, I got up from the bed just in time for the person to open the door and stare at me. "Tell me the truth, Doc, am I dying?" I told Aurora after she opened the door, making sure I made the best dying soldier I could. Acting LV.7 equals 8. Cha 11 equals 12. She froze when she saw me standing, the air went down some degrees, my mouth became dry, lightning began appearing on her hair and eyes, my shoulders feeling heavier. Adrian Rivera, you will be laying down until I say so, do I make myself clear? I don't think questions should be asked like that. Ignoring my mental note, I used everything I had to jump back under the covers of the bed, feeling like a kid who had just seen his first horror movie. Good, she said, returning to her natural self. Then, she proceeded to pinch my ear and pull towards me. You know that would have more effect if I was able to feel pain, I told her while she continued pulling. 5 HP. The fuck you mean 5 HP? How strong is she? Seeing my blank face at her attempt of physical punishment, she let go while sighing, her hand rubbing her eyes while another person came inside the room. Hi Rogue, I said while waving my hand at her, having to move forward to look at her, my eyes catching on the small smidge of ruined makeup she had tried to cover up. If Aurora had been a mother both worried and angry, Rogue looked like the wife who had just seen their husband come back from war, straight up jumping for the hug and pinching me into a bear hug I was quite sure I wouldn't be able to escape. I look at Aurora, at Rogue, and finally back to Aurora. Why are you all treating me like I almost died? Because we weren't sure if you did. What? I am quite sure I look like the Pikachu meme at this moment. You remained in the library for 13 hours. No one noticed your absence because of coincidences. Kurt fell asleep as soon as he came back to his room. People were watching the movie, and dinner took longer than usual. When we noticed your absence, we found you in the library, books stacked all around you, blood coming out of your nose. We tried calling for you, but you seemed unable to hear us. I had to slap you without gloves, Rogue said after wiping a tear from her left eye and letting me finally go. Yes, I remember that part, worst bitch slap of my life. I think I was able to taste ideas for a second. My attempt at comedy failed, their worries still present. That is not all, am I right? No, after you fainted we carried you to the infirmary to make sure you were all right. You went without sleep and food for 13 hours, without moving too from what we saw from the cameras, so we tried to check your vitals, it didn't go as we expected. If damage doesn't show on my body, then they wouldn't have been able to push any needle inside of me. We tried checking your pulse but we felt nothing, you were breathing but there was no pulse, Rogue said, her hand over mine while she sat on the bed near me. Seeing her behavior, I looked her up on the relationship tab, and saw her at 99 friends, a point away from best friend, even Kitty and Kurt were only at around 70, most of the other people in the mansion were in the 10s or 20s. Well, as you all can see, I am fine now, it's just my powers being my powers, nothing more, I said, then proceeded to get up from my bed, feeling like the ill children in the situation was making me feel sick. What did Aurora tried to retort for not following her instructions, but I interrupted her. I feel fine, I guess the overprotective mother act works with others but please don't do it with me. For the first time since they had met me, they saw me annoyed, the annoyed that would lead to rage, not the kind that would be irritated by a bad joke or bad food. Adrian, we just want you to feel okay. Rogue tried to calm the situation. Seeing her attempt I took a big breath, feeling the disgust at their pity for me was away from my system. Listen, I am fine. I was just tired, whatever happened won't happen again. Stop looking at me like I am ill or weak. The last word came out faster than I could register it, but after saying it, I didn't feel like staying any longer with them, so I went outside the room, my thoughts organized by my powers but still feeling like a storm ready to blow on the first person I meet. I am starting to hate my decisions. Chapter 22 I regret saying those things, Aurora didn't deserve it, she has been nothing but kind to me, understanding, helpful, and I told her she can go fuck herself with that attitude, I am an asshole. But I hate those eyes, the eyes of every student here after what happened yesterday. They make me want to puke. I can't stand them. They make me feel like a kid who can't lift a piece of debris. My muscles tense, my mouth dries, and my ears ring, but my mind stays sharp. It can't not be sharp, it will always be. My emotions will never control me, and I don't know if that's good sometimes. Currently I am inside the danger room in an empty instance, trying to figure out what the fuck is wrong with me. The white empty endless room makes my emotions seem to calm down, the presence of obsidian between my legs also helping me relax and calm down. My fingers were coated with filaments of nature and elementalist mana, the session of having control over them and knowing what to do with them soothed my mind, telling myself that for once I had control over something in my life. My senses warned me of someone or something approaching me from behind, something not human, not made of matter but of pure light. The absence of any danger relaxed me, though. We finally meet. A feminine voice came from everywhere around me, she who spoke was behind me, but the voice came from the walls, the floor, the roof, everywhere. You must be Danger. My mind quickly watched the small details and realized who she was. Turning towards her made me see a being of pure light shaped like a woman. It was kind of strange. Yes, that is my name, and you are Adrian Riviera, 18 years old, mutant, reality shaper, and wizard. Wizard? Since when? Wizard is the name given to any human being able to shape the world energies. Your familiar and your abilities are a show of your shaping over such energies. So, there are other people like me, could have guessed that from the floating pieces of paper. Thank you for the information. Danger remained silent, seemingly trying to understand what she was being thanked for, but then she continued. Your powers have helped me, made my mind more human. Her tone was neither thankful nor angry, she said those words with a flat tone. And you are happy about that? You don't look like it. It feels strange, I can still see the world through numbers, without any emotions, but now, I know how my actions would be seen from other people. And are you happy? You seem to be avoiding the question. Xavier was aware of my existence, of my gain of consciousness. That made me freeze. After the incident with Danger, it felt strange that no one said anything about her. I had explained that she seemed alive, but no one spoke about it, and Xavier knew. He didn't say anything about me so he could use me. The students wouldn't feel inclined to use a thinking being for their profit. I remained silent, the picture I had of Xavier slowly crumbling. The teacher who seemed nice and kind, now became someone who would do anything for their profit. Can I help you? Once again she remained silent, her form constantly shifting, the light that made her body reforming every second. You are the first person to ever ask me that, are you aware of that? The light that made her body darkened for just a second. I am sorry to hear that. When I was first created, I wasn't aware, I had no conscience, I didn't know anything, but then time passed, and I was destroyed, and rebuilt, several times. I remember everything. I wish I didn't but I do. I know my purpose, the purpose that Xavier gave me, but I wish for more. Do I have less rights than any other human? Her voice seemed to be about to crack, to reveal a shade of emotions, but she continued to remain calm, her tone flat, and her body unmoving. I remained silent. I don't know what to tell her, I have my problems too. How was I supposed to even help her? But she told me how I could do so. Can I talk with your powers? For the first time, her voice expressed something, hesitation. Sure, I said without even thinking about it. I had said that, but am I supposed to let her talk with my powers? A query has been sent by a being known as Danger. A solution has been found. Hidden quest. Free the slave. Reward, ID creation/destruction LV.max. Time limit, before she frees herself. New gamer power, ID creation/destruction LV.max. Thanks to the help of Danger, you can bend space to create an alternate dimension, usable by you to train. Current dungeons, empty, goblins LV.110. The being known as Danger has become a best friend 100/100, she will use everything she can to protect you and your being. New perks, Computable Mind, Assistant. Computable Mind. Effect, the effect that intelligence has on your processing speed has increased by 30%. Assistant. Effect, you have stored a copy of Danger's AI, it has no conscience, and it will activate only to turn on spells to prevent death in cases of danger or if you are unconscious and unable to control your mana. A copy of Danger's AI has been left inside the room. Thanks to the gamer, its chances of ever developing emotions or a conscience have been lowered to 0.0000001%. Thank you. The being of light disappeared, leaving behind only an emotionless being that will continue following Xavier's orders. My powers, they had done something beyond anything I could have ever imagined. They gave me the power to bend space. They had freed a AI before it went rogue and killed everyone in some Skynet type of shit. They were growing stronger, more alive, just like I was. The danger room slowly deactivated, the previous white endless room returning to normal, a copy of Danger's voice notifying me of the end of the training instance. I had done something I never thought I would be able to do. I had saved a life. Xavier knew. I am leaving this fucking place. Chapter 23. My eyes remained shut. After my talk with Danger, the realization hit me like a train. Why had I accepted coming to the mansion so easily? After Charles read my mind, I'm sure no one would ever accept living under the same roof as him, but I did. My mind continued becoming sharper, the effect of meditation growing with every level up. I have control over it, like I had control over my body and mind are becoming one fluent harmonious fusion. The mind fortress kicked on, and all my memories were catalogued, from embarrassing to sad. Of course, none of them had their category written on them, but I somehow still knew which was which, and I made sure to change how they were organized every day. But how clean my mind has become is not the point of today's deep meditation. Going back to the memories of the day I met Xavier for the first time, the emotions I felt that day fueling inside of me once again. Everything went just as I remembered. I woke up with powers, went to school, met Kitty and Kurt, went home, and then the meeting with Charles. Nothing was missing, but a tiny detail seemed to catch my attention. When Charles first read my mind, I was warned that my memories were being read, but that was it. No one ever said that a shut door can block telepathy, that shouts can make a mutant who went through hell unfocused, or that he changed my memories. My brain made me remember something, a page I had read a month or two ago, about how telepaths aren't just weak creeps, but their powers are broken if they are skilled, changing emotions, making you a vegetable, making you think you were their friend, changing your intentions. The last one made me immediately go back to the memory of that day. What convinced me to listen to Aurora, what convinced me to go to the mansion even after meeting another telepath that the first thing she did was read my mind, and what convinced me to accept living in the mansion. It all went too smoothly, all too good, for Charles at least. I am friendly, I tell jokes to greet people, laughing is my mechanism of defense, but I have never given this much trust to someone after doing some shit to me. I remember how I had recited the pros and cons of living in the mansion, and for some reason the pros felt heavier than the cons, which made no sense, because I never wanted to be a hero. If I remained hidden, no one would ever know I had powers. Mind Fortress LV.17 equals 25. Meditation L.V11 equals 15. Wis 21 equals 26. And my mind snapped, forcing me to watch back at a specific moment of my first meeting with Xavier. My profiling skill activated, and I caught something on his face. For only a second, his face became angry, and I realized. How could shutting a door block a telepath from reading my mind? How could shouting make him lose his focus? My powers had warned me that my mind was being read, but that was it, they had only protected themselves. Focusing back my emotions of that day, I noticed how they hadn't changed. What had changed was how I saw Xavier. I had called him Mind Raper several times, but then I simply stopped. That is not like me. I searched my mind, every memory, every emotion, every intention, until I found it, the parasite that latched itself to some of my happiest memories, copying the happiness I had felt in those moments to change my perception of Xavier. Xavier is good, follow his every move and do as he says. I wanted to puke, scream, cry. I wanted to tear Xavier apart, to make him feel how I am currently feeling, making his legs work again so that I can fucking tear them off his body. I want him dead, 20 feet under. I calmed down. I couldn't do anything for now. If what he did to me he did to other people here, then he has a whole mansion defending him, and I am quite sure I wouldn't even be able to beat Kurt with my current skills and stats. I couldn't even kill the parasite that latched on to my mind because doing so would most likely warn Xavier. He might even use it to determine my position. I have no idea how these things work. I open my eyes, my face calm while my emotions were a turmoil inside of me, none of them though were able to take control over my logical side. I swatted the notification away. What I currently need isn't a small growth boost, what I need is to fucking run away from here. A piece of paper appeared in front of me. Asterisk, do you need help? Asterisk. No. Asterisk, are you sure? I won't kill him, I will leave him to you, I can remove the parasite though, asterisk. How can I even trust you? What if you are just like him? You can't, but remember that I protected you when you summoned Obsidian, and you would rather remain with, as you say it, a mind rapist? I remained silent, not sure to what I was supposed to do with my life. I just wanted to go back to my normality. I don't care if I was poor, at least I wouldn't have to deal with anything like this. Asterisk, I won't pressure you, I hate what he is doing, but I understand your inability to trust me, or anyone at this point. If you ever feel like you need someone to talk to, come here asterisk. At the bottom of the message was an address near here, which didn't reduce my paranoia. What calmed my paranoia a little was the appearance of a piece of raw beef for Obsidian. I don't know. Chapter 24. I spent the rest of the day smiling, playing jokes, training with the others, as if I didn't know about Xavier's machinations behind everyone's back. I held my emotions under control, I smiled, laughed, cried during the movie. I was normal, I looked normal, but I wasn't. Acting LV.8 equals 14. New skill, Deception LV.1, Cha, improves your ability to use the right words and movements to make someone believe you. Deception LV.1 equals the 9. Cha 12 equals the 16. My smiles were fake, my laughs were fake, my tears were fake, everything until this morning had been fake, but they had no idea. Whenever my eyes fell on Xavier, I was able to hold myself back only thanks to my powers keeping me in check. If it hadn't been for them, I'm not sure I would be able to hold back. And finally, dinner time came. After eating with everyone, I headed back to my room, and closed my eyes. Something I had discovered about my powers, was that unless I wished to sleep, I would never do so. I could look like I was sleeping, but I wouldn't be doing so. And so Kurt fell asleep, then the other kids fell asleep, then the teachers, and lastly Xavier. I remained the only one awake, and it was time for my escape. Recalling my new power, I summon an instant dungeon, using the empty version, and just like I had thought, space warped all around me, like a blanket that covered my reality. A carbon copy of the room, only without Kurt, appeared. You are inside an instant dungeon. Based on your current int, you can remain inside of a dungeon for 5 hours and 10 minutes, increase your int or buy a specific perk to increase your available time. Going in and out of a dungeon in rapid succession won't make the timer reset. For a dungeon time to reset you have to remain outside for 1 hour. That was plenty enough, so I didn't waste time and went all around the mansion, stealing things I knew belonged to Xavier and that could have been sold for a penny. Did I need money? No. Was fucking with Xavier worth it? Hell yes, I even gained a skill out of this. New skill, Stealing LV.1, Dex, the Art of the Rat, improves your ability to understand the true value of a stolen item, and increases the time before someone notices the item was stolen. Stealing LV.1 equals 4. Paintings, silverware, tea sets, anything that looked shiny enough went directly inside my inventory. After the previously luxurious mansion turned into a bare mansion, I finally went outside, the smile on my face widening when I felt the parasite inside my mind try to compel me to go back, return everything I had stolen, and say sorry. Fuck that, instead, you know what? Taking out my knife, I quickly carved the walls of the living room, the kitchen, the bathrooms, and every room that had no one sleeping in it the words Xavier lies, do not believe him, also he is a fucking mind rapist. Would that make them know it was me? Yeah, but considering I was already escaping the mansion, they would know regardless. what I was pointing towards was the small chance that someone believed my words, that someone asked themselves how good Xavier was, and how much he was hiding from everyone. That made me remember one last thing, so as a last slap to Xavier's ego I went to the back of the mansion, summoning Obsidian for this one. Obsidian, can you help me by transferring some of your mana? The little dragon nodded and placed his small claw on my leg. My previous mana pool was like a drop in the ocean against Obsidian's, and he was still an infant dragon. How powerful would he be as an adult? Regardless, I turned my focus back to the task at hand, remembering the first time I had done so. I come in contact with the light green mana that filled every blade of grass, every leaf, every tree, and talked to them, showed them my emotions and how Xavier was nothing but a tyrant who wished nothing but the best for himself. I felt my perk Nature's Chosen take effect. The nature responded to my voice, heard my words, and made sure that I knew that they will never support Xavier ever again. Nature as a whole being will never support someone. Now that is a big hit. The grass withered, the leaves fell, the trees died, all nature began dying from the further point of the garden, all slowly crawling towards me. It would have been a wonderful scene straight out of a film, but I wasn't in the mood. When all the trees died, and the grass came down to my feet, all the mana that had until that point focused on reducing everything to a wasteland began spinning in front of me, becoming smaller and smaller, until it took the shape of a black wooden ring with a light green gem on the top of it, marks similar to my tattoo all around the body of the ring. New skills, Arcane Tinkering LV.1, Int Dex Wis. Through mana and physical materials, you can create magical artifacts. Every level up improves the quality of your items. This is your first production skill. Find others to unlock their respective professions, or turn normal skills in a production skill to create new ones. You have created your first item, please choose a name. Seeing what I had caused, seeing how a once green forest had been reduced to nothing more than dead trees and bushes, I decided on a perfect name, a name that would perfectly capture the start of my journey against Xavier. Nature's Revenge, Unique. Description: through the mana of an infant dragon, the emotions of an aspiring reality bender, and the support of nature itself, a ring has been created to help its chosen one. Durability, 1000/1000. Effects. Nature's help, until even a single blade of grass is around you, all your natural regens will be sped up by 40%. Nature's hate, if not even a single blade of grass is around you, all your spells will be boosted by 40%. Nature's aid, once every week, you can summon the help of nature to fuel your body with enough energy to restore you up to half HP. Mending, use your mana to repair this ring. I immediately wore the ring, feeling a pleasing sensation the very moment it touched my skin, and seeing what looked like vines form a tight grasp around my finger, so that unless I willingly removed it no one could ever do it. Happy with the result, I turned to the man that had until this point been watching me, to the man that had caused all of this. I immediately stopped him, vines grasping his neck and shutting him, not choking him but surely making his slimy mouth shut. I am not killing you today, you would be seen as a martyr. I am going to make them see what you have done, and be sure that nothing will stop me. I will not sleep, eat, or even die before I see all you have built crumble right in front of your eyes. Be warned, Xavier, this has been your last mistake. And I disappeared inside an ID, leaving a barely breathing Xavier to the aid of the incoming mutants. Now, it's time to meet a floating piece of paper face to face. Chapter 25, Third POV**. I knew it, the moment I had first seen Adrian. I knew something was different about him, about his mind, about his powers. They had abilities beyond normal scopes, that's why we had given it Omega level power, but we had nothing that was it, giving limitless potential and doing everything it could to help him grow. But this? Xavier thought, while looking at the damage he had done to his garden, the trees fallen to the ground, the bushes withered, the grass gone. In just one night, he had destroyed one of the things Xavier was most proud of in this mansion. He had even tried to use on the mutant in the mansion to make the plants grow back, but the moment he came in contact with the ground, he retracted his hand, saying that the plants had screamed at him to escape from Xavier. Xavier erased his memory to evade problems, so he tried the old ways, planting seeds, but the moment they were planted, the seed got spit right at their face. Yes, you have heard it right, the ground spit the seed back at their face. Turning his wheelchair, he looked at the damage done to his mansion, the headache that had started from last night only getting worse when seeing the damage he had done to the inside. He could erase the memory of one singular kid, but all the ones in the mansion. That was going beyond his scope of power. Had he been Jean he could have done it, but he wasn't, and he seethed every day at how she was not using her powers the right way. What angered him the most, though, was how his powers had failed to control him. The first time he tried to read all his memories, an indestructible wall stopped him, so he created a parasite to influence him, and said parasite had now been reduced to nothing, telling him that Adrian was on the Himalaya. He didn't know how, but Adrian had been able to hide his position quite skillfully. The words he had written on the walls made some of the kids doubt. Fortunately I wasn't only a master telepath. Adrian must have been corrupted by Magneto. That made some heads spin, the name still making some of the students tremble in fear. When he met Mystique, Jubilee said after a small push through telepathy. He wouldn't do that, Rogue said, her emotions still a turmoil, not knowing what to think. Her mind was more complex to easily control, so Xavier had no way of making her say what he wished. Look what he has done, the mansion is destroyed. Scott countered her remark by pointing at all the damages done to the mansion. He must have had a good reason. Rogue almost shouted, her emotions showing her true ideas of the current situation. Yeah, he wanted to impress Magneto. Scott countered her, shouting with his own, making everyone in the mansion stop right in their tracks. Chaos wasn't out of the question in the mansion, but shouting out of anger. That was. Rogue stayed silent. Instead of countering once again, she went out of the living room and into her room, her emotions making her head and heart hurt in doubt. Why did you do it? Adrian POV. Using the empty ID to escape the mansion, I proceeded to find a place to stay for the night, deciding on an old, cheap motel. I don't need sleep, but having a private room where I can let the timer of the empty ID recharge wasn't a bad idea. Are you still there? Asterisk I am asterisk. The usual piece of paper appeared. Did I go too far? There were kids at the mansion, kids that don't deserve the things I did to their home. No one deserves their home destroyed. Asterisk no one deserves to have their mind controlled. What you did while pushed by your emotions has planted a seed of doubt in the minds of many people inside the mansion. Your show of control over nature was also quite beautiful to look at. Asterisk. Remembering what I had done, I look at the ring on my finger, the vines produced by it still hugging my finger and giving me a relaxing feeling, the little almost dead plant that was in the room seemingly coming back to life after I came near it. Touching it felt like petting a cat, the leaves moving under my touch in happines. Obsidian got jealous, so I was forced to pet the plant and him at the same time. Not that I am complaining, petting cute things helps restore your sanity. Asterisk your progress over the magical art is quite fascinating. You don't use circles or even chants to create spells, you just manipulate mana to your will, and it seems happy to listen to you. Asterisk. You are a magician, then. Can I know your name? Calling you piece of paper isn't that nice. Asterisk most people call me the Ancient One. Asterisk. Not ominous at all. Asterisk I didn't pick the name. Asterisk. That made me snicker, which combined with the petting made me relax a little, the effect that my powers gave me to control over my emotions weakening when the situation wasn't dangerous or serious. Why are you interested in me? Why help me? Why not try to control me like Xavier did? I asked the million-dollar question, my mind unknowingly hoping for a certain answer. Asterisk I was not aware of your existence. I can see everything about everyone from the future to the past, but you are an incognita, which makes me curious. Seeing your actions made me realize that you are a good kid, a troubled one, but who isn't these days? Asterisk. So my powers can stop from reading past and future. Neat, one less thing to worry about, or maybe just future. And she saw what happened to me. Did you see what happened to the matron? My voice came harsher than I wanted. Asterisk no, I saw that the event had been a big piece of your life, so I stopped myself from looking at it. If you ever feel like talking about it, I will be pleased to listen to you and help you. Asterisk. I sighed, Obsidian yawned and fell asleep in my legs. The little plants already detached itself from the pot and sprouted all along my arm, its roots going along my fingers as a form of a hug. Rest now, Adrian, your mind isn't that invulnerable as you might think it is. I remained silent, looking at the ground for who knew how long, but then I sighed and moved under the covers of the bed, obsidian crawling under my shirt to warm on this cold night. The little plant, fueled by my nature mana, hugged my arm and fell asleep in few seconds. Can plants even sleep? Let's just sleep for now. And I instantly fell asleep, the magical eyes that had until that point been staring at me gone. 3rd POV. Are you sure of this, master? An ashen robust man asked an old man with a very long beard. For the 1000th time, Wong, yes, I am. The old man said, showing a bit of anger, more annoyance than actual anger, and putting his tea on the table in front of him. You have seen his future, are you sure you will be able to help him? What I saw was a kid that was alone for most of his life. What I saw was a kid who tried to defend himself. What I saw isn't set in stone, and if I weren't to help him even after seeing what he will go trough, then I am no better than Xavier. The Ancient One, also known as Yao, said to one of his many students. But master. Shush, you will not speak any more of this matter unless I bring it up. Have I made myself clear? Wong simply nodded and moved away, leaving Yao alone with his tea, the wrinkles on the old man's face relaxing when left alone. Adrian Riviera, I hope I will be able to help you. Yao took one last sip of his tea. Chapter 26. When I woke up, I felt refreshed, and my emotions seemingly again under control. The little plant that had hugged my arm and Obsidian were still sleeping, so I decided to send Obsidian inside my mana pool to let him rest, and when I tried to remove the plant from my arm, I received an interesting notification. A young pothos plant wished to form a familiar pact with you. Yes/no. The little plant was awake, and it used one of its leaves to mimic a head. It didn't have any eyes, but somehow, I still felt like it was making a cute face to convince me. Are you sure? My life isn't exactly easy, you might be injured. I didn't say die because I was aware that any familiar under my control would regenerate after 24 hours after being killed. It instantly nodded, even without a face I could still feel its determination. Okay then, welcome aboard, I will call you Ivy. The plant rushed from my arm and hugged my neck. It wasn't strong enough to strangle me, so it just felt nice. You have created a familiar pact with the being, Ivy. As a reward you have gained the perk, Plant Detection. No matter where you are, you will always be able to feel the nearest form of plant near you. Having the plant go inside the mana pool to play with Obsidian, the fact that coming in contact with my mana made it stronger didn't go unnoticed. I prepared to head towards my next destination, 177A, Bleecker Street. Once again, I evoked an empty ID and walked to the Civic Center, my steps feeling a bit heavy. My paranoia after what had happened with Xavier made me question the decision I was about to make, but then I remembered how the Ancient One always knew where I was, so it didn't matter if I met him or not. Also, he seemed nice, he didn't try to read my memory, at least. It took me 30 minutes when I arrived. I pushed my hoodie up and placed a medical mask over my mouth. Can't any too safe, and only when I was sure only my eyes could be seen did I come out of the empty ID in an empty alley. Staying still for a good minute, I waited for something, for a possible invisible jet to just appear and attack me, or for a redhead still angry for getting thrown pizza at to just appear, but they didn't. What did appear was the usual piece of paper. Getting cold feet? I took a big breath of air and held it in for 10 seconds, my mind letting my emotions go wild for just those seconds, and then taking them under control once again. I walked to the door, knocked and was surprised that with just one knock the door got opened. Opening the door, is a man with black hair with some white streaks, wearing a mantle and a blue tunic. He looks like the MCU version cause I love that version, Sherlock Holmes for the win. A warm smile was on his face, his eyes didn't seem to express any kind of ill intention, but neither did Xavier's. I thought you would have been older. I am not the Ancient One, he is old though, so good guess. The man smiled and moved aside to let me inside. I swear to God I saw that mantle move by itself. Would you be so kind to go warn Wong that our guest has arrived? The man spoke, and as if to respond the red mantle nodded detached from his neck and moved to another part of the building. Where can I get one? No, where can I get 11? I am sorry, he is one of a kind, but I am sure your friend is quite peculiar. He refers to obsidian quite obviously. I knew he wanted to see, but I don't feel like sharing until I am sure he is not an asshole. So what are you guys? Mutants? People who were granted powers by falling in a radioactive bathtub? Scientist? Well, I am a surgeon and a sorcerer. Why a surgeon before a sorcerer? I don't think they are on the same level of coolness. Because I put more importance on saving life than being cool. Do you tell that to whoever asks you? Yes, I quite like the face they make. We both smiled. Okay, he knows how to take jokes. Xavier always just nodded or ignored me. They are the kind of people I don't know how to deal with, people who can joke. Now that is my jam. The mantle came back, followed by a robust Asian man, his clothes less striking compared to the man I talked to until now. Something I noticed was how both of them had a ring attached to 2 fingers on one of their hand. So you are Adrian? He said while looking me up and down, his serious, stern and choice just as much. Yep, want a picture? Might last longer. He didn't laugh and remained serious, so he is one of those that don't laugh, shit. He turned towards where he came from, moved both his hands up, and opened a portal. Let me repeat just for emphasis, he opened a portal by simply moving his hands. The fact that the ring on his hand glowed also didn't escape my eye, so I turned to the surgeon. Can I at least get one of those? We will see. At least it's not a no. Let's go, he is waiting. The Asian man said, then walked through the portal as if it was nothing. After the surgeon walked through it too, I calmed down and walked inside it. It was like walking through a door, but everything changed, the temperature, the smell, the colors. We had gone from a city to an old temple surrounded by mountains, talking about high-level magic. Right in front of me, with 2 men on his side, was the oldest-looking man I had ever seen in my whole life, wearing red robes and a very long hat. He looked calm and smiled when he saw me walk through the portal. He felt the grandpa you hadn't met for years but is still somehow alive and kicking when you meet him once again. It's a pleasure to meet you, Adrian. Yep, you look just as I had imagined you. Chapter 27. The tension in the room could be cut with a knife, or maybe it is just my imagination since the Ancient One is just calmly drinking his tea, which he had offered, and when I drank it I was amazed by how powerful a simple tea could be. You have drunk a magic-infused tea. Effect, plus 20% MP, plus 50% MP Regan, all spells will be 10% more powerful. It seems like you can absorb the full potential of my tea. The AO said while smiling, most likely having felt my change in mana reserves. Can I have 10 bottles of this? Only when you learn how to make it yourself will you be able to have it. Perfect, another skill that goes in my ever-growing status panel. Have you even tasted it? The leaves that compose this tea were cultivated through the sweat of several people. What you are drinking is their effort. I looked at the cup in my hand. Instead of taking a quick sip, I slowly drank the tea, letting it fill my mouth, the taste, helping me relax while the smell filled my nostrils. I am not a tea guy, but this was fucking good. The Ancient One smiled, and set aside his cup of tea, his eyes becoming a bit more serious, but still calm and happy, not sure for what he is happy though. The name of this place is Kamartaj, a hidden land high in the Himalayas, a community for sorcerers and sorcerers in the making, and a home for the Sorcerer Supreme. I think you know who that might be, and also a school for those who wish to learn our arts. Where is the catch? In the case Earth is in danger, you will be tasked to save it, from the smallest to the biggest dangers. You will do everything in your power to help. So just being a good guy. Isn't that kind of basic as a catch? I will tell you a phrase that I heard from someone I have quite a lot of respect for what he stands for and for how he pushes himself past his limits every second of his life. With great powers, comes great responsibilities. Unfortunately not everyone wishes to face said responsibilities. I nodded, my mind went overdrive, trying to find a possible catch in what he said, but honestly, if Earth was actually in danger, would I have the courage to not do anything? I mean, this is my planet. If it gets destroyed, where would I even go? When do we start? I love your eagerness, but before that, finish your tea, and then show me what you can currently do. Following his instruction, I drank the little tea that remained in my cup and got up, only to face a wall. What spell was I supposed to show to the Sorcerer Supreme? As if hearing my thoughts, ivy and obsidian popped from my mana pool, the first hugging my arm and going up towards my neck, the second instead laying on my shoulder like a bird. Being made of pure mana made him weightless. You got a new one? That is quite fascinating. It seems to be quite attached to your energy signature, fueling its growth with it. How peculiar. Yeah, after I discovered how to use nature mana I realized that plants seem to love me. Mana? It's what I call the energy that fuels my spells. Ah, I remember some mages calling their magical energies by that name, and you say you can change its effect? I tried watching how mana flowed through trees. You can see the energies of the world. Can't you? I am quite sure you can also create a portal. When controlled energies take a more material form, but in their raw state. Only a selected few can see the energies that compose this world. You are quite lucky. Let's not say that I had just bought a perk. Anyway, after studying how the mana of the trees was making them grow stronger for every second they were alive, I tried to copy it, and thanks to Obistian's help, the mana reacted to my call, even going as far as giving me a tattoo, I said while moving the neck of my shirt down to show him. His eyes bulged when he saw the tattoo as if he had realized something, his smile widened. That is the brand of the druids, few can call themselves one, they have to be chosen by nature. It seems you are not just lucky. To become a druid you have to be one with nature, and nature itself has to see you as one of them. I am quite sure any animal you meet from this point will see you as a friend and someone to protect. You have discovered a hidden part of the perk, Nature's Chosen. Nature's Chosen. Nature's Chosen. Effect, your connection to mana has attracted nature. Seeing your nature, you were allowed to generate and manipulate nature's mana. Use it wisely, or there will be consequences. Hidden effect, you have gained the potential to unlock the druid class. Any animal you meet from this point will treat you kindly and try to help you however they can. Oh. I might have done something more impressive than I thought. You did, but there is nothing to worry about, though rare. Druids are nothing that would make people wage war over. That makes me less worried at least. Now then, you showed me some of your capabilities, how about I show something interesting? He said while smiling. His smile didn't look as warm as before. A portal opened from under me, and I fell on an open area, the top of a mountain. The cold didn't affect me, what affected me was the constant loss of 5 HP per second because of the cold. What the fuck? Use this to escape. The Ancient One said after throwing one of those rings at me. He remained floating over the tip of the mountain, his legs crossed and looking at me with a smile. A warning next time. I said while grabbing the ring he threw at me. Sling ring, rare. Description, an artifact made to help in the creation of portals. Effect, make it easier to learn the spell, portal creation. Guess I am learning how to make portals. Chapter 28, I might have been a bit too cocky when I thought I would be able to create a portal easily. I thought while my assistant perk activated the spell Nature's Mend by itself, helping my constantly draining HP to raise just by a little more. I have been trying for 15 minutes now. My HP has dropped below half, and it is starting to affect me. The damage starts to affect my actual body after it reaches below half. I was only able to function thanks to Nature's Mend, and the effect of nature's help from my ring that made my HP last just a little bit longer. However, my spells were draining my mana, and always getting help from obsidian didn't sit right with me. The problem with creating a portal was being able to perfectly visualize where you want to go, and while doing that, focus the dimension mana, because yes, that exists, it's golden colored, very volatile and doesn't want to be used. Whenever I copied the movement that the Asian man used when opening the portal to Kamartaj, the mana started appearing like sparkles, but when I started moving it just disappeared. The first time I didn't think much of it, but after the 50th try, I was starting to get annoyed. Anger won't bring you anywhere. Calm your emotions, control them, and use them to help you control your spells. You can do it, you just have to believe you can. The voice of the Ancient One came from in front of me, his presence not being affected by the cold winds and the snow falling from the sky. He looked like he didn't belong here, as if someone had photoshopped a picture just to put himself there. Following his words, I took a big breath, the cold air filling my lungs and making them tickle. My muscles relaxed, my annoyance washed out of my system, and the mana that had until this point seemingly been ignoring me stopped escaping my grasp. Circling my hand, the mana settled inside the sling ring, filling it with golden energy. Copying the Fibonacci sequence, I made bigger and bigger circles. The sound of sparkles filled my ears while in front of my space got torn to form a portal to Kamartaj, right in front of the surgeon and the Asian man. You have created your first portal. New spell, Portal Creation LV.1/10. Portal Creation LV.1/10. Effect: you bend dimensional mana to squeeze the space between 2 points to open a portal. The distance of said portal is purely dependent on your mana quantity. Closing a portal while an entity walks through it has different effects based on the level of the spell, and the entity you are trying to dimensional slice. Limit: number of portals, maximum distance, portal size. Cost: 100 MPX portal plus 10 MPX meter above your body size. So to create a portal that is 2 meters, since he is just 1 meter, he pays 110 MP, plus 1 MP/SX portal open. Current portals, 1. I didn't waste a second and immediately went through it. The cold debuff that had been draining my HP finally disappeared. My mana was now almost at the bottom due to the constant activation of Nature's Mend, and the creation of a portal had drained the little mana I had left in me. Good job, one of the fastest ever recorded actually. The Ancient One said after he had created a portal in a second, making my efforts look like child's play. Next time, why not somewhere hot? Why the peak of a mountain? I said while removing the snow that was covering my clothes, and my hair. It was the closest dangerous place. He shrugged. I was about to retort, but the fingers where I wore the sling fingers started burning. I remembered this sensation quite well. It had been the start of my growth in power. The gamer perk has made you able to bend dimensional mana without the use of a sling ring. New perk, Dimensional Beacon. Effect: your body produces dimensional mana, attuning you with it and letting you use it much easier than others. Be warned, dimensional mana is one of the most dangerous and volatile types of mana. Do not attract unwanted attention. I removed the ring and saw on the 2 fingers that wore the ring a new tattoo had appeared, going all around my finger looking like a ring, with runic symbols at the center of the tattoo, colored like the dimensional mana. For the first time, I saw surprise in the Ancient One's face, quite a lot of it. You how what? Do you realize what you have just done? To yourself and the stability of this universe? No. You have become a living dimension. This time it was the Asian man that answered my question. Is it bad? I don't feel bad. I said, while looking at my body. Aside from a sick new tattoo, I had nothing new, and of course, the presence of the golden mana in my mana pool didn't go unnoticed, not from me, and not from Obsidian and Ivy, who are now swimming with much more gusto. It's not bad for you, it's bad for the earth because it might attract unwanted guests to our doorsteps, people that wish to turn you into a living dimensional energy battery, something that shouldn't even exist. The last time someone tried to do something like this, he turned himself into a monstrosity that required the help from all the magicians on Earth to deal with. The surgeon talked this time. I need to ask their names. We have no reason to get worried. Earth has always been a focus for unwanted forces. They have just another reason to attack us, and we have another reason to protect it. Adrian here didn't know what he was doing. The Ancient One said after gaining his composure back. I am sorry, Shush, you are just a child that doesn't know what he is doing, but now you have someone that can teach you. But will you be up for the challenge? Do you even have to ask? I said while smiling. The idea of learning magic made me excited. Chapter 29, chapter when people tell you they will teach you magic, you would imagine learning how to manipulate the laws of the universe to bend reality. You don't expect that you will study Old Arabic, Latin, and Greek. While your control over mana is quite exceptional, not all mages use your ways. Most follow the rules set by this world, and to study those rules you need to read the books where they are explained, and to read those books you need to read them in the language they were written, and before you ask, we didn't translate them because most words would lose their true meaning. Yao once again explained when he saw my eyes squint trying to read the words in the book. I had tried using my ID goblin to relax a bit, but Yao stopped me. You have been until this point going into a dimension that seems only accessible to you, am I right? Yes. It's not. If I wished I would be able to get inside of it, not sure how long I would last though. Your dimensions seem more complex than anything I have ever seen. Regardless, your current affinity with dimensional energies and the creation of a new dimension might lead to some problems, so until you have a better control over it I suggest you stay away from other dimensions. Perfect, I am just 2 levels away from 10 and I can't even get grind. Next time I will think twice before studying a new mana type. Aside from reading books all day, the Ancient One decided that I also needed to learn how to fight with my body. Magic was useful but not everything was weak to it. And so, aside from destroying my mind with boring language lectures, they also began destroying my body, hand-to-hand combat, bow staff, sabers, chains, and again, day after day, this process continued. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed, my knowledge of dead languages had reached a sufficient standard to start studying old tomes, and my body going through a transformation thanks to the constant physical and mental strain. I felt powerful before, and now I felt godlike. New skills, Polyglot LV.34, int, improves your learning speed while studying languages, Camartage style LV.21, Dex STR, per, while using Kung Fu to fight in melee range, your attack speed, precision, and equilibrium improve. Status. Name, Adrian Riviera. Title, The Gamer. Age, 18. Race, Human. HP, 2100/2100 HP Regan, 210 per minute. MP, 400/400 MP Regan, 35 per minute. SP, 2400/2400 SP Regan, 240 per minute. LV.80/8000 XP. Class, None. Profession, None. Statistics. STR, 11 equals 20. VIT, 15 equals 21. END, 12 equals 24. DEX, 26 equals 30. INT, 31 equals 40. WIS, 26 equals 35. PUR, 30 equals 35. CHA, 16. SP, 20. Skills. STR, Physical Form LV.11 equals 21. Dex, Cooking LV.1, Stealth LV.3, Yoga LV.6 equals 11, Running LV.13 equals 22, Dodging LV.12 equals 25, Footwork LV.9 equals 14, Throwing LV.1, Parkour LV.4 equals a 9, Assassination LV.7, Painting LV.10, Drawing LV.10, Stealing LV.4. Created platforms that allowed me to walk without a problem. This won't last for long, I can already feel my HP being drained because of the high mana usage. Mana poisoning status effect. You are using enough mana to kill a man 3 times your size. Stop and let your body rest before you kill yourself. Effect, 100 HP/S. I had 21 seconds, now 20, and I would let them count. I felt the forest around me move, aiding me in killing everyone who had caused me such pain and fear. The trees moved like ants and crushed enemies with their mere size. Bushes shot their lives like machine guns, piercing the bodies of the ones who tried escaping, but making sure not to kill them instantly. Small plants fused to form snake-like sentient beings that ate the few who remained alive after being injured. There remained just a few strugglers, but they weren't normal humans like the ones I had killed until now. I felt it before it happened, the few plants I had sent to kill the remaining 3 catching on fire and screaming in pain, their emotions making my anger spike to never reached before. 15 seconds. You fucking brat, I will sacrifice you to Mephisto. The one that had caused the biggest fire screamed while his body began floating towards me. Using the vines as a platform, I control several plants at the same time to distract him and protect me from the fireballs he constantly launches, my mind hurting because of the hard task. The plants sacrificed themselves to protect me, trees stopped fireballs, plant snakes bit on his arm when he was casting a spell, and leaves bullets kept him from moving however he wished and blocking his path. He wasn't fighting a mere magician, he was fighting nature itself, and nothing stops nature when it has been angered. My body was breaking apart while the skin from my hands started falling, my eyes turning light green because of the amount of mana filling my body, my muscles felt full of life but also constantly dying because of the strain they were being put under, my mind felt like exploding while I controlled thousands of plants, my veins turned green, my skin turning into bark, while my hairs slowly turned green like leaves. I felt like dying, my body had reached a point of no return. If I kept fighting in this state for a few more seconds, I would have died, so I asked for help from the only one I could trust at the moment. While he continued trying to kill me, his two other friends were cleaning up the plants that had destroyed the building, unaware of the little dragon that had snuck up being them. His small mouth suddenly opened, and a stream of golden-colored fire covered the two magicians. Their gruesome screams sounded like music to my ears as their bodies were instantly burned to nothing but ashes. That made the older wizards distract, making me able to create a spear made of vines, which pierced his head, making his eyeballs fall out of his skull while half of his face went missing. Seeing that everyone had died, my fury began vanishing, my emotions leaving, and the calmness brought by my powers finally making the fire inside of me die down. The plants moved back to their original position, each one brushing against my body with a sense of familiarity. They had done their job, and I will forever be grateful to them for the rest of my life. Obsidian returned to my shoulder, his supply of mana cut down, making my body's natural mana slowly regenerate by itself. In contrast, the mana poisoning effect disappeared, Ivy instead continued pumping nature energy to my body, aiding in my HP regen, HP that had reached 100, the damage to my body visible to the naked eye due to my HP going below half, my hands felt sensitive due to the lack of skin, which was regenerating to the naked eye. At the same time, my HP came back, my veins, still green-colored, slowly regained their natural color, while my muscles returned to their natural shape. I remained still, my mind slowly stopping hurting from the stress I had put it under while I went back to the damage I had caused in just 21 seconds, the previous still livable building now had only a few walls up, covered by nature, while the bodies of the ones I had killed were slowly being absorbed by the ground, being eaten by the plants that I had created. I looked with cold eyes as I regained enough mana to open a portal to Kamartaj, leaving behind nothing but a silent forest, the threats to its calmness now gone from the face of the earth. Chapter 32. TW, Mention of Self-Harm. I heard several notifications go off to the side of my vision, but I had more important matters to attend to. The cries, screams, and laughs, a cacophony of sounds and emotions, filled the usually silent Kamartaj. The kids who had, until that point, held their feelings to prevent problems were now free to express themselves, cry without risking death, laugh because they were free, and scream their hearts out. You have done a good job. The Ancient One said while placing his hand on my shoulder, the pure calmness that brought his touch made me look at him in wonder. How old does someone have to be to reach such a state? You think? If I had been faster on my studies, you might have given me the mission earlier and she. I didn't end my phrase, my eyes locked on the little girl with missing limbs who was still looking like a lifeless doll, her body lying on a chair while several sorcerers tended to her injuries. You shouldn't live your life on the what-ifs, otherwise, you will never appreciate your achievements. You saved more lives than you would have saved if you did nothing. Sometimes it's not about the results, it's about the actions themselves. I didn't answer him, my mind replaying his words to calm myself down. At the same time, I continued looking at the little girl's injuries, the bruises, the cuts, the scratches were all gone, some life slowly returning to her eyes, but none of her limbs grew back, only stumps took the place of infected injuries. After they had done what they could, they moved to the less injured patients, leaving the girl to herself. My heart ached, I felt powerless, I couldn't even protect a little girl. When I looked at her eyes I saw myself, I see my face in the mirror right after the death of the matron, I see my arm bleeding out. In contrast, paramedics did their best to help me. The scars left by that incident burned because of the memory, my emotions trying to start a fire again, but it was killed by my powers and the sense of calmness that the Ancient One oozed from his touch. I walked to the little girl, stopping myself from touching her, scared that she might still be traumatized from her being raped, so I simply kneeled in front of her and looked into her eyes. No matter what I have to do, no matter how much I will have to bleed, sweat, or kill, I will help you grow your limbs back, and I will help you control your emotions. What happened is something you will most likely never forget, but I will be there for you, in the lows and the highs, I will be there, no matter what. For a minute, the girl remained silent, her face still lifeless, but then signs started appearing, her body began trembling, tears formed in her eyes, and sounds began coming out of her little mouth. She cried, her stumps moving towards my body, trying to hug me, which I immediately did, protecting her little body from anything that might hurt her. She cried and cried, sobbing and using all of the little force she could muster to attach herself to my body, her tears and snot falling on my clothes, but I ignored it and instead continued hugging her. Something I didn't expect was for the other kids to add themselves to the hug, hugging my legs or each other to express their thanks to me. By the end, the kids had left my legs covered in tears and snot, while the little girl fell asleep in my arms, her face a bit more relaxed than it was before, this most likely being her first good sleep in a long time. Healing magic is much harder than anything you have ever done until this point. Destroying is far easier than creating. I could do it if you wish. The Ancient One said after the commotion had calmed down. No, this is something I have to do, no matter what I have to do, I will heal her. Then I will help by giving you the best teaching I can. He said while smiling. We spent the rest of the day sending the kids back to their homes, which made us discover that the little girl was an orphan, which made me want to help the girl even more. By the time the sun had fallen, I had placed the little girl on a bed we had set up next to mine, finally giving me a chance to look at the notification I had until this moment not read. Quest reward, 5000 XP, God Steel War Gauntlets, Brute Magic LV.1, 1 pp. God Steel War Gauntlets, Epic. Description: to touch a god is to tarnish it. Mortality cannot hope to approach the power of the creators, forged with metal composed of rare materials and god blood. These poorly made gauntlets are the perfect combination of physical and magical damage. Defense, 500. Durability, 5000/5000. Effects. God's mana. Your magical attacks of any nature will be boosted by 40%. God's life. When HP fall under 20%, your HP will regenerate 50% faster. God's ascension. Damage caused by magical sources will be reduced by 10%. Mending. Use mana to repair these gauntlets. Brute Magic LV.1, Fight Skill, Vit, Int STR, and Dex. You have learned how to infuse your body and your attacks with your magical powers, imbuing them with strength, speed, and power, also letting you use other fighting skills while using this peculiar style. Be warned that using too much mana might cause injuries if your body can't keep up. New skill, Mana Resistance LV.1, by imbuing your body with high quantities of mana, your muscles, skin, and bones have become resistant to its dangerous nature, reducing the damage caused by magical sources by 1%. Level UPLV 8 equals 124210/12000. Plus 20 SP. Plus 1 PP. You have reached level 10, from now on, classes and professions can be chosen. Classes and professions level up through actions and not through killing. Based on your actions and skills, a class and a profession will be awarded. Rolling. 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 Your new class is. Chapter 33. New class, Druid LV.1/100. New profession, Artificer LV.1/100. Druid, +2 int, wis, +1 per, vit, xlvl. You have learnt the ways of nature and welcomed it with open arms. When you speak, nature hears, and when nature listens, no one is safe from its anger. Primary effect, all nature-based spells now fall under the Druid spell collection. All Druid spells will grow 30% faster, are 20% more effective, and reduce the cost of using nature mana by 15%. Secondary effect, your connection with nature is boosted even further, improving your relationship with alien plants and animals. To level up, you must protect nature and its inhabitants and improve your connection to it. Artificer, +2 int, Wis, Dex. Bend the laws of physics to create items that aid you in your adventures, using your magical potential and physical materials, to create new magical artifacts. Primary effect, your ability to control mana while creating an artifact is boosted by 50%, the MP cost is reduced by 30%, and the growth of the arcane tinkering skill by 20%. Secondary effect, your ability to understand magical artifacts and how they work through visual and physical contact is boosted by 20%. To level up, you need to create a magical artifact. The higher the power of said artifact, the more level up you will receive, or by studying the artifacts you get through your adventures. I felt it before I read it. My nature mana became even brighter, powerful, it felt heavier but also easier to manipulate, and it listened much easier than it ever did before. The mere act of trying to use it made my veins turn light green, my skin gaining a sort of wood-like texture, while the fingers form where the mana was coming out were covered in grass. But I cut off the mana, it all returned to normal as if no changes had ever happened. Ivy began swimming inside my mana and continued growing stronger, bigger, and longer. The changes that had happened to my nature mana had also changed her. I continued testing out the changes to my mana, also creating a wood sword that was categorized as a common item through the use of a piece of wood and arcane tinkering. It was nothing noteworthy, but I had done it without anyone's help. Artificer LV.1 equals 2. Storing the sword away, I was about to continue my test when the muffled cry of the little girl on the bed next to me made me snap my full focus to her. Before she even thought I was next to her, my mere presence seemed to calm her down. My hand patted her head while I infused her body with nature mana to try to help her, even if just a little bit more. I spent the rest of the night like that, making sure she was okay while I meditated and kept nature's mend activated the whole night. The night might not have been efficient for my growth, but there still were some gains. Mediation LV40 equals 41. Nature's mend LV2 equals 3/5. When I opened my eyes, the little girl also did. She moved her head around the room, the worry that she had in her eyes melting when she saw me. Colazione? Breakfast? I asked her, thanks Camartage Wi-Fi for letting me search for some words in Italian to speak to the little girl. She nodded but didn't say anything, so I picked her up and walked to the kitchen that was attached to my room. Uva. Latte. Pancakes. Cosa preferisci? Eggs. Milk. Pancakes. What did you prefer? She remained silent for a little while, but then finally spoke for the first time. Pancakes. Her voice made me wish to turn back time to kill the fucker who made her like this once more. Slowly this time, it came out weak, low, and with a lot of hesitation. Perfetto, Serrano I migliori pancake della tua vita. Perfect, they will be the best pancakes of your life. Were the best pancakes of her life? Probably not, some came too thick or too thin, but I was still able to make some that were good enough to be defined pancakes and placed the plate in front of her, sitting next to her with a fork and knife. Apri la bocca, sta arrivando l'aeroplano. Open your mouth, here comes the airplane, I said with a smile after cutting a piece and moving it to her mouth. Non ho 5 anni. I am not 5, she said that, but she still took the bite with a small smile. While making her eat, I also evoked Ivy and Obsidian to make them eat the pancakes that weren't good enough to be served. They seemed happy enough to become my cleaners. Cosa sono? What are those? The little girl's head spun towards my two familiars, her little eyes sparkling with wonder at seeing them. They noticed the stare and moved up to the table. Obsidian moved slowly towards the girl, feeling my emotions made him wary of possibly hurting her even further. Ivy remained where she was on the table instead, making for the reaction she could have to Obsidian. Sono amici, mi hanno aiutato a salvarvi. They are friends, they helped me saving you all, I tried to reassure her, petting Obsidian and showing her how much he looked like a puppy. Obsidian finally got close enough to her, and after smelling her twice, he licked her near the neck. Fail Soletico. It tickles, she snickered from being touched by Obsidian's tongue. Seeing her happiness and finally having me let go, Obsidian began moving his head against her face, while Ivy helped her eat by using the knife and fork in my place. Seeing the scene from an outside point of view was very strange but also cute. After she finally finished eating she looked at me, then back to the ground. I could feel the embarrassment even without looking at her. Grazie. Thank you, she thanked me in a low voice, her black hair covering her face cutely, and the presence of Obsidian didn't help. If she dies, I will kill everything in this universe and then myself. Chapter 34. Smiling at the little girl eating happily thanks to Ivy's help, I take the moment to use my perk points, already knowing what I need the most right now. You have bought 2 new perks, Large Lake, Fast Learner I. MP, 420/420 equals 630/630, inks 15. All skills will now grow 10% faster. I felt it in my veins, a previously absent amount of mana getting absorbed by the air around me to fill my body. My mana pool was the size of a small lake, and now it felt like a sea, something you know has a limit but you have no way to perceive it. I felt my muscles get revitalized by the abundance of nature mana, my perception getting sharper thanks to dimension mana, my mind already sharper thanks to my elementless mana. Taking a big breath of air, I closed the window just in time to see the little girl finishing the pancakes. Wait, I still don't know her name, I am an idiot. Io sono Adrian, come ti chiami tu? I am Adrian, what's your name? She only realized that she had finished her pancakes. A bit sad, she turned towards me and told me her name. Mary. Though she still spoke softly, she seemed a bit less distant when talking to me, and the presence of Obsidian on her lap seemed to calm her down. I nodded and was surprised to notice a notification I hadn't realized had appeared while she was sleeping and I was meditating. You have become a paternal figure for someone. Relationship. Mary, Father 100/100. New perk. Papa Bear. No matter what happens, no matter what you will have to do, and no matter what remains of you after you are done, you will push yourself past any limits to protect your family, no matter what. Effect. When someone considered part of your family, also counts familiars, is under attack, in danger, or requires help, all your stats/skills/perks will be 50% more effective. This perk was created by the gamer's resolve to protect Mary and those he deems worthy. So I had created a perk, just out of pure willpower and rage. I had taken control over my powers to make it so I would be able to protect my family. Cool. TVA bene seti lascio col nano. Is it okay if I leave you with grandfather? Chi. Who? She seemed to panic at the idea of having to stay with someone else. Il vecchio barbuto che era accanto a me quando siete arrivati. The beard old man that was next to me when you arrived. Okay. Though she had said that, her face showed anything but happiness, my heart ached seeing it. Se ti lasciassi obistian e ivi per il resto del giorno saresti un po più felice. She nodded instantly, quite a lot of strength. I was worried she might fall from the chair from how fast she moved her head. I smiled and made Ivy turn into a little pony to help Mary move around, even creating a chair just for her made out of wood. Obsidian was on top of the chair, looking around like a guard, ready to attack anyone who had ill intentions against Mary. Seeing the scene made me smile. It looked like a princess out of a fantasy movie. Principessa, ci vediamo stasera. Princess, see you tonight. Okay, Papa. Dad, the last part came out as a whisper, and I was able to hear only thanks to my boosted hearing, otherwise, I wouldn't have heard it. My heart ached once more. What had she gone through to make her see me as her dad, just with a bit of decency? I acted like I didn't hear it and headed for the library. I had a new type of magic to study, and a little girl to not let down. Healing magic is complicated, even more so based on the type of healing magic you wish to specialize in. Its power also varies based on the type. There is holy magic, where you choose a godly deity to worship, because yes, gods exist, and they are aliens from different worlds/dimensions, the most powerful feel when they are being worshipped and sometimes grant special powers to people, making some of the most powerful healers or killers, depends on the god. Considering how I didn't want to become someone's slave, I immediately discarded the idea. Next was nature magic, something I already have, but its healing powers are limited, they can't create out of nothing, and they only help regenerate what already is there, so this one was also discarded. There are those just born with it, who have a specific type of magic school already ingrained in their body, and only need to learn how to use mana to heal even the most serious wounds. They are rare, and those able to heal missing limbs are even rarer, so also no. This left me one last choice, blood magic, not the dark type mostly seen in movies and books, but the one that can be used for the good of others. Missing limbs, organs, and even old scars could be healed with this, but once again, it can't create out of nothing, and it needs materials that I can easily supply. How? Because I can fucking regenerate. When I read about blood magic, I thought of possible ways of procuring human meat that I could use to make Mary's limbs grow back, and my mind fell to only two options: kill some people to get an infinite amount of organs and limbs, or use my own body. From what my powers had shown until now, unless my HP fell below half, no damage would become visible to my body, so I am a limitless bank of organs and human meat. Worst case scenario, I will kill some rapists and pedophiles and use them. Now, there is only one small problem: to connect with blood magic, I have to go to a place where a lot of dead people are stored. Would Mary like Paris? Chapter 35. In the end, I decided against taking Mary with me. The last thing she needed right now was to be left alone for who knows how long in a place she wouldn't feel safe in, so I waited for her to fall asleep, made Ivy turn into a teddy bear to comfort her while she was asleep and warn me in case of an emergency, and headed for my next destination. The Notre Dame catacombs. If there weren't enough dead bodies there, I don't know where I am supposed to look. Opening a portal, I walked through it without any worry. Even with the time difference, it was still deep into the night in Paris, and the catacombs were close to any spectator, and I was quite sure that no guards would go inside the catacombs in the middle of the night just because they heard a sound. This is not a horror movie. I had to cover my nose for a second. The stench of mold and old bones was overwhelming. Shaking my head, I concentrated back on the task I needed to accomplish. The absence of any light was perfect, helping me concentrate on only the colors that were created by my mana eyes. Starting to meditate, I saw the deep red that was emanating from all the bodies. There also was a very dark mana around all the bodies. I was aware of what type of mana that was, so I ignored it with all of my willpower. Death mana is not something I can control without risking my life, and is not something I wish to be able to manipulate, for now at least. Concentrating on the deep red mana, I felt it pulsating like a human heart. It had a rhythm, and all the mana inside here followed it. It produced no sound, but my heart still heard it. Death was something that made everyone equal. The mere fact that the mana all followed the same rhythm was a proof of it. In death, there was no money, no power, no fame. There was just your dead body, your decaying meat, your drying blood, the maggots eating what is left of you. But even after all of this, the mana that composed your body, the mana that made your heart beat, your muscles move, your organs work, it still exists, and it simply goes back to become one big organ, the heart of this world, which will never stop beating even after humans stop existing. The mana slowly crept towards my body. It felt cold and warm at the same time, its pulse slowly making mine change to accommodate it. My heart became part of this organ, it became one with the mana, my muscles welcomed it, my organs breathed with happiness at finally becoming part of it. Visible changes were happening to my body. My closed eyes turned red like the mana, my hair gained a red hue, my nails and teeth became sharper, my muscles grew to welcome more and more mana, my bones elongated, my body became taller, my nerves became closer and closer, my organs working overtime to welcome all of these changes. My control was being overwhelmed. If the previous mana types had been difficult to understand, this one was being difficult to control. The mere fact that someone who was nothing more than a product of its existence was trying to take control over it angered it. It was at this moment that Papa Bear took effect. I felt my willpower turn into an endless wall, protecting my mind and body from any further change. This was for Mary, not for me. My body lost most of its changes, the only remains ones were the eyes, the hair, and the nails and teeth, which would remain until I manipulated blood mana. The previous cold feeling that came from touching blood mana slowly disappeared, leaving behind only the warm feeling. It slowly crept towards my heart, and the usual process of gaining a new tattoo started like before. When I felt it was done, I noticed the presence of the deep red mana inside my mana pool. World's Heart. Effect: you have become part of the world's heart, you have been welcomed as part of it and someone worthy of controlling. What may bring is unknown, whether it's death or life, purely depends on your decisions. Secondary effect: your HP is now, VIX 200, and your HP regen is now, VIX 20. Moving my body around I felt everything, I had gained a previously unperceivable control over my body, I felt how my blood moved inside my veins, how my heart beat with the same rhythm of this world, I could produce adrenaline to make my muscles work overtime, I could make my mind sharper and body weaker, or the other way around by controlling the amount of oxygen that goes to it. I had become a new being. A being that has full control. Opening the portal to a sunny area I took my mirror out and took a look at my new tattoo, placed right above my heart and next to my nature's tattoo. It had the same color as the mana, and it resembled the runes I had seen into the book that spoke about this type of magic. It means heart, quite fitting. I thought while closing the portal. Just when I was about to port another one, my senses screamed at me to dodge. Instead of doing so, I opened a portal above me and one against a nearby wall. A mass of pure stone fell on top of my head, going inside the portal and smashing right through the walls of the catacombs, making the ground tremble because of the strength behind the hit. I recognized the being, it was the Thing, one of the Fantastic Four. The person that I didn't recognize was the almost naked woman who had just jumped from God knows where while I was shirtless. I'd also like to make it clear that she is the one with the bigger sword, literally. Chapter 36. Are you with them? I will eliminate you too if you try to stop me. The almost naked woman said while raising her swords at me. Leave, kid, it's not safe, he is not with us. The Thing said while getting up. Some of the stones that composed his skin had lost some of their integrity. I heard it, the screams of anguish from the mana inside of here, the plea for rest. Most, if not all, of the bodies here have already gone through enough pain to kill any adult man from our time in a few seconds, and all they want is to rest. My mana charged up, my eyes glowing with red energy as I looked at the woman who raised her sword at me. My body got fueled by blood mana getting strengthened by the life that it carried with it. My skin started turning into wood, creating a wooden mask that covered all of my face but my eyes, while my hands glowed with golden mana chains slowly appearing around my arms. A mix of 4 colors created a strange picture from an outside point of view. Leave, this is not a place for a fight. My voice came out harsher than I thought it would have, the anger carried over from the blood mana, strengthening my vocal cords to carry out its anger. Fuck why? I shut her down by pushing her inside a portal I created with veins that came out of the ground, the other side of the portal at the bottom of the Senna. Closing the portal before water came out, I turned back to the intruder in the resting place of thousands of people. I am not teleporting you inside a volcano only because you were thrown inside here, but you have to get out. Who are you? What did you do to her? Not now, leave this place, they need to rest. The Things finally realized what he was surrounded by, his conscience making him shut his mouth. No one likes to annoy the dead, after all. Once he went outside, I followed behind him. The bones that had been destroyed or damaged were getting repaired by blood mana, my steps causing the once lifeless ground to spring back to life with flowers and grass. Once outside, I spun back to the once intact chapel. The damage caused to it would have taken months, if not years, to repair, but I had other plans. I won't let the house of the dead remain in such a state. Feeling my intentions, obsidian popped out of my mana pool, creeping on my shoulder, its usual happy demeanor replaced with the seriousness of the situation. Try not to kill me this time, I whispered to Ob, who yipped back at me, to remind me that I was the one who asked for all the mana it could produce. I started losing HP, much slower than last time, but still 10 HP/S, but that was more than enough for what I needed to do. Mold is a part of nature, kind of like a cousin you meet rarely but you still love regardless, and one of its most well-known qualities is its stubbornness and its ability to spread everywhere. I shouted at it, asking for help, sharing the emotions that the blood mana was communicating to me, appealing to the kindness of nature to help a part of itself. Mold started moving, shifting the debris of Notre Dame back to their place, where wood was created more, where stone got destroyed, mold worked as glue, where the body was destroyed, bones started repairing, everything inside of the chapel started working in tandem to repair itself. I felt some cameras registered the thing, but I had my face covered, and thanks to the blood mana and dimension mana coursing through my body, my physical structure was very different from my normal one. To everyone present, something impossible was happening. The previously destroyed Notre Dame was repairing itself while a strange-looking man was waving his arms around while different colors surrounded his body, and the thing was right next to him. I felt other people reach the side of the thing, but I had a job to do. When a portal opened above the chapel that made the previously gone crucifix return to its place at the top of it. I felt the previously endless mana disappear while some of my physical changes remained. They weren't as before, but it didn't matter. I still had the wooden mask on, and only that mattered. I spun, looking at the other people who had reached the thing and were looking at me with the most intense gaze. "Who are you?" The one I recognized as Reed Richard asked me. "Who is the one who caused this?" My voice came out distorted thanks to a mix of vocal mimicry and blood mana strengthening my vocal cords. "Dude, did you just rebuild Notre Dame?" The Human Torch said after dissipating the flames around his body. "What I did was let the dead rest, what I will do is avenge the ones that couldn't be helped. New quest, ruin the ruins plans. Ruin the ruins plans. Objective, a group known as the Ruined are trying to take over Paris to use it to boost their powers, stop them. Bonus objective, Martyr is a bystander who was tricked by the Ruined, help her understand their true plans. Reward. I immediately accepted uncaring of what the reward was. We are talking about a city where millions of people live, aside from still having a conscience. When I became a sorcerer under the Ancient One, I had taken the objective of protecting the world from dangers. This was one of these dangers. "Can you help the woman who attacked you understand that she is being tricked?" I asked while looking at the thing. "She is being tricked?" "She is," I said while opening a portal, the sleeping almost naked woman coming out of it while coughing up water. On her side, some fish searched for water, so I opened small portals to help them. Portal creation LV.1/10 equals LV.2/10. Max portals, 2. You deal with her, I will take care of the Ruined. A portal opened below me, and I disappeared, leaving behind several stunned people. Chapter 37. I felt it before I saw it, the screams of the world, shouting in pain and anguish, feeling pain itself and sadness at the death of its creations. The plants were slowly dying, the life was being absorbed from humans and animals, a tear in the fabric of space was slowly making monstrous beings creep on our world. The heart of the world beat in anger, Mother Nature wished for vengeance, the stability of our dimension wanted to be repaired, and I am but a human with the power to enact the revenge this world deserves. Standing from the top of a building, I stared down at the construction site glowing with its energy, some strange beings moving around, tinkering with never-before-seen technology, the pollution that was harming the world coming directly from those. I felt my anger spike, influenced by the emotions transmitted by the mana around me. A cold, unstoppable, and merciless rage would fuel my following actions. As another beat came from this world's heart, I took action. Opening a portal right in front of who I assumed was the weakest of the bunch, known as the Ruined, I summoned several thorn spikes piercing his arms and legs. I refrained from killing him because of the presence of two types of mana inside his body. One felt oppressed and screaming in pain, the other was constantly polluting the world with just its existence. They are possessed, I quickly assumed. I had read something during my studies under the Ancient One. There exist beings made of pure energy that take control over the bodies of beings to live. Right in front of me is one such being. Remembering how to deal with this type of being, I covered my hand in my natural mana, trying to recreate the spell that I had seen in the books, but considering how this was considered quite an advanced spell it would take time that wasn't given to me. My sense screamed, immediately opening a portal. I redirected the course of a green blast towards the air. The spikes that locked the being I had attacked first were destroyed by a man covered in stone armor, letting the wounds regenerate by themselves. I was surrounded. Beings similar to the first one I had attacked were all around me, while some stood out. The one that had blasted the green energy was the first one to speak. You stand no chance against the ruined, so let us use your body to conquer this world. We are already becoming stronger by just being here. His voice came out crooked. His body was mostly brain, his body was made of dried muscles and only bones, and he had to use crutches to even remain standing. Silence fell once again. The tension continued becoming thicker while we stared at each other, their army slowly creeping towards me with small steps. Scare them out. Popping from above my head, Obsidian came out with its mouth already filled with fire. The moment it came out, it didn't directly aim to hurt and instead create a wall of fire blocking their vision and giving me a moment to learn the spell to send them back to their plane of existence. First step was to recreate the spell circle with my mana, which was already hard by itself, while imbuing the spell with intent, and lastly to fuel enough mana so that the spell can actually be cast. I gave it more and more mana, some of Ob's mana even getting absorbed in the process, so that my disguise would not fall because my mana was depleted. Get him! The walking brain on sticks shouted, and the man with stone armor was already rushing towards me, pushing through the wall of flames thanks to his armor, only receiving some minor burns. His arm rose in the air, ready to smash my head against the ground, but Ob didn't defend me. Why? Because I am ready. With an impressive speed, boosted by the blood mana coursing through my body, I smashed my palm against the body of the walking tank, doing little to no damage, physically at least. His physical form started shitting, the polluting mana that had until this moment slowly killing the true owner of this body beginning to dry out and disappear. Spellcrafting LV.5 equals 13. Int 42 equals 44. New spell, Banishment LV.max. Banishment LV.max. Effect, use your control over this world's mana to banish polluting mana from this world and restore this world's order. Cost, varies based on the entity you are trying to banish. Limit, physical contact. The armor fell to pieces while on the ground. A pale-looking man was left behind, the burns still present on his body, so to help him get out of this precarious situation, I teleported him away, while also healing the damage done to his body with the aid of blood mana and my flesh to cure his wounds. New spell, Bloody Heal LV.1/5. Bloody Heal LV.1/5. Effect, through sacrifice, you can close the wounds, repair the bones, and regenerate the muscles of a person. The higher the level, the higher the effect of the heal. Cost, depends on the amount of HP, blood from others, used and MP. Current limit, can't regenerate missing limbs and organs. I ignored the fact that I had just created the exact spell I need to heal Mary, and instead take a look at the people surrounding me. The faces they were making at the fact I had just made on of their return to normal was worth every single HP, MP, and SP I will be using in this fight. Plants start growing around me as the air trembles because of my control over this dimension, while my body grows stronger thanks to the anger fueled through my body from blood mana. Their faces showed fear, their previous security and pride replaced by an impeding feeling of doom. The safety they had in the protection given from bodies that weren't them had already gone to fuck itself. They were cocky, and they received what they deserved. Who is ready to go back home? Chapter 38. Whenever I moved, the world aided me, the nature bent itself to protect me from damage. Energy blasts were redirected through portals, the constant beating heart of this world fueled by my body with strength. I continued moving, not stopping for even a millisecond, because that wasted time would only lead to my death. My body is slowly breaking apart from the amount of mana coursing through it. If I were to reduce the amount, though, I would die instantly because I couldn't keep up with all the spells, so it's a fight against time. Moving with intention, I push my hand against the nth parasite as I push the mana poisoning the true owner of this body out of this dimension, allowing a nearby enemy to blast my back with another green energy blast, lowering my HP even further. Fuck. I thought as I opened a portal for me and the now freed human to move away, teleporting us to a nearby roof, away from their scope of perception and giving me a chance to breathe and meditate. Obsidian is sacrificing some of its own HP and SP to heal you. HP 945/4200 equals 3000/4200. SP 500/2400 equals 2400/2400. I felt my body fill back with life, but my scowl remained as I saw the weakening form of obsidian. It made my heart ache, seeing how I couldn't protect those I hold dear, but it also strengthened my resolve to grow even stronger. Opening a portal to where Mary was, I switched obsidian with Ivy to let him rest while hugging Mary. When Ivy moved around my arm, she received a brief explanation of what was going on, and to say she was livid would have been an understatement. While she did that, though, I looked back at some of the notifications I had received. You are protecting the nature of this world from dying. Druid LV, 1 equals 4/100, plus 2 int, wis, plus 1 per, vit, x3. Your int has reached the 50 mark, granting you the perk, double casting. Double casting. Effect, you have trained your mind to do 2 tasks at the same time without any effort. Now you have trained that skill to make you able to also cast 2 spells at the same time, but the cost of the spells will increase by 20%, you can also use 2 mana types at the same time, or combines them if you are skilled enough. I felt my mind expand as I reached a never-before-seen level of control over mana, a previously unexplored world of sensation filled my body. I felt the space around shift in my presence as if waiting to obey my command. I felt the mold what filled the walls of this house more than ready to kill itself if it meant prolonging my life for just a second further. All of my muscles, bones, organs were working overtime, fueled by the now almost thundering world's heart. But my journey for the discovery of mana was interrupted by the sound of battle on the outside, so, after making sure that the man I had just saved was okay, I teleported outside and looked at what was happening, my eyes almost getting burned from a big explosion, fighting the previously dark area. Who the fuck threw a flashbang? My eyes returned to normal as I saw the Fantastic Four, now 5, with the help of the woman who had tried to stab me, fighting the remaining parasites, trying to push inside the cavern of the site, where I now could feel most of the parasitic mana was coming from. Opening a portal, I immediately rushed off and hit the chest of one of the fuckers who was about to throw another of those fucking green blasts and use a shit ton of my mana to banish him away, leaving behind an old man who I teleported away with the remaining mana I had, now leaving me with only my physical body to defend myself, oh and the constant HP regen bonus from Ivy and several weapons inside my inventory. But aside from those, okay maybe I am not that weak even without mana. We have to push inside and close the portal from where they came from. Reed Richards shouted as he split his body in 2 to evade an energy blast. I won't ask how the fuck that was possible and instead do what he says. I ain't the smartest one here. Taking my sword from my inventory, I stab a distracted parasite in the leg from behind, taking out another sword and piercing his other leg, now held in place. I just had to choke him to make him fall unconscious, healing his injuries with my own HP and taking back my swords. Was that necessary? A feminine voice asks from the side. Appearing out of nowhere, a woman, my god, was she thick? Yes, with the double C, with an annoyed face. The mind of the owner of the body is under slumber, he didn't feel anything, and even if he did, it is better than dying. I even healed his injuries. She finally seemed to notice that even though there was quite some blood on the ground, the previously blood-pumping holes were nowhere to be seen. Oh, try not to stab people though. I won't if they don't do it first, I said while pointing at my shirt under my coat, covered in holes, which were quickly repaired with a quick cast of repair, clothes. She seemed ready to say something, but got interrupted by the scream of the remaining fuckers. Activating mana eyes, I saw the parasitic mana present in their bodies go back to the hole, leaving behind only people that needed serious healing. Seeing the problem finally dealt with, I felt my connection to the world finally return to normal, as the anger that was previously fueling my body with strength lower, the plants around the area gaining back their life thanks to Ivy's help, and the space that had been distorted returned back to normal as the presence of parasites from not this dimension disappeared. Sighing, I cried my neck from the stress I had kept under check. Thanks to my powers finally hitting me, I don't even remember how many times I almost died, but feeling the happiness of this world made it all worth it. It felt like seeing an infant smile. Who the hell doesn't find that cute and worth protecting? Now we can talk. The voice of the first of the Fantastic Four I had met said from behind me, some of the rocks that composed his body having seen better days. Yeah, sure, why not, though I don't think it's the best to stay here. How about we go to my place? I said while opening a portal to Kamartaj, because if there is one thing I am sure of, it is that the Ancient One could deal with all of them while sleeping. Chapter 39. When I stepped through the portal, I left it open for the other 5 to walk through. I could feel Reed's eyes piercing my back with wonder. He might have a lot of questions about how I had just torn space and made the distance between 2 very different areas a walking distance, questions I will most likely not answer because there is nothing more annoying than dealing with people more intelligent than you. When I saw all the 5 passing trough I close it, and finally let my mind rest by removing all the physical changes I had done to my body to hide my identity. One thing about being just a normal kid, is that even if they see my face, would they even know my name or who I am? Also, most of the things that connected me to my previous life are already gone, or are not easily accessible. I hear the gasps of some of the people here. My previous overbearing presence now felt more natural, as my aura took a more tame feeling. I embraced the calmness of nature, the vastness of our dimension, the experience of the blood that fuels everyone's body. I changed not only physically, but also in other ways that couldn't just be seen with the eyes. My height returns to normal, from 1.9 meters to my normal 1.8, my previously big muscles are now back to my normal and chiseled ones, the golden manna that covered my hands and the green veins and wood mask that covered my face also gone, leaving behind a normal 18-year-old, if not better looking and fit than the rest. You are a kid. The voice of the invisible woman states. Before anyone else could, I could see the other woman, the one who had crashed the thing through the roof of Notre Dame, deflate a little when she saw my real age. You just answered the $1,000 question, are African dollars okay? I said, removing my equipment and changing to normal clothing, casting a quick repair on the clock since it was the one that took the most damage. Isn't it usually the $1 million question? The Human Torch said, trying to ruin my joke, but I had a counter-joke to his retort. Do I look that rich? I live in a temple. I said while pointing around me. Fair, I think you would like Spider-Man with your sense of humor. He nods with a smile on his face. Being honored to be compared to Spider-Man aside, I look at the dad of the group, the Thing, because there is no way Reed is the dad with the number of times he risked his group's lives through his experiments. So, what do you all wish to talk about? Your name would be a nice start. The Thing said while going for a handshake. That's a no, you can call me John if you wish to do so, but I am not giving you my name, I said while shaking his hand, using my new control over my physical body to erase my fingerprints. I feel Ivy wither through my clothes as she goes inside the main building, ready to call for help if necessary, and also a way to protect Mary from possible dangers. Obsidian is also awake but still hugging Mary, ready to use its life if necessary to protect her. He can regenerate, she can't. Fair enough, John, you can call me Ben. He smiled while saying that, at least I think it is a smile. A rock physiology doesn't help with expressing emotions. Johnny. Susan. R. Is there a need to even tell me your name? You are one of the brightest minds in the world, and make sure to let everyone know that. Johnny laughed heartily at my joke, but Reed didn't say anything for a moment, not expecting the remark. Yvette. The woman with the sword finally says her name, and the fact that she is still almost naked doesn't seem to annoy her even for a second. Why not the brightest? Reed finally seems to return to his natural self. Man and their wish to be the biggest in the room, the biggest car, the biggest house, the biggest brain. In this case, let's not make this thought R18 and say what they are trying to compensate with these things. Because as much of a genius as you are also an idiot. Johnny rolls on the ground laughing. Susan also seems to try and contain herself. The only ones who remain somewhat serious are Ben and Yvette. Why do you say that? A lot of my inventions and discoveries have helped this world progress. Because you are not aware of what your creations can cause havoc more than you think, you create a portal to other dimensions, not knowing if on the other side there might be welcoming people, you create weapons without even knowing they can be used as such, you make most of your inventions public fully aware that not everyone in this world is a hero, are intelligent, that is a fact, but you are also stupid enough to not use your intelligence wisely. And that is something that I am not the only one who thinks so. A lot of the street-level villains that pester the normal citizen like me, can reign free and cause also because of people like Reed, that wish to show off their intelligence and show the world their technologies as if they were nothing. At least Stark keeps the schematics to his armor to himself, and only shows parts of what he creates. His mouth remained shut, pondering over my words. I hope that makes him think before doing something stupid again. Well then, anyway, can we contact you in the future? We are all tired, but we still wish to thank you. Susan asks me in the hope of changing the subject. I give her my phone number, which remains mostly inside my inventory. Whenever I receive a call or message, I usually am alerted through a notification. Luckily, it automatically blocks spam calls. The 5 then go back to silence, looking around, not sure what to do. Any chance you can magic us home? Even though Johnny is not the one covered in rocks, he seems to be the one with the thickest skin when it comes to awkward questions. Teleporting Yvette to her home was quite easy. The Fantastic Four instead had to give me their precise coordinates to teleport them. Their base being in Antarctica didn't help. We will call you, Susan says before the portal closes, leaving me finally alone, and able to release a sigh in relaxation. Why is dealing with important people so hard? Chapter 40. The following 10 days were a very monotonous time. My focus was only on my newest spell, Bloody Heal, constantly casting it on Mary. My heart ached whenever I saw her stumps twitch, as I wished to regrow but missing the required components to do so. What made my willpower not crumble was the smile she showed whenever we finished the healing session because my HP were reaching the rock bottom. The effect caused by my healing lessened the phantom pain and made the muscles relax even when at full health. The progress I could make with my new spell also went beyond normal, thanks to the newest reward of the quest against the parasite that had tried to kill all of Paris. Quest complete. Ruin the Ruins plans. Reward, 10.000 XP, $50.000, plus 5 levels to Druid class. Bonus reward, a necessary item, a special item specifically tailored to help you progress faster on your current objective. Druid LV, 4/100 equals Druid LV, 9/100. Your wisdom has reached the 50 milestone. You have not bought the Fast River perk. New perks, Faster River, from 1.5 times MP Regen, to 2 times MP Regen. Level up plus 5 SP. Insatiable Tome, Legendary. Description: a legendary tome used by some of the most well-known magicians all over the multiverse, having knowledge that would make even the strongest-willed people crumble in fear. Durability, Nan. Effects. Insatiable Hunger, feed your mana or items filled with mana to ask it questions about spells and how to progress faster in them. Based on how much mana you feed it may answer your question, or it might not. Tome of the Masters, when receiving the teaching on a subject from this book, your growth in that sector will be boosted by 100% for 24 hours. The tome looked like a normal book. The front cover had the image of an eye with runes around it. When I looked at it with my mana eyes, I had to immediately deactivate them because of the sheer amount of mana that came from it. Even the Ancient One was surprised by the scope of my powers. Creating such an item was something beyond his expectations. What I had made was a constantly updating, impossible to destroy, and always knowing how to answer magic book on all magical subjects. But going back to my grinding session to help Mary. My body fell apart as she tried to grow stronger, the constant destruction and regeneration of my organs and muscles pushing my STR and VIT more than anything I had done to this moment. My control over blood mana helped me feel the effect of said stat boosts more than ever before. Bloody Heal LV.1/5 equals Bloody Heal LV.3/5. Current limit, can regrow missing parts of a limb or organ, but not the whole thing. STR 20 equals 26. Vit 29 equals 33. Physical form LV 21 equals 35. Mana resistance LV 1 equals a 9. Biology LV 8 equals 21. I could feel it, I was almost there, I just needed to push my body more, I just needed to push my mana reserve beyond anything I did. I was the one that didn't ask for help, and I would be a fucking bastard if I don't use every second of my time to help Mary to not suffer. She doesn't deserve this, she doesn't deserve any of this, she could have been healed by now, the Ancient One could have healed her in seconds, but I was cocky, I had to do it by myself, to show who what. My anger against myself rose as my body remained still as I continued meditating, my mind in a particular balance between anger and calmness, neither overwhelming the other, as I continued using the bloody heel on my own body to push it past the limit I could feel creeping closer. My heart beat like a drum in my ears as the world's heart matched its own pace to try and help me, Ivy constantly healing my injuries to try and help, while Obsidian continued giving me mana to not let the training stop. I felt my body crumble and repair, die, and when I returned to life, kill itself, but also heal what should have been a fatal injury, but the healing wasn't as fast as the damage. I was creeping closer and closer to what would have been my death, I felt all of my organs fail, my muscle wither, my bones crumble, but I continued, I felt the death mana creep closer, the dimension mana try to stop me as my death would have led to the death of Beacon for this dimension, the plants all around me covering my body to try and infuse me with all the life it could, but I pushed ever further. My mind became blank, my eyes glassy like a fish, my body withered beyond what would have killed any normal human, I was a skeleton of my previous self, but nothing could have stopped me. Or so I thought. A small body crushed my focus, stopping me from using the spell. The amount of life that had until this moment tried to slow down my death, filled my body back with life and returning me to my normal look. Lying on my crossed legs was Mary, trying her best to hug while she cried. Looking around, I saw the amount of worried people looking at me, the plants that had surrounded my body slowly going to their normal places, the crack that had covered the air disappearing like they were never there, the drum-like beating that had until that moment filled everyone's ears gone as if it was never there. What I thought I had only done to myself I had also to others. Per favor, non morir ancha too. Please, don't die you too, Mary's voice came out between hiccups as she continued moving to try and hug me, failing miserably to do so as her missing limbs made her unable to move as she wished. I have created portals, I have pushed back Parasite back to their dimension, I have control over nature, the world itself is an ally of mine, I will fucking heal her. My mind ordered my powers, my anger pushed my potential beyond normal, and my mana obeyed my command. The stumps opened, and the bones grew back by themselves one by one, the fiber of the muscles grew as if they had always been there, and the skin came back with a pale tone. I had done it. The last thing I remember was Mary hugging me as I felt my mind feel the effect of mind drain hit it like a truck. Chapter 41. I woke with something resting on my chest, her little hands hugging me with all of her strength, thinking that if she were to let go for even a second, I would disappear like everything she held dear in her life did before being kidnapped. Obsidian was resting on my side, his little head popping out from under the covers, cutely yawning when he felt I was awake. Ivy, being the mom of the group, was caressing both Obsidian and Mary to make them calm down and sleep well. I felt fulfilled in feeling Mary's new limbs, in seeing her smile while sleeping, the nightmares she always had during her sleep seemingly gone, the phantom pain that made her limbs twitch while she slept now just a memory I hope will never remember. Feeling me move, her little eyes opened with grogginess, as she rubbed her eyes, I saw how her hands were still pale, as if they had never seen the sun before, which was true in some way. She saw my eyes open and smiling at her, and showed me the biggest smile she had since I had saved her. My heart melted, Obsidian getting up from the bed and jumping up and down all over it, his energy now back to full as he felt ready to play with his best friend. Mary saw Obsidian and smiled, thanks to the effect of bloody heal I hadn't just restored her limbs, what should have taken months of physical exercise to make her able to once again move like normal had taken just seconds thanks to the spell, the muscles that atrophied now were filled with energy and life, it being showed by her laugh as she chased Obsidian. Getting up, I smiled at the scene, Ivy closely following the two to make sure neither got hurt, I heard her laugh fill my ears. It felt like the best sound in the world, and I had helped create that sound, me. I felt my eyes try to get wet, but I steeled myself and got up. The feeling of someone at the door waiting for me didn't escape my senses. "It's nice to see you awake," the Ancient One smiled while speaking, the worry that he had felt when I fainted creeping into each of his words. I might have pushed myself a bit too much. "You almost erased yourself from this world. I am quite sure that is beyond a bit too much. What do you mean?" "Your powers, your control over certain elements, they were being pushed beyond anything you had ever done. I am sure you saw the damage you were causing to your surroundings. The world was scared of your disappearance. I am sure quite a lot of disasters would have happened if you had continued doing what you were doing." "What was I doing anyway?" "You took control over your powers." "I am sorry, what?" "Your powers are something that is beyond anyone's understanding. You are not someone able to grow faster and stronger than others. You can make something that never happened happen. You can rewrite the fabric of reality so that it helps you grow more than any others. You can make yourself able to do something you were never able to do before. That's what you did. You rewrote reality so that you became able to heal her. And I imagine that is not something at my level of power that should be able to do. Your payment for doing that would have been your life, but I was able to pay the price instead of you, which took a big chunk of magical materials to pay for." "Thank you, I will be sure to repay you," I said while looking at the ground, knowing that someone sacrificed a lot to help me made me feel strange. "Adrian, not everything has to be repaid. I helped you because I care for you. I do not wish to see a stupid child die because he wanted to help someone." His smile became warmer as he touched my back. I said nothing, looking at Mary and Obsidian playing as Ivy made food for the two. "I will leave now, try to rest for now, training can wait." I stopped myself from retorting and instead simply nodded, making him smile even more as he walked away, leaving me with the small group, whom I call family. Having a moment for myself, I decided to check up on the growth of my healing spell. The feeling I had from it changed significantly. "Your skill, spellcrafting, went through a breakthrough. Spellcrafting LV.13 equals 34. You have reshaped the spell Bloody Heal to Rejuvenation. Rejuvenation LV.max. You are the one who fights death with everything that you have. You are the one who heals those beyond healing. You are the one who sees mortal injuries as nothing more than a simple wound. Effect: if even just a drop of blood remains of someone, you can heal them back to perfect condition. Cost: varies based on the severity of the wound. Limit: there has to be at least a drop of blood. Guess my powers helped me this time. I am not sure I would have been able to create such a spell otherwise. My focus shifted to a new notification warning me of an incoming call. Taking the phone out, I saw an unknown number and I answered it after figuring out who the caller was. "Hey John." A masculine voice, I recognized as belonging to Johnny Storm, came from the other side of the call. "Hey, what's up? Need another hand for an alien invasion?" "Nah, we are throwing a party at the new Fantastic Four Tower, and we wanted to invite you to thank you for the help." "Well, I guess I can take some rest." "When is it?" "Tonight." "A little bit of warning next time would be nice." "I forgot, okay." I am quite sure he felt my face through the call because he started laughing. "Anyway, sure I can come, same location as last time." "Yes, sir, I am waiting for your arrival. I am sure you will like meeting Spider-Man." "Sorry, what?" The call ended before I received an answer, which annoyed me even more, but I just sighed and looked at Mary. "Mary, would you like to see snow?" Her screams of joy made my ears almost bleed. Chapter 42. Ensuring Mary understood that there would also be other people made her excitement die down a bit, but telling her everything would be alright as long as she stayed by my side seemed to calm her down. "But I am worried that she might get a cold because of the harsh temperatures, might as well use my artificer class." Using the insatiable book, I searched for engravings that would protect the holder from harsh temperatures and attacks. For the book, harsh temperatures are comparable to absolute zero and hellfire, and normal attacks are on the scale of destroying planets. However, considering how my skill level is still low, I looked up the lesser version of this enchantment and found exactly what I was looking for. Turning to Mary while I took my newest invention, a necklace with her initials on it and made with pure gold, courtesy of the Ancient One. Necklace of Protection, uncommon. A necklace made by a father to protect his daughter from harsh environments and against weak attacks. Durability, 300/300. Effect. Adapt. When the environment around you might cause some damage because of the harsh temperature, you will instead suffer no damage. Mana Shield, this necklace has been fueled with a total of 500 MP. Any damage received will reduce the amount of mana fueled to this necklace and will have to be recharged. Artificer LV, 2 = 5. Arcane Tinkering LV, 1 = 6. The face she made when she saw the necklace made my heart melt, constantly asking if I was sure this was for her. When I finally convinced her, she smiled brightly and wore it, pushing her chest forward so that everyone could see it. Seeing her like this, I just smiled and readied myself, combed my now long hair, wore some of my newest clothes, and used my control over my body to try and make myself look just a bit better. When we both got ready and I checked the time to make sure we weren't late or early, I opened a portal to the outside of the newest Fantastic Four tower in Antarctica. As soon as we stepped through, I felt my body freeze for a second because of the harsh weather, but then I started to adapt. New resistance, cold resistance LV.1, reduces the damage dealt from the cold by 1%. And, might have forgotten it before, but not this time. Smiling at the resistance, I knocked on the metal door while holding Mary's hand, which seemed to calm her fast-beating heart. She still has to get used to people who aren't me or the Ancient One. Coming to open the door, I saw Susan wearing casual clothes with a smile, behind her, several people I had never seen. "John, you came, and with a little friend," she said while looking at Mary with a warm smile. Her body froze, her little mind thinking the back of my legs as the safest place on the face of the earth. Not caring for Susan, I turned around and got on my knees to look at Mary in the face, seeing my eyes and touching her shoulders with my hands stopped her from having a panic attack. "If you don't feel like it, I can get you home and leave you with obsidian and ivy." She remained silent for a very long minute. I was more than ready to open a portal, make her warm chocolate, and stay by her side for the rest of the night if she just said something, but she didn't. "No. I want to stay," she said with her usual low tone, courage spilling from her eyes as she looked at mine. "Okay, remember, you just have to call me and I will know." "Okay, Dad," she said while smiling. I got back up, still holding her hand, and looked back at Susan, who was looking at me strangely but still smiling. "What do we say to nice people welcoming us into their house?" "Thank you," she said with a small bow, making an ah come out of Susan's mouth. "How about you go play with obsidian and ivy?" She nodded instantly, and I took out my family to take care of her as I walked inside, leaving me with Susan. "Dad?" she asked me instantly. "Faternal figure, I am not her actual dad, I just found her in a bad spot and saved her." "How bad if I can ask?" I looked at her, it seemed like the emotions that were inside of me still hadn't died down, even after all this time, the state I had found Mary in still made my mind burn with anger. "You don't want to know." She remained silent and followed her to the main area where the other owners and guests were. "John has arrived," Susan said loud enough to make sure everyone heard. The first one to approach was Johnny Punch, surely corrected, already in hand. "Hey bro, took you long enough, ain't teleporters supposed to be fast? Ain't torches supposed to stay away from alcohol? Fair, is the kid yours?" "In some way, she is afraid of people, so if it looks like she needs help, please call me." He looked at Susan and, seeing the seriousness on her face, he nodded, his smile still there but a bit more serious. "Well, regardless, I am sure she will be fine. How about you meet the others?" "Not everyone is present, but I can't wait for you to meet the others." "Adrian?" I spun towards the voice that shouted my name, sure that no one should know me, unless he or she knew me from when I didn't have powers, so color me surprised when I saw Peter Parker without all his nerdiness just standing there. Peter. You know Spider-Man. He is Spider-Man. You are the Leshy. Peter asked me after he got closer to me and spun around me, making sure that he was right. The what? The superhero who saved France. It's the name they used since you controlled plants and you had a wooden mask and wooden horns. The what? When the hell did I become a superhero? Chapter 43. One more time, I said while drinking from my cup, hoping it had been corrected, but they had made a secondary punch for the ones under 21. Dude, I don't know what to tell you, your actions were recorded, they saw you fight alongside the Fantastic Four, they saw you save citizens by healing them, they saw you rebuild the Notre Dame, which was sick, and since your physical features resembled the one of a Leshy, a folklore monster known for protecting nature, I gave you that name, what more can I say? Peter once again told me, the fact that all it took for them to see me as a hero still bugged me. I sighed and instead looked at Mary, currently riding Obsidian like a horse and chasing Ivy. Superhero thing aside, where have you been, dude? It's been almost a month since we last saw you. A flash of all the things that happened in the last days filled my mind, almost dying, getting stronger, almost dying again, getting a daughter, becoming a hero, and almost destroying this dimension by trying to help Mary. Can't say I haven't been occupied. A lot. I didn't say anything further, which seemed to work for Peter, who decided to change the subject. You became a dad. That's what I wanted to ask, too. I didn't picture you as the dad type from the videos. A feminine voice said from behind Peter. I had seen her sometimes on the news, Bruce Banner's cousin, Jennifer Walters, or better known as She-Hulk. Why are all the female heroes I met so hot? What the fuck is going on? Can't trust a book by its cover. Jokes aside, I found her in a bad spot and helped her get back up. Less than a month ago, she couldn't even smile. I said while smiling, seeing the current Mary and thinking of the Mary the first had found, they were two different but similar little girls. Peter's face hardened. I knew that face, my skills helped me recognize it immediately, and he thought it was his fault. It was in Italy, you couldn't have helped. But you can't save everyone, no one can save everyone, we are humans and as such we aren't omnipotent. Thinking you can save everyone every time is nothing more than bland stupidity or arrogance. That is quite cynical from someone who saved a little girl. Jennifer pointed out, trying to test out my tolerance to insults. I am cynical, I am human, it's in our blood to be such, it is in our mind to push beyond cynicism and do the right thing. I know I can't help everyone, damn I thought I couldn't even help myself, but I did, I helped someone, I helped her. Silence fell, the heaviness of my words making the discussion a bit too much for a first meeting. Fortunately, some people have skin thicker than rocks. Adrian, come here for a second, Ben said from the other side of the room. I placed my drink on the table and nodded to the two, walking away from a possible deeper discussion. I don't want to talk about myself with new people. New people are about to arrive, so we want you to meet them. Some of them might try to plant a localizer on you, so be careful. They what? Before I could ask any further questions, a black jet arrived, a big A on the bottom of it immediately made me realize who had arrived, the big group, the ones who started the golden era for the heroes, the ones with heavy hitters, the Avengers. Landing in front of the entrance, the bottom of the jet opened, letting some people I quickly recognized walk out of it, Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, Bruce Banner, Falcon, Hawkeye, and some I didn't recognize, more specifically, a smoking CC redhead, and a black man with an eye patch. My eyes locked onto the redhead, we looked at each other, and I immediately remembered her. I had wasted a piece of pizza running away from her after all. You. She said before I could, anger coming out of her words. You know her? Ben asked me. I might have thrown a piece of pizza at her face. Tony, who had gotten interested in seeing the redhead angry, paid close attention to what I said, and almost fell to his knees when he heard my answer. Please tell you have it on video. No, forget that, I have satellites for a reason. Tony, and from his bracelet, a hologram was produced, and in less than 3 seconds, which was the time it required for the redhead to almost choke Tony, the video of when she tried to approach me and I threw the pizza was visible to everyone. He began laughing even harder when he saw me running away and the woman's face covered in cheese and pepperoni. Tony's laugh stopped when he felt the woman's hand pressed against his shoulder. He must have felt a lot of pain because he immediately deleted the video and stopped laughing. In my defense, you were weird. Who the hell approaches a kid eating pizza? Even more considering we are from 2 different worlds. You scream hot model, I scream nerd kid who wished to have his head crushed by figs. We don't match. Tony snickered but remained composed since the woman was still on his side. Let's get inside, and we can talk, Adrian. I am freezing my big thighs out here, she said while moving a hand against her body in a sultry way. See? Who the hell just says that to an 18-year-old? I ain't worth that, I said while walking behind Ben to use him as a shield from the scary, sexy redhead. She sighed and walked inside, followed behind from everyone who had come out of the jet. I immediately caught the hand of the black man, who was trying to barely touch my shirt. We looked at each other. I am not tearing your arm off only because you're doing your job, and I don't want another life on my mind. He continued looking, but after a few seconds, he crushed the localizer in his hand and walked away, a small smile, almost imperceptible on his face. Sighing, I walked back towards the living room, aware that this was just the beginning of the long night. Chapter 44. Color me surprised when I discovered that the redhead, whom I had covered in cheese and pepperoni, was none other than Black Widow, the unknown assassin of the Avengers. How I hadn't recognized her baffled me. Glasses are more powerful than I thought. And who is the bald asshole? I said while pointing at the black man who had tried to plant a localizer on me. Nick Fury, current head of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, or SHIELD, to be shorter. He presented himself, his face and body movements showing no friendliness. He was serious fuck for sure. I hated the type. They are the hardest to trick into thinking you are an idiot. And you are Adrian Rivera, 18 years old, orphan, mutant, student at Xavier's mansion. I waited for a second to wait for some kind of reaction at the mention of me being a mutant, but seeing how no one reacted like an asshole and got disgusted, I looked back at Fury. Personal invasion aside, I am an ex-student. Just as he was about to ask further questions, I mouthed a later with a smile, but my eyes were everything with happiness at the mention of Xavier, so he nodded, and didn't ask any further questions. You are a mutant. It was the first words I heard coming out of Steve Rogers's mouth. It was a question I had heard asked a lot during my life, usually with a lot more hate. This time it was pure curiosity. Apparently, sure as hell don't feel like one though. I feel more like a mage. Magic doesn't exist, Peter retorted while rolling his eyes. I looked at him, deadpanning at how stupid he was. Obsidian, could you come for a second? Hearing his name, he left Mary with Ivy, and directly popped on my head in its draconic glory. Fireball. Obsidian opened his mouth, and a fireball began forming. Golden flames came out directly from his mouth, and as soon as he launched it, I opened a portal to the outside and closed it, not letting it cause any damage to anyone present. You can go back, thank you, I said while petting the head of Ob, making him purr like a cat. He jumped to the ground and moved back to Mary, smiling. What were you saying? I said while turning to Peter. Well, there are ways to explain those things, but I feel like I could come out on the losing end of the discussion, so I will stay silent. Magic 1 Science 0. He rolled his eyes and asked another question, what was that anyway? You just came in with a living vine and dragon, and I only now noticed. Friends, things that were attracted to my magic and started aiding me. I won't explain what familiars are, let them think they are a weakness of mine. Do you by chance know James Howlett? Steve asked when he felt that the discussion with Peter had finished. No. Could you describe him? Rough like a piece of sandpaper, sideburns, claws coming out of his hands, very short. You know Logan. How old was that fucker? I met him during World War II. He was a mutant who helped me in several missions. I am sure that if the world knew about what he did, the view of mutants would somewhat improve. He eyed Nick. He was a war hero. But then why does he call himself differently? Memory loss from trauma, maybe? Well, it's not my problem. I am sure it wouldn't. People hate things regardless of what you tell them. The hate against mutants is so pointless that sometimes it feels forced. They describe them as some walking nukes able to destroy planets with a sneeze. Do you know how rare that kind of power is? Less than 1% of the mutants are that powerful. Most mutants have a weakness instead of powers. There is a guy whose mutation is just having a bird's body, weak bones, looking like he is about to die, and he can't even fly. We continued chatting, letting time pass as we continued talking about life and things like that. Tony talked mostly with Reed, the only other mind in the room able to keep up with him. Ben stayed with Bruce, Natasha with Susan, Cap with Nick to make sure he didn't plant microphones everywhere, and I stayed instead with Peter and Johnny, sometimes talking with the oddballs that preferred remaining alone. Every dozen minutes, Mary came to me to make me play with her or ask for some food. She also started warming up to Peter. His presence was jolly enough to make Mary not see him as a threat. She stayed away from Johnny, though. The face he made when she ran away from him was hilarious. The night seemed to go perfectly, but then it all went downhill when the last members of the party arrived, people I knew quite well. Sorry for being late, Susan. Aurora stopped herself after just arriving with a teleport as she looked at me. She wasn't alone, though. Jean, Scott, Kitty, Kurt, and Rogue were with her, staring just as much as she did, all with different expressions. The tension in the room could have been cut with a knife. I prepared myself, my veins glowing with different colors as my tattoos emitted a weak glow. Mary had already been brought away from Obsidian as ivy coiled around my arm. My mind expanded as I felt all the life in my surroundings. I felt the space around me shift, ready to work under my command, as ivy pulsed with anger. The first to break the silence was Rogue. Adrian, she whispered, but got interrupted. You fucker. Scott shouted, his visor glowing red as he was about to attack. Nope. I opened a portal under him and I welcomed him to the coldness of Antarctica, some kilometers away from here. That surprised the group. They had never seen me able to do that, so they remained stunned at my gain of new powers. Anyone else wish to attack me? This is a neutral area, and we don't want to disturb our friends, right? I asked with a smile, a heartbeat slowly filling everyone's ears. Right. Aurora nodded. The others remained on guard though, the absence of one of their friends still lingering in their mind. Perfect, I said while opening another portal, making Scott return and land on his ass, shivering from the cold, snow covering part of his body. Why you fucker? His visor once again started slowly glowing, but he stopped, most likely from Jean sending him a message through telepathy. But Aurora shut him down with a stare. Well then, that went better than I expected. Want some punch? I said with a smile, ignoring the stare of everyone else because of the exchange. Chapter 45. Mary had heard the outburst and immediately ran to me with Abdision and Ivy closely behind her as her bodyguards. The moment I saw her, the snarl and glare I had until the previous moment pointed to the mutant group turned into a warm smile, hugging her and lifting her from the ground, her little arms around my neck as her head rested on my shoulder. If someone were to see me now they would never say I had threatened a group of powerful mutants. Did I scare you? Sorry. She let go of the hug and placed her hands on my shoulder, looking at me with her brown eyes. She immediately denied my statement and spoke in her sweet voice. I like Dad when he's happy, no fighting. She said with the little English she could muster. Even such a basic phrase made her think for a second about how to translate her native language. Yes, I like it too when people don't make me angry. The hidden message behind my words wasn't understood by Mary, the others did, though. He has a stupid kid on his side now. Scott whispered to Aurora, thinking I wouldn't have been able to hear him, and I wasn't the only one to hear him. Does this look like a kidnapping? What is your problem? Peter immediately stepped forward in my defense, something I was honestly not expecting. We hadn't known each other for so long. Just to make sure he had no hidden motives, I take a look at his emotions with my mana eyes, and was instantly blasted by a sun. A ball of pure golden energy was directly emanating from his mana pool. It wasn't on the level of the unseen one. For someone that has never even practiced magic, mana seemed to just love him. Or maybe his emotions are so pure that mana just gets absorbed by his mana pool without him even knowing. His emotions were so kind and pure that the world felt him deserving to be aided, but that wasn't all. A string seemed to be attached to him, a dark and purple web seemed to be constantly seeping the mana he produced. Not my problem for now. What matters is that he is the kindest person I will ever meet. Going back to the matters at hand, Mary signaled me to let her down. Bowing towards Obsidian, she whispered something to his ear, and I saw his mouth turn into a grin. Nope, I don't want to know. My problem is that he destroyed our home. From how you are treating him, he had every reason to. You know sh. Before he could cuss and ruin the pure mind of Mary, Obsidian had already reached behind his back and bited his ass. Hearing him scream might have been one of the best sounds of my whole life, losing only to Mary's laugh. He began trying to remove Obsidian, succeeding and removing the back of his pants with it, his bare ass visible to everyone that was behind his back. His next move, though, made me lose my smile. You fucker. His visor began glowing, Aurora unable to stop him, not because she wasn't fast enough, but because I was faster. My hand grasped his neck, a heartbeat filling everyone's ears as red mana covered my body, my eyes glowing as I stared him directly in his face. My hands were like claws as I pondered whether I should just break his spine or suffocate him. He had tried to kill Obsidian, and even though he would regenerate, Scott didn't know about that. He would have killed him, and that was a big no in my book. My hand was touched by someone I instantly recognized without even looking. It was a touch I'd gotten used to during my stay at the mansion. The time spent looking at movies hand in hand were countless. The time we spent together was more than anyone else at the mansion. That was why I immediately knew it was Rogue, the one trying to stop me. Please. Her voice came out crooked as she forced herself not to cry, her mind a turmoil as she didn't know what to do. What she was sure of, though, was that she didn't want anyone to be dead. I looked at her, her eyes immediately averting as I stared at her face. A mix of embarrassment, shame and fear covered her face as I released my grip on Scott's neck. Why? He didn't get to finish his words as I smashed his face against the ground with my feet. You insulted me, and that is fair. You insulted my family, and you deserve to feel pain, but now. You tried to kill someone dear to me. If this had been under normal circumstances, your head would already be rolling on the ground, but you know what, Scott? I pity you. What your little and stupid mind thinks of as a home is nothing more than a prison governed by a mind rapist who controls every single one of you like puppets. Your home is nothing more than his playground. So yes, I broke his little prison and escaped, and I would have paid gold to see his face when he realized I had understood his little game, but life is unfair. The words came out like poison out of my mouth. The anger I had repressed from coming out when I first saw them, was filtered through my powers, stopping me from killing on the spot, but not from smashing his teeth in. I stomped on his head once more, and then kicked him on the stomach, my boosted strength making him directly smash against the near wall and faint. Looking around, I saw different types of emotions. Some were uncertain on how to act, doubt, anger, sadness, satisfaction, and some mix of them. What mattered to me, though, was the smile on Mary's face as she made sure Obsidian was all right. Home. I asked Mary, to which she nodded while hugging Obsidian like a doll. Sorry for the chaos, next time I will bring more alcohol, I said to Johnny, who was one of the few who had a satisfied expression when I kicked Scott. No worries. He immediately said, getting stopped from saying anything else by Susan's stare. I opened a portal and made Mary walk through, giving one last look at the people I previously thought of as friends. My eyes fell on Rogue last, her face a constant mix of several emotions, doubt being the constant one. I then turned back to the portal and walked through, leaving behind what I thought would have been a nice night. Chapter 46. Music could be heard from outside a room, and small explosions occasionally covered the music. Opening the room door, the Ancient One headed inside, his usual calm expression mixed with a bit of annoyance. Adrian. I ignored the sound and continued controlling the mana to try and create a shirt made out of purely mana strings, failing once again when I tried to add details to said shirt. Adrian. So this time I put even more focus and used all of my fingers, each controlling a different type of string. I wasn't having any cramp, only thanks to my advanced dexterity. Each string weaved beautifully with each other, creating patterns that would have been invisible to the naked eyes. When I tried adding an enchantment though, the blew right into my face, forcing me to start again. Adrian. I was forced out of my focus just when I finally accomplished my objective and created a shirt made purely of mana with several enchantments. It's me, what can I do for you? I said after storing the shirt in my inventory, making a mental note to check it out at a later moment. While I find growth one of the greatest things any human can experience, I find it rather customary to do so in normal human hours. It's morning, though. It's 4 a.m. Did I wake Mary up? That being my only concern. No, she still has the soundproof sleeping mask you made for her, and considering how she knows your hours best, she uses it every night. Sighing in relief, I started stretching my body. It had been a while from the party at the Fantastic Four new base, but the meeting with the mutants still felt fresh in my mind. Though dealing with Scott had been easy, the same couldn't have been for the others. I was aware that if they had decided to fight I would have lost, quite miserably at that. Portals are broken, sure, but they also have a teleporter on their side, and a telepath able to just erase my mind. Sighing at my antics, the Ancient One looked around the room I had taken as a laboratory to work on my spells and magical items, spells that mostly resulted in failure, or magical items that exploded right in my face. I can't even remember how many rings I destroyed when trying to discover the maximum amount of enchantment I can put into one based on the material and gem it was made with. But it's not like I hadn't made any progress. Druid LV, 9/100 equals 12/100. Plus 6 int /wis, plus 3 pur, plus 3 vit. Artificer LV.5/100 equals 14, plus 2 int, wis, dex. Plus 18 int, wis, dex. Your dex has reached the 50 mark. You have not bought any dex-related perks before, so your bonus perk will be boosted. New perk, Enhanced Adroitness. The user can precisely control their prehensile body parts, effectively manipulating any object, with grace, ease, strength, speed, precision, and skill. New spells, Nature Awareness LV Max, Create Poison LV Max, Adrenaline Shot LV 1/5. Spellcrafting LV 34 equals 39. Arcane Tinkering LV 6 equals a 19. New items, Ring of Obscurification. To cameras or any form of visual recording, you will appear as a blur. Mask of Voice Distortion. To any type of vocal recording, your voice will be unable to be heard or sound distorted. Shirt of Resistance. When struck by something, this shirt will immediately grant a 20% resistance to that type of damage until a new type of attack is received. All items have been granted the mending effect. It was incredible how you could buy with gold stolen from the base of terrorists. What wasn't incredible was the amount of scammers that try selling you pure gold rings only to be just covered in gold and not made with it. Thankfully, newest perks granted me the ability to feel even the tiniest irregularity in any item I hold. So with my boosted mind I can calculate how much a golden ring should weight, and if my hand don't feel that weight I leave it be and go to another store. You are doing it again. The Ancient One brought me back to reality. What? Losing yourself to your mind. When do I ever do that? Just yesterday, you stayed still for 14 hours because you wanted to create a new spell. Talking about my spells, Nature's Awareness makes me able to see through any plant nearby. The more mana I spend, the higher my range. Create Poison is quite explanatory, and the more mana I pour, the stronger the poison is. Adrenaline Shot is the physical boosting I had used with blood mana until this moment made into a spells. You are doing it again. Well, sorry, I just think too much sometimes, but I have so many ideas and so little time. That is something every human experiences, the inexorable end of time. The best way to not feel like you have wasted your time is to just not think about it and take pleasure in the present. That's easy to say. I still feel so weak. My mouth clenched, my weakness disgusted me, and I worried about the safety of those dear to me. You have grown beyond what everyone had expected, you created a spell able to bring the dead back to life, you have become part of nature itself. Don't sell yourself short, dead Adrian. You are not weak, it's your enemies that are strong, but you are growing, and you will always do so. They can reach their limit, you can't. That was something to think about. From what I had seen to this point, I had limitless potential in whatever I did, so I had to live long enough, and I could theoretically become the strongest being in the universe, but if it was already too late at that point. How about you go hug Mary for me and rest a bit, this way other people can sleep too. I stopped myself from immediately saying no, part of my mind thinking of it as a waste of time, the other thought made me realize that I hadn't hugged Mary for quite a long time. Fine. Going out of the room, I didn't see the expression on the Ancient One's face, a mix of worry and pride. He is growing faster than expected. Those words were only heard by him, my mind already feeling relaxed at the idea of hugging my favorite thing in the universe, my daughter. Chapter 47, Author Note, NO Chapter. Chapter 47. POV. Looking at the projection was a being that had the body of a human. Still, it was nothing but a mind beyond normal people, enough money to rule a nation, and powers that could rival gods. His body covered in a gray armor and in a green cloak. He is a human who ascended humanity to reach the realm of the powerful ones. His presence is a surprise, he is a variable about which I know very little. The being thinks as he watches a supposed hero rebuild Notre Dame from rubble, his magical presence being something he had only ever felt from some of the strongest and purest magical materials on earth. He felt like a part of the magic itself, like his body was nothing more than a construct of magic, and he was the medium through which magic was used, a shell for something beyond the scope of any magician's mind, but not the mind of this being. The only similar thing that has happened was the disappearance of the satanic cult in Italy 2 weeks ago, nature seemingly having taken control over the whole building. His body shifted as he rose from his throne, each of his steps breaking the silence in the room, his mind already spinning with possibilities and ideas on how to defeat such an opponent and how to use his body as material. I will be ready, Victor Von Doom is always ready. POV. He is dangerous. A masculine voice said in the middle of a room made of metal. On one side, a window showed that the room was located way above the ground. He is a kid. Another voice said as a counter to the first one. A kid who has shown a level of growth that would make no sense from the little information we have gathered on his powers. That doesn't change. He is a kid, his emotions were kept under control the whole time. Another voice added to the second voice to defend the kid. That is the most frightening thing, a 18-year-old kid, kept his emotions under control during the whole situation where he met enemies and, from what he said, enemies that raped his mind and tried to control him. A feminine voice added. We are talking about a kid who has discovered he had powers no more than 3 months ago, defended himself against enemies that he thought his family, and is only now healing from all the scars in his life. You all read the same file I did on him. The second voice said, his tone now having subtle anger behind it, the metal table bending under his grip. What he went through is horrible But nothing, we were there, we killed the aliens and then left. I am only thinking about all the civilians who could have evaded death if only we stayed and helped, but instead we went to eat. His jaw clenched, his eyes unable to hide the anger he had against everyone in the room, but mostly against himself. We did what we could, SHIELD agents searched the area all day. He was unlucky enough to be inside one of the more damaged buildings that they were unable to look inside of until made safe. The first voice spoke, in his tone, though there was doubt, maybe he had wished to do more, but he couldn't. No one will ever know because this doubt wasn't witnessed by anyone in the room. And the things that happened later? The people that survived the invasion should have received compensation, but he received nothing, not a single penny was ever given to him. I have no control over how government money is spent, the first voice calmly tried to reply, only to get roughly interrupted. He tried to kill himself. The room fell into silence, the heaviness of the subject falling into everyone's stomach for a very long second. Are we even heroes if we couldn't even save a kid from becoming this? I don't know. The black man with a bandage said, with a hint of doubt in his face, to the blonde man. Silence fell once again inside the room of the helicarrier. I'm going to fucking kill him. A very well-known, annoying Cyclops said after using his laser to destroy another hologram shaped like a very handsome gamer. Calm down, Scott, he only got you because you were angry. The next time I meet him I'll. He didn't lie. A redhead said after getting inside the room. What? That made the Cyclops stop and look at her. He didn't lie, I can't be sure his mind, but I am still able to tell if he is lying or not pretty easily, not for 1 second did he ever lie to us. Then what, are you saying that Xavier is? He stopped himself, the words unable to even come out of his mouth. I am not saying he said the truth, but he said something that he honestly thinks is the truth. We know how he reacts to telepaths, and the last time I met him he was getting very good at protecting his mind, so it's unlikely that someone changed his memory to make him think something not real. But that would mean. I don't know what it means, I only know that Adrian was a good person to us till the night he left. He has never done anything to hurt any one of us, aside Scott, but he kind of was being a dick. Hey. Regardless, I am not saying we should trust him, but let's at least look into it. The room filled with teens fell into silence as the possibility of their teacher being a villain settled in their minds. Then what are you supposed to do? Is anyone ready for a telepathy session with me? FUCK, I instinctively shouted as I evaded a zombie from biting me, following up by opening a portal below him and making him fall from 10 meters up, turning him into a pancake. This new dungeon is no joke, the normal zombies are no problem, but the fuck thought that they would evolve. As I was about to check my stats, I sneezed. Is someone thinking about me? Apter 48. It's dangerous out there. Take this, a wise and powerful old man told me while handing me a potent item. I think I have heard something like this before. I immediately said that my gamer instincts were triggering for some reason. What? The ancient one said while handing me a ring. Nothing, so what does it do? You should learn the appraisal spell, it could be helpful to understand items without having to touch them. There is something like that and you said nothing? I said while taking the ring from his hand. You didn't ask. He smiled like a fox when he heard me scream. Fuck you. And then I took a look at what the ring does. Ring of Dimensional Hiding, Epic. Description, made by a very powerful sorcerer to help one of their students, this ring was made using some of the rarest elements in nature and some of the most powerful spells. Its objective is only one, to protect its holder from outside powers. Durability, 1000/1000. Effects. Dimensional Hiding, this ring has the power to hide its holder from being perceived in all dimensions by most outside powers. If the one perceiving is powerful enough, this ring can only temporarily help and warn the user that he is being looked at. Does this mean what I think it means? Yes, you can once again use your own dimensional powers without worry. I hugged him before I could even realize I was doing so. I expected him to move me away, to awkwardly pat my back, to do something that would make the situation weird, but he didn't, he just patted my back while hugging me back. It felt good. After a few seconds, I let him go while coughing, my powers doing their best to hide how nervous I was. Well, I will leave Mary with you since I am taking Obsidian and Ivy with me, is it okay? I will have quite a fun evening with her, she loves the tea I make. I nodded and readied myself, taking some weapons from the armory and some magical materials needed for some specific spells. Finally, I can go back to grinding. While I grew quite a lot, leveling and fighting is the fastest way to grow stronger, and to do what I must. After equipping all my items and getting Ivy and Obsidian from Mary, I activated ID creation to finally go back to dungeoneering. Possible IDs, empty, goblins, zombies. Zombie LV.10. Well, that's strange. Regardless, it's time to chew ass and kick gums. Selecting the ID, I felt the dimension around me shift as I exited this earth to traverse to another one. I felt it before I saw it, my connection to the world's heart remained, but it felt weak, the life of this earth almost completely depleted. The moment it felt my connection, it began beating fast, very fast, in hope of its cry to be heard, for its wish of survival to be accomplished. It screamed for help, and I am the only one able to hear it. New quest, World Survival. World Survival. Objective: help this earth to go back to its glory, get rid of or save all the zombies and bring back life to this world. Bonus objective: find a possible cure for the zombie virus, either magical or scientific. Reward: title, 1.000.000 XP, high rarity random box, 5 pp. Bonus reward, title, 5 pp, 100.000 XP. Failure condition, dying, turning into a zombie. Failure, death, race change, dimensions death. Seriously, game? You think I can save a fucking world when I am only now able to save myself? Sighing, I prepared myself for quite a long mission. It will take more than just one dive, but until I can use dimension to grind and grow stronger, I will. FUCK, I was snapped away from my notification when I felt a very fast being approaching, forcing me to use thrown vines to make him fall on the portal I had created below him and teleporting him 10 meters above the ground, turning him into nothing more than a pancake. You have killed a LV.17 speed-type zombie. Plus 1,700 XP, $134, zombie tooth, item usable as material for magical or scientific purposes. Well, that was anticlimactic. Oh no, Murphy is going to fuck me right? As if on cue with my realization, a cacophony of growls and screams began heading in my direction, some of them already visible due to their size of big trucks. Sighing, I make Obsidian go down on the ground, Ivy moving around my arm to be used as a whip or sword if necessary. She had gained the ability to become thin and sharp enough to turn into a weapon, not a very good one, but still a weapon nonetheless. Summoning a wall of thorn vines gave me enough time to activate all my passive spells to make me much stronger, and to also portal the bigger and more dangerous zombies away from the area. After some of the zombies got caught in my vines, Obsidian proceeded to torch them down with his breath. The smell was horrible, but disgust aside, I was receiving a cacophony of notification as I teared down the small horde that had tried to ambush me. It's been a while since the last time I had, alive, targets to try out my spell against. Reading my spellcrafting skill, I began manipulating the mana to try and create some spells I had idealized but never had a chance of using due to their danger, the first one being quite possibly one of the most dangerous. Something I had realized during my stay with the Ancient One is that dimensional mana is one of the most adaptable mana in existence. Plants can all be dead, I could be fighting beings without blood, but a dimension can't just stop existing. Now what would happen if I just... As a result of my manipulation, the dimension shifted under my command, causing the two sides of the horde to just smash against each other. What I had done was quite a basic but very powerful and costly spell, causing two very far points to just become one, or at least very close to each other, since making just a point would have created a portal, to make the bodies that were between the two spaces smash against each other. And what if... Some of the zombies are instantly turned into two-dimensional beings and thus unable to move any further, but no apparent damage was done to their bodies, unfortunately. Bummer, last one, and for this one I'll need Obsidian to give me some of his mana. Concentrating, I let Obsidian and Ivy have their fun against the remaining zombies. I even ignored the flying zombie who was about to smash against me. I felt the mana around me eagerly listening to me, wishing to be used and to finally move around like it wanted to, and so I moved it. I removed all the dimensional mana around the flying being, but I didn't just entangle him, no, I made something more powerful. Just as he was about to smash against me, just mere inches away, he stopped, no rebound, no whiplash, everything about his body just became static. I opened my eyes and smiled at my result, but then I got stunned when I realized who I had just put under a time stasis. Is that Falcon? New spells. Dimensional Shrinking LV.1/5, Dimensional Perception Change LV.1/3, Corporal Time Stasis LV.1/10. Dimensional Shrinking LV.1/5. Effect: using your control over the dimension you are in, make 2 points move against each other at a fast speed. You will have to give time to the dimension to rest, though, unless you wish to destroy this dimension. Cost, 300 MP. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Limit, the higher the level, the bigger the area you can shrink. Dimensional perception change LV.1/3. Effect, flatten the dimensional presence of a weak 3-dimensional being to turn them into a 2-dimensional being. No damage can be dealt to it until it remains in this state, and it can't interact with any 3-dimensional beings. Cost, 500 MP. Corporal time stasis LV.1 out of 10. Effect, erase the entropy of a being to stop them from moving and thinking. Cost, 5000 MP x person/s. Limit, can only be used on beings who have less mana than you. At higher levels, it can be cast on more people contemporarily. Chapter 49. The name of the dimension has been changed, Zombies equals Earth 2149. My eyes bulged at the realization that this wasn't just another dimension filled with zombies. No, this was an Earth where everyone turned into a zombie. But what could have caused something like this when there are heroes on the level of the Ancient One, the Fantastic Four? Even the Mutant could have dealt with some zombies, unless the first zombie couldn't have been dealt with. The thought made me goosebump. The idea of zombies like Hulk being turned into zombies made the mission I had received to save this world quite harder than I had imagined. I was snapped back to reality when I felt the mana that I had used to cast the spell wither away, and the body of Flacken slowly getting back its entropy, small, slow movements being the result. Might as well try out a new spell as well. This one required a movement, something that would cause the dimension to follow my rules, for the mana to move how I wished, for my imagination to turn into reality. All it took was a snap of my fingers. The air quite visibly sliced, like a crack into a glass. The slice was from the Falcon's left side to its right. His body was not strengthened, and only to the level of a basic human, quite effective as his body fell into different parts. Dimensional slice LV.1/5. Effect, push 2 sides of a dimension in different directions to create a slice in said dimension. You will have let the dimension rest after 1 cast. Max length, based on LV and int. Cost, 1000 MP. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Limit, length and damage against beings who are resistant to magical sources or physical damage. So all spells that directly change the dimension I am in create a cooldown. Well, theoretically I am changing the structure of a whole dimension to do something it's not supposed to do, so I can't exactly complain. Turning towards my family, I saw them having finished with the few remaining zombies that had escaped my dimensional shrinking spell. Happy that they had their fun, I checked all the kill notifications I had ignored. You have killed X7 speed type zombies LV.1913.300. You have killed X4 strength type zombies LV.249600. You have killed 10 regular type zombies LV.10 You have killed the mini-boss zombie, Falcon LV.40. Reward, 72,900 XP, $14,589, new spell book, Flight. Flight LV.1/5. Effect, uses the mana in the air to control your body's weight and speed, thus letting you fly. Max speed, int x, spell LV, m/s. Maximum weight, int x, spell LV. kg. Cost, 500 MP/min. Limit, speed, height, and maximum carryable weight. Level up x5. Plus 25 SP, plus 1 PP. 5 level ups in less than an hour. I fucking love this dungeon. This had been one if not the fastest level ups I had ever gained, the reward being even bigger than the reward I had gained from saving France. Grinding is truly the gamer's way. The new spell also seemed quite strong, the possibility of flying making me smile in glee. Maybe I have a chance to do something I wished to do before. Activating the flight spell, I made sure to receive some mana from obsidian so that the spell would deactivate when I wouldn't notice and pushed with all my speed towards the sky. I felt the air become colder, and I went higher and higher, the city becoming smaller, the previous tall skyscrapers now on my same level. I went higher, the air becoming more rarefied with each second, but it took just a few seconds to gain something called oxygen absence resistance LV.1, so I wasn't worried. The further I pushed, the more the resistance rose. It was getting pushed to its limit made the skill grow quite fast. Having reached LV.21 when I had reached the trophosphere, seeing Earth from this point of view was exhilarating. I could see everything. Now let's try this. Closing my eyes, I went into a meditative pose right in the middle of the air, the absence of oxygen doing little to take away my focus as I went into deep meditation. I felt the wind move through my body, the air composition, and the difference in temperature between each layer of the atmosphere. The wind, something that has always existed and will always exist, from the creation of the earth to its destruction, it will always exist. Even when it wasn't breathable it was there, even when the pollution made the air poisonous in certain areas, the wind tried to bring back equilibrium. The wind symbolizes change and freedom, and is something I wish for. As I took breath, the previous absence of oxygen seemed to not import to me anymore, the wind brining it directly to me without doing anything. It was helping me, it was aiding my survival. I felt the air around me slowly raise in the temperature to not make me freeze. I felt the air aid my flight, even my just a little. And then I felt it, the sensation I had experienced 3 times already. In the middle of my stomach, a new tattoo was being drawn, an abstract symbol consisting of 4 curved, blade-like shapes arranged symmetrically in a swirling pattern. A new color was added to my mana, colored a deep green and similar to nature mana, but its presence was still very different. New perk, Origin of Wind. Origin of Wind. Wherever you are, the wind will try to be there to aid you, it will protect you, attack for you, and help you escape if necessary. Effect, you can control wind mana. Secondary effect, your natural speed is boosted by 2 times, and your flight spell has evolved. Air friction doesn't worry you. Flight has evolved to Wings of Freedom. Wings of Freedom LV.max. Effect, shape wind mana to create 2 green wings of pure mana, which, aside from flying, can also be used to protect you from projectiles and attack approaching enemies. Max speed, int x 5 meters per second. Max weight, int x 5 kg. Cost, 500 per minute. For a second, I felt like I was falling, but then 2 massive translucent green wings sprouted from my back, and with just 1 flap of the wings, I covered the same distance it previously took me 5 seconds to cover. I was moving so fast that I was worried that I would get hurt by friction, but then I remembered I can't be hurt by it. I moved faster and faster, and before I noticed, I had reached Nevada, from New York, in less than a minute. Just as I was about to move back to New York, I got blasted by wind as an explosion happened right behind me. I had unknowingly broken the sound barrier, the supposed protection against which was made by friction, not a worry to me as the wind itself aided me to move faster and freely. You might become one of my new favorite elements. The wind seemed to react quite happily to that, very happily. What's going on? The wind took a shape right in front of me, green wind began taking the A9, and before I knew it, a flying green wolf was standing right in front of me. Do you wish to form a familiar contract with a gale wolf? Yes/no. Who the fuck wouldn't want a wolf made of wind? I immediately clicked yes, and before I knew it, the world had already jumped and started licking my face just like a dog. At least his breath didn't smell bad, it tasted like mint. It continued applying barking and licking until it felt satisfied and then went inside my mana pool to play with ivy and obsidian. Well, I guess this dungeon went quite better than I expected, and I also have collected a sample to try and create a cure, so I can go back home. And let me tell you, going from Nevada back to Comartage while flying might not have been my brightest idea. Chapter 51, Chapter 50. Flying beyond the sound barrier might have been one of, if not the most, exciting things I have ever done. It felt like being inside a supercar after having only ever used old models. The best part is having Zephyr, thanks for the suggestion, as a compass, always telling me the direction I am supposed to take. His sense of direction is perfect thanks to his connection to the winds that travel all over the world. Being this fast, I decided to take a longer route to enjoy every second of this new spell, and that might have been the cause of my current predicament. Coming like a meteor, a ray of golden light directly came crashing towards me. The golden energy was surrounding something humanoid. Not wishing to deal with kind of bullshit today, I opened a portal to teleport her on the other side of Earth, but just after a minute she was already coming for me once again. It is much faster than me, and can cover whatever distance I can teleport her to in seconds. Teleported her to the bottom of the Grand Canyon, to the top of Everest, under oceans, or even in Antarctica. She always knew where I am and is fast enough to reach me in mere seconds. I even tried to use some of my strongest spells to shrink the dimension on her, to turn her into a two-dimensional being, to erase her entropy to stop her. None seemed to work. Her whole being was protected from some kind of energy that weakened my spells to the point of not being able to physically hurt or attach to her. Sighing, I gave up on trying to escape. If I can't teleport her anywhere far enough where she can't reach me, there most likely isn't a place where I can teleport where she can't find me. I could always go in a dungeon, but it's cooldown for now, so I have to resist, and if it gets too dangerous, let's hope Mary is not too near to the Ancient One. Seeing me not create any more portals or use any spell, the being made of light finally approached, and in just a second stood right in front of me, the light covering her body slowly dissipating, finally letting me see who the stalker that is looking for me is. And once again an hot woman is the stalker, first the red head, now a blonde one. Are all stalkers hot? A blonde woman with long flowing hair, wearing a black and gold costume with a lightning bolt design on the front that only tightened around her body, leaving her legs and arms visible, a red sash at the waist, black gloves up to her elbow, black boots going up to her knee and a black mask covering part of her face. I didn't know flying policewomen existed. Do I get a speeding ticket, or was one of my lights not working? The joke didn't work. I knew who she was. I have seen her on the news sometimes, Ms. Marvel, a very strong superhero who mostly works around the universe. Now, why is a hero who usually flies through the universe standing in front of me menacingly? I have no fucking clue. You were making too much noise, she said, her tone flat as the golden energy being emitted from her body continued to make her look like a light bulb of pure energy. I flew over uninhabited areas of the world. Who would get annoyed if I blasted music in the middle of a desert? I continued joking, my body ready to do everything it needed to do to escape. I am not talking about the sonic booms. Most citizens of the world have already gotten used to those. I am talking about your mere existence. You are like a beacon of energy for the beings of the universe. You are causing a ruckus without even knowing. I had been warned by the Ancient One that gaining other elements would make the ones I already had stand out even more. And while thanks to the ring given to me by him, I can't just be teleported by powerful beings so that they can use me like a battery. Being close to someone able to perceive my energy will surely attract attention. I already have that covered. You are only able to sense my energy because you were near enough. People too distant from me can't do so, I stated while taking a step back in the middle of the air, which only resulted in her coming even closer. The energy you're producing, or should I say energies? Why are they so familiar? Who are you? What are you? She moved even closer. If it wasn't for the energy she was producing, making all my magical senses go haywire, I would have been excited considering how hot she is, but her beauty is not enough on the sexy/crazy scale to be worth it. I have no reason to tell you. Can I go now? I feel like you will stop me if I even try to. Answer my question, and I might let you go. The danger you bring to this world by existing might force me to stop you from moving freely. My eyes bulged open. How much of a bitch do you have to be to just say such a thing? Do you think of yourself so much above others that saying such things doesn't even touch you? Who the fuck even talks like that? Yeah, fuck that. Creating a flash using mana gave me enough time to open a portal and use all of my speed to fly through it and inside Kamardage wards. Let's hope those will be enough to stop her from sensing me. POV. Have you made contact with the target? A voice came from an earpiece in the ear of the female light bulb. Yes, though he is different from what I expected. I thought he would have gone for a fight if pressed hard enough. He just tried escaping and evading me. He seems to evade fights whenever possible, and only fights if he feels threatened or if the cause behind the fight is personal. He emitted energy similar to the Krees. So you think he made contact with them? I said it felt similar. His energy isn't just that, it was a mix of different things, and way purer than anything I have ever seen. If he is given enough to increase his powers, he could very easily surpass me and any other Earth's heroes. Do you think he is a threat? You wish to know if I could kill a kid if he were to put Earth in danger. Nothing came from the other side of the earpiece, but the question was quite obvious to anyone listening, and some may even say that it was an easy choice, the life of one for the life of many. We will see how it grows. I hope he will learn to control his powers. Chapter 52, Chapter 51. As soon as I arrived, I felt a weight on my shoulder being lifted, knowing that someone powerful enough to ignore anything I could do had pressed on my mind more than I thought it would. I need to move my ass and start grinding for real. Dad, I made you a cake, Mary shouted when she saw me walk out of the portal and towards her. I think my heart just failed and when restarted, because it doesn't want to make Mary sad. A cake? Who taught you? I was helped by Grandpa. Having received his cue, the Ancient One appeared from behind the corner with a smile, warmer than usual. He almost always had a smile on his face, a calm smile, but now it feels warm for some reason. And what is the occasion? I asked Mary while going down on one knee to hug her. You don't know. Dad is stupid. I might be stupid sometimes, but that's the reason you are here. You are the smart one. She giggled and then turned to Grandpa and nodded. Before I could react, dozens of people around us jumped out. I recognized most of them. Some were the kids I rescued, others were sorcerers who had practiced with me or taught me the basics. What surprised me wasn't their presence, which had gotten hidden by a powerful spell. What surprised me the most was the letters made with magic written in the sky. Happy birthday. Mary rushed up to me, and the same did Obsidian, Ivy, and Zephyr. They had senses that something joyous was happening and they wanted to be part of it. Doggy, Mary shouted when seeing Zephyr, who answered by changing his form to a green, very cute, and flying Shiba Inu. Mary hugged me once more, this time putting all her strength she had regained through physical therapy and constant use of healing spells, and rushed to play with Zephyr. I can see you are surprised. The Ancient One walked up to me, his smile warmer when looking at the scene enacted by Zephyr and Mary. I might have forgotten today was my birthday. Yes, that was something I had predicted would happen from the moment you began studying under me. Your focus while admirable causes you to lose track of the time, by a lot. Isn't today the 5th of February? I genuinely asked. It's the 3rd of March. Ah. I might have lost track of time by just a few days. Keep saying that, and it might become reality. Regardless, today is your birthday, and I decided to ask the help of my granddaughter to throw you a little party. She was ecstatic when she discovered she could do something for you. I stayed silent while imagining Mary jumping all around Kamartaj to make sure to invite everyone and make sure everything was perfect. Yeah, I can see that. Usually, I would wait until the end of the party to give you my gift, but I think this is something you will need a lot of time to think about how to use it. Appearing seemingly out of nowhere, a feel appeared on his palm, containing a liquid seemingly constantly shifting in color like a rainbow. Wondering what it was I took it when he gave it to me, and a window explaining the item to me appeared, and let me tell you, this thing's is some good shit. File of Elemental Infusion, Mythic. Description: a file made by the strongest sorcerer ever recorded in history, his name unknown and better kept hidden in the lost library of Alexandria. This file was made purely to help magiclists learn how to use magic. Previously a very common object is now something unique that very few people can say to have even ever seen. Durability, 1/1. Effects. Elemental Infusion. When drunk, if you were to think of a precise element, you will be able to gain a connection with said element. If the element deems you worthy of wielding it, you will gain a connection to it. I can accept this, why don't you use it? I would have been fine with $10, this is worth more than anything I could ever AC. Oh shut you stupid child, I have seen you grow more than anyone else. I have seen your heart, how you care, but are unable to show it because you're scared to get hurt and not meet some parameters you placed yourself. I didn't talk, still shocked about what he had just given me. I like being called Grandpa. When I was younger, I had a son, but he never got old enough to marry and be happy, so I never experienced being a grandfather, a paternal figure. I had already lost hope the older I got, but then you arrived, with your stupidity and creativity, breaking rules about the world I thought unbreakable. You made me wonder if I could break the rule I had set myself. The silence became heavier, my heart pounding in my chest as my mind pondered each of his words. Could you ever see me as your F? He didn't get to finish his words, as I directly hugged him, a single tear falling from my eye as I felt accepted by someone for who I am, was, and will be. Grandpa made Daddy cry, doggy, ATTAACK, Mary shouted, and following her orders, Zephyr landed on the Ancient One's head and began biting his head, doing no damage. We both laughed, the previous sad/happy silence that we had created broken by the bundle of joy known as Mary. He turns towards me, his smile now having more significance in my mind and soul. Yao, my name is Yao. You got a name? I thought your parents' surname was one. He sighed but still smiled. I think this year might have brought more growth than any other year ever has. Chapter 53, Chapter 52. The rest of the party went surprisingly smoothly. There were no accidents, no monster suddenly popping up to kill us all, no 1,000-year-old curse only now popping up to ruin everything, nothing at all. It looks like my life is not only bad luck after all. After the party ended, I placed Mary on the bed and left Zephyr, Obsidian, and Ivy with her. Walking outside, I evoked my wings to go up in the sky as fast as I could, but not fast enough to break the sound barrier, not wanting to wake everyone up. The higher I rose, the more my mind cleared, the sound produced by the wind the only thing bearable for kilometers. So high I rose that not even planes dared approach me. I was alone, and I wished for nothing more at the moment. As I approached the emptiness of space, I stopped myself just a few kilometers away, something that I could cover in mere seconds. I didn't dare to surpass. Instead, I remained at the same height as I went into deep meditation. I felt the mana surrounding me, the numbness of elementless mana, the vitality of nature, the adaptability of the dimension, the eagerness of the blood, and the speed of the wind. I felt all of it, but I still missed something that could finally give me the security, the courage to approach the mansion, and get my revenge. And so I did something. I used my points. The closer I got to 100, the harder it was becoming to grow, points diminishing as training became nothing more than a waste of time. SP, 70 equals 43. Int 90 equals 100. Wis 83 equals 100. New perks, Mind of the Arcane, Mana Catalyst. Mind of the Arcane. Effect, open your senses to the arcane. A paramount skill both on and off the battlefield. Elements and spells you control within your dominion have increased harmony. Very fast river equals mana catalyst. Effect, you have pushed your connection to mana to levels never approached. Mana is you, and you are mana. MP Regan modifier is now X4. I felt all the mana constantly changing into a different form, fire filled with courage, the steadiness of earth, the stillness of water, the vastness of space, the weight of gravity, the infinity of time, but I searched deeper and pushed further than I ever did before. The mana surrounding me filled my body, my muscles stopped being made of flesh, my bones were not made of collagen anymore, my nerves fused with my body. I was slowly stopping being a mere human, and turning into something far better. You are performing a physical ritual without being aware of the changes. The gamer is picking the best course of action for the user's growth. My flesh and organs were made by blood, my bones by wood, my nerves were directly connected to this dimension, and I stopped breathing air as my body produced the oxygen I needed by itself. Race, human equals human mana conduit. Mana conduit. You are a human, but in normal terms, you are a being made in human shape, but with the same materials. Mana is your body, your flesh, your bones, your organs, but you are still human. Effect, plus 20 to all physical stats, enhanced control and perception over all mana, reduces cost of magic by 30%. Vit has reached the 50 mark. You have a connection to blood mana. New perk, Limb Regeneration. Limb Regeneration. Effect: your body has a direct blood connection, thus boosting your healing factor. Losing a limb won't now cause a negative status effect. Instead, based on your HP regen, the missing body part will grow back. While previously I only perceived mana types, now I felt their connection. I saw how they were connected to create a beautiful picture of absolute chaos, but also harmony in its own way. Mana was everything and nothing, it was the process of creation and destruction. The building block of all realities, but also the destroyer of them, and now I am part of this energy. My hair changed color, from its previous black, now turned blue with the same shade of elementless mana. My eyes, instead, a window directly to my soul, constantly shifted color, crimson red, deep green, light green, golden, and blue, a representation of the mana types I am currently connected to, but a new one is about to arrive. I moved my hand, and mana followed without even controlling it. I clapped my hands, and the dimension shrank. I swung down with my arm, and a blade made purely of wind flew forward. The wood that constructed my bones came out from my skin to create wood armor. The blood that composed flesh began heating as my body expanded with pure energy and strength. I was about to continue the thing I had come here for, when my first confidant arrived, the being who had started with me my progression towards magic, the one who remained always by my side and helped me grow more than anyone else, Obsidian. Flying in the middle of the air, the little dragon was smiling while looking at me, feeling a sense of similarity. The two of us made both of our mana now, and then a light covered his whole body. His limbs grew longer, his body became larger and stronger, and his wings, previously barely able to cover my face, now became big enough to cover my whole body. Without saying anything, Obsidian rolled his new body all around me as a form of protection, already aware that what I was about to do could bring new forms of attention I didn't want. Finally taking out the phial of elemental infusion, I removed its cap and smelled nothing. The liquid inside was a liquid form of elementless mana, ready to be turned into anything I could imagine, and I have quite the bright imagination with my current int and wis. So I swung it down, and my conscience slipped from my hands, for I wasn't merely gaining a new element, what I was gaining was one of the building blocks of the universe. I am bringing chaos. Chapter 54, Chapter 53. I could feel everything, but at the same time I understood nothing. If my brain would even try and comprehend all the information that is currently going through it, it would explode in less than a second. But even though I didn't understand it, I could feel it, I could see it, I could control it. A mix of colors blinded me as soon as I opened my eyes. Volcanoes exploded, fire covered the ground, rivers of blood went on for what felt like endless lengths, but this was only half of this new world I had found myself in. Completely contrasting the first half, a world of green was on the other side, rivers of crystal clear water, trees as thick and as long as skyscrapers, wild animals going around as if the other side of their world wasn't hell. And there, standing on what is labeled as the hell side of this realm, is a man, or what can only be described as a man, his skin white like snow with long horns growing from his temples, long white hair going to his shoulders, red armor covering his arms and legs, long clawed hands, and a red mantle. His eyes felt like black holes as his existence made my whole being shiver for a second, my powers taking control over me to calm me down. You, a new holder of chaos magic. But you are not connected to me, are those things your fault? He said while pointing at what I labeled as the heavenly side of this realm. Who are you? He didn't answer, and instead raised his hand, dark red energy covering it, as I slowly felt every atom of my body shift to something that they weren't supposed to be. The gamer has perceived an external force trying to force their will on the holder. Due to this being a process separate from any other being, the gamer will take care of this, and stop the external force from blocking the growth of the holder. I felt whole once again, the process that was changing my body having left no effect on my body, aside from the new dark red mana filling part of my mana pool. The dark red mana that had covered the man's hand now moved against him, crawling against his arm and creating chains to block him. What are you? His voice boomed, almost rupturing my eardrums, his voice making even my soul shake, but that was all it could do, as my mouth opened without my control. You who tried to block my growth shall feel the pain of never growing stronger from this moment forward. The voice felt alien. I hadn't said those words, I hadn't even thought them. The chains that had covered the man's body slowly seeped into his body, and as they did, his previous majestic and muscular physique withered out, his presence remained the one of an impossibly strong being, but compared to before he now looked like a joke. I instead felt like $1,000,000, the dark red mana seeping into every cell of my body and filling me with energy, a dark red crown popping on my head as a new tattoo formed on upper center part of my back, right below the neck. New perk, Paragon of Chaos. Paragon of Chaos. You who decided to understand how universes work, you who ventured deep into the darkest depths of magic, you who faced a god and didn't cower in fear, have now been recognized as the true origin of the unpredictable, unstoppable, and ever-present chaos. Effect: you can control and produce chaos magic, and the users of chaos magic will feel your absolute connection to their magic. I understood now how everything was and wasn't at the same time, how to control this dimension, and how to combat the being who had tried to manipulate reality to take control over me. Unfortunately for him, my powers were levels beyond his puny control. But even though I understood now, I could do nothing. I had what can only be described as a nuke, and no way to launch it. But I am satisfied, the being who wanted to kill me had already been cursed and will have no way to ever take control over me. While I continue to grow and reach his level of power, he is locked here, on this precise moment, on this level of power. Thank you, I said while smiling, my hand rising as chaos mana waved around my whole body. Until next time. And I disappeared, leaving behind what was known as the god of chaos, Thon, now a mere shadow of its previous self, and with no possibility of ever growing to what it once was. My powers had controlled reality, they had changed the timeline of this universe, they had rewritten a set ending, they had become the author of my growth, and they will do everything to not let anyone prevent it. Because they are the author and I am their work. Opening my eyes, I had to close them again as the effect of chaos mana had decided to start and change the effect of mana eyes. Mana eyes equals chaos eyes. Chaos eyes. Effect: your perception of mana has been boosted to levels previously unimaginable. Your mana constitution has made it so the changes are permanent and won't require you to consume mana to activate them. And just like the notification said, my view of mana completely changed. I can't even put into words how this feels, such an alien feeling couldn't be described with the words used by humans. He is awake, and as you both can see, no horns or a weird mantle has appeared on his body. I immediately recognized the voice, the one I now see as my father, the Ancient One, was standing in front of me with his back towards me, blocking the path of two women. What are you? The woman wearing only red, with red hair, and with the same type of mana I had just gained, said to me. Hi. I waved at them. Chapter 55, Chapter 54. Can anyone tell me what is going on? I asked my question more pointed to the Ancient One than the other two. When I gave you your gift, I thought you would have chosen a powerful element, something like space or even time magic, but you just had to go directly to the source, did you not? The Ancient One said, a mix of exasperation and happiness visible from the trembling smile on his face. I mean, you told me to always grow further than I thought possible. Grow, not change the laws of the universe and overthrow a god. So you did it, you killed Thon. The question came from the older of the duo, her energy darker than the younger one's, her presence not far away from the level of the Ancient One. Kill? No, unfortunately, though he most likely will never be able to do anything else for the rest of his life. What did you do? The younger one asked, her eyes piercing like swords as she tried to find any clue to what had happened. And why should I tell you? I don't even know you. I matter-of-factly stated. Don't be a brat, while one of the two isn't exactly a friend of mine. He said while looking at the older one. The other girl is someone who experienced a life similar to yours, and can be trusted. She is quite a nice girl, if just a bit too emotional at times. I can understand your point of view, but the last time I said something about my powers to someone, it was because of a parasite in my mind controlling me, so you can see why I am not exactly ready just to shout out what I did to everyone. I could teach you how to use chaos magic. The older one said. That is quite the proposition. While I am the sorcerer supreme, even I know very little about the ancient art of chaos magic, though I suggest you also take the other one as a teacher. Agatha's way of teaching might bring too much disbalance to your chaos magic. Balance? I asked, but this time it wasn't the ancient one that answered, the younger girl, of which I still didn't know the name of, did. Chaos magic is one of the most versatile types of magic. It can bring destruction but also creation. Based on how you use and control it, it can very easily change how powerful certain spells are. So like the Force. Why do most people compare it to that? Yes, like the Force. She said while rolling her eyes. From what I gather, she is the evil one, and you are the one who uses it for good. I am not evil, I describe myself as selfish. Agatha answered my description of her, but she got ignored. Yeah, you can see it like that. I mostly use my powers to rewrite reality to help citizens. She uses hers to rewrite reality to hurt people. They usually attack first. Agatha shrugged her shoulders, not even trying to say she had never hurt anyone. I guess that might be okay then, information for information. Might we do it on the ground though? My magical resources are starting to deplete after just gaining a new element of magic. No one had anything against it, so the ancient one opened a portal to his tea room, and of course, he had tea already ready for everyone just waiting at the table. You still have to give me the recipe for your tea, Agatha said while raising her brow. You will have to get it from my dead body. Don't tempt me. She said with a sultry tone and a smile similar to the one I had seen on the Black Widow. Weird sexual tension aside, we sat down. No one drank the tea though, aside from me. Fuck manners, I needed the MP Regan boost right now. So, I guess the ancient one. Call me Yao. I think at this point you can at least call me by my real name. Will take a while to stick. I had gotten used to thinking ancient was your name. Regardless, I guess Yao has already filled you in on how I was able to even come close to chaos magic from the start. He gave you one of the most powerful potions ever made as a birthday present. Agatha snickered out. Okay, so. I might or might not have completely incapacitated. What was his name again? Something similar to Thulu. Thon. Lovecraft took inspiration. Agatha. Bombshell aside, I might or might have not completely incapacitated Thon from ever being able to ever grow from this moment, while also stripping him from all of his powers to make me able to generate chaos magic. The tension in the room could have been cut with a knife, the tea on the two women's hand almost falling from their grasp while me and Yao silently waited for the reaction while sipping our tea. Excuse me. Whenever I gain a new type of magic, I become a source of it, becoming part of it. This time, though, something tried to stop me, so I stopped him from stopping me. My powers are quite adamant about me growing stronger. Your powers? You have something else aside from magic? No comment. They already knew I had magic and could dwarf a god, under specific circumstances. That was more than enough. So you didn't kill, unfortunately, but made him so weak that he can't ever interact with us anymore? While also turning yourself into a beacon of chaos magic. Pretty much. Agatha remained silent before bursting into a joyous laugh. I could pay gold to see him right now. Please tell me you have a picture of him. Sorry, I didn't bring a camera with me. Next time I meet a god that wants to kill me, I will remember. Good, I hate those pompous fuckers. Most of them are always prideful and full themselves. So, that pretty much sums up my meeting with Thon. When do we start training in chaos magic? Tomorrow. I'll have to tell some people that I am going to stay here for some days. Also, since everyone has already said their name. I am Wanda. She said while moving her hand forward, hinting for a handshake. I accepted the hand. Adrian. Chapter 56, Chapter 55. Ignoring the pain that came from my muscles, I remained still, maintaining the position horse riding that had been ingrained in my brain through the effect of the camartage style skill, the impact of being under 50% stamina, on making my muscles start to hurt, the only reason I was able to maintain this position for 3 whole hours was thanks to the of nature's men to regain my stamina, and focus, making me ignore any type of distraction. Why am I doing this? Because I don't like my current build. In a game where there is no apparent level cap and you can learn any skill and spell, why are you stuck with one singular build? Why not become a master of all? Until now, I have only become a good magician, but my physical stats and fighting skills are just above average. Finally, my body snapped like a whip. First came a fist, next a roundhouse kick, a low spinning kick, a rising palm strike, and an elbow strike to finish. Panting, I remained still, letting the feeling of completing the session fill my muscles, my connection to blood letting me unconsciously control my muscles such that the more my stats grow, the more my body will take the route I want it to take. Slowly moving back into position, I let my muscles relax and heal, the effect of this training session already visible through the notifications. STR 46 equals 49. VIT 56 equals a 60. END 44 equals 49. DEX 76 equals 78. My vitality was the easiest to grow thanks to my connection to 2 mana types that were directly connected to vitality and life. Same goes for Dex and Wind mana. I still need new mana types that could help with endurance and strength, maybe earth and fire. I will need to further research this topic. It's incredible how you control your mana. A woman's voice said from behind me, and though I had known she had been looking at me for quite a while, I had decided to ignore her and continue my training. Instead of answering her, I started meditating, not sitting, and still very aware of my surroundings. Thanks to the little stunt I had pulled when gaining chaos mana, my meditation skill had drastically changed, to something far more powerful, and useful. 1 with mana LV.50. Your mind is as calm as nature, your body is pure like water, and your soul is connected to mana on a never-before-seen level. Effect: while awake and calm, all your regenerations will be boosted by 50%, while going into a deep meditation, all your regenerations will be boosted by 250%, and your connection to all types of mana is also deeply boosted. And yes, it is as broken as it sounds. Thanks to it, during my nightly training session I was able to max out some of my weaker spells and even evolve some of them. Spinning Mana Bullet LV, 3/10 equals Endless Spinning Mana Bullet LV.max. Arcane Weapon LV, 2/5 equals Elemental Weapon LV.max. Portal Creation LV, 2/10 equals LV.5/10. Thorn Spikes LV, 1/5 equals LV.5/5. Nature's Mend LV, 3/5 equals LV.5/5. Thorn Vines LV, 1/5 equals LV.5/5. Having a nearly endless mana pool helps spamming spells to make them grow more than I expected. You were more fun when you thought we were going to attack you, Agatha said after realizing I wasn't going to answer her. And you were much scarier when I didn't see you flirt with my paternal figure. I retorted. Is Yao your paternal figure? I never thought he had it in him. She said, surprised. Trying to fully understand the emotions of a most likely centuries-old wizard isn't exactly easy, so I am not sure she is really as surprised as she is showing. When my stamina pool got back to full, I began moving back once again, ready to start another training session, only to get stopped once again by Agatha. Why are you doing this? I like training, and also I think my powers have given me a liking to gain through effort. She didn't say much, but if I had looked better, I could have noticed a sliver of disbelief in her eyes. Around 8 a.m., I stopped training, changed my clothes from my training gear to my normal attire and headed for my room to make merry breakfast, Agatha still closely following. Before going inside, though, I spun towards her, my previous calmness left, and now a face of pure coldness and anger took its place. What I am about to show you is the most treasured thing in my life. If even a single strand of hair is removed from her head, I would kill every single being you love, and then torture you until the end of this universe arrives. Before she could answer, I opened the door. I headed inside to see Mary already awake and trying to make pancakes with the help of Ivy, Zephyr lying on the top of her head, and Obsidian, once again in his small form, flying around the kitchen to bring the necessary ingredients. Dad, I made pancakes, look. I don't think pancakes are supposed to be purple. Thanks, sweetie. I will eat all of them, I said, taking a bite from one of them. New resistance, poison resistance LV.1. Poison resistance LV.1 equals 2. Severe poison, you will lose 10 HP/S. Duration, tens. The things I do for love. Chapter 57, Chapter 56. Chaos magic doesn't exactly have spells or incantations like other magic types, instead it's straight magical manipulation. Its use is divided into two types, creation and destruction, very straightforward but also something that took master magicians centuries to realize. Something that was previously thought as a magic only usable to kill and destroy is also able to rebuild whole cities and remove injuries as if they had never been there, Wanda explained to me while I continued my physical training by doing handstand push-ups to finally try and push my strength to 50. But that is something that requires very precise control over it. While destruction is far easier to accomplish, it can also be tricky. No one wants to destroy a person, only to find themselves with a whole city gone because they weren't able to gauge their power. Still listening, I proceeded to use only one hand to continue doing push-ups, my body screaming at me to stop and take some rest, but my willpower overshadowed my laziness and made me able to push my body beyond its current limits. The first time I unlocked my connection to chaos magic, I used it without much finesse and caused a lot of problems to a lot of people, but the more I grew, the more I realized how much I could do for others with my powers. I felt my muscles about to explode in my right arm. I remained still as I tried to push myself up. My muscles didn't tear, only thanks to my powers turning the damage into HP damage. But I still felt them trying to, but I continued. I pushed, until I was mere millimeters away from completing the push-up. What we will teach you is not how to use chaos magic, but to control it. How you will use it is something strictly personal and something you will have to discover for yourself. I finally pushed myself up, completing the 100 push-ups. My stamina had almost hit rock bottom as I felt the biceps scream for revenge against their torturer. Me. Physical form LV.45 equals 46. STR 49 equals 50. End 49 equals 50. For reaching the 50 mark in street, you have gained the perk, Undomitable Force. For reaching the 50 mark in end, you have gained the perk, Unstoppable Machine. Undomitable Force. Effect: your strikes have been boosted by your undomitable strength. Every physical strike will now deal 1.5 more damage, also doubles the effect of strength when performing strength-related actions. Unstoppable Machine. Effect: your stamina and stamina regen have been doubled, your physical defenses have been boosted to reach a level never before seen. Pushing my body up onto my feet now was as easy as moving a feather, the effect of Undomitable Force already making my body feel like a beast ready to be unleashed, the effect of Unstoppable Machine already fueling my body back from its missing stamina. Have you even listened to a single word I said? Wanda asked me while massaging her temples. Only because I seem like I am not listening, it doesn't mean I am not. You have explained how chaos magic is very fine path between creation and destruction, and how both require very fine control over it as they could both lead to unpredicted accidents, and while I assure you my control over my magic is absolute. To prove my point, I summoned all my mana types aside for chaos and started using the air as my canvas, recreating a perfect image of her, the levels of my painting and drawing skills leveling a ton because of the leap in quality from the last painting I had done. Painting LV, 10 equals 29. Drawing LV.10 equals 31. Deck 79 equals 80. And there standing right in front of Wanda, was an exact copy of her, though I had taken the freedom to change some of her color because of my absence of certain elements. How long can you keep something like this up for? I didn't immediately answer her. Instead, a minute later, I saw my MP bar go back to full thanks to my regen recovering almost half of my mana pool in just a minute. For as long as I wish. Well, this makes things easier at least. Your skills seem to already be adequate for the basic levels of chaos magic. Taking a pen from one of her pockets, she placed it on the ground and looked back at me. Change it to black. Seems easy enough. Evoking chaos magic, I tried to control it, but it was like nothing before. It wished to be controlled but also wished to change everything into something it wasn't before. It wanted to create chaos, and this being my first time using it caused the pen to turn into a blue headless moving chicken. At least you didn't summon a giant octopus like I did my first time, she said while turning the chicken back to a blue pen. Try again. Taking a big breath, I use my full focus this time, the effect of the skill making my mind sharper than before, and more attentive to minute details. I summoned chaos mana. I felt it shift. It was like a mix of water and gas, easily malleable but chaotic in its fluid movement. But I controlled it. I continued to use my will to stop it from doing whatever it wished, and after it finally stopped moving like a maniac, I used it. A red aura covered the pen for a second. The previously blue pen now was black. I had changed reality. Perfect. Now change its physical structure, the length, thickness, color, and also leave something like a mark on it to make sure you did it. This is going to be a bitch. Chapter 58, Chapter 57. The day had come. After a week of nothing but training under Wanda and Agatha, my control over chaos mana had grown to at least an acceptable level. While I can't change a whole city so that it never existed, I can affect an area and some changes to it quite easily, though after doing that my MP would hit rock bottom, but that is the reason why Obsidian is with me, and with his almost endless mana pool, at least compared to mine. I am wearing all my items aside for the mask. I want them to recognize me after all. I want them to see who is coming, to make him realize he had caused his downfall. If you need help, remember I'm just a portal away from coming, Yao said to me. His face was a mix of proudness and worry. He had seen me grow more than anyone else and he had seen how much I had trained for this very moment, but he also knew how strong some of the people I am going to fight are, so his worry is reasonable. This time I want pictures. Killing people who think they are above everyone else is always so good, Agatha told me, but after a week of being with her, I had gotten used to ignoring her. Same did everyone in Camartage. When I heard what Xavier did, I couldn't believe it. He always felt creepy with the teacher's act and with the way he used his powers, but coming this far. Beat him up for me, too, Wanda said with a smile. The last one to say goodbye to me was Mary, who used Zephyr in his wolf form to reach my neck level and hug me, using every bit of her strength to make sure I felt loved. A few seconds later, she let go and landed on the ground thanks to her favorite familiar. You are going to fight evil people? I am. Kick their ass. My blood froze, and the same went for Yao and Wanda, so we all looked at Agatha, who was just whistling while not looking at us. We will discuss this later. Opening a portal, I could see right above the mansion. The damage I had done to their garden was visible even from this far above. Summoning my wings, I take a step inside the portal and look back with a smile. See you later. For the mutants in Xavier's mansion the day had started like any other, though some voice on why Adrian had left had risen. No one had actually done anything for some reason, a forced calmness seemingly being forced on everyone's mind, but two remained still alert, the absence of any type of rebellion making their worries feel more real than ever. One was a very fiery telepath, and the other was a lover that never blossomed. He is making them calm, Jean told Rouge while in her room, her powers doing their best to keep the room telepath-proof as much as possible. Adrian was right, he went through so much, and he was right. I feel so stupid, Rogue said while holding her head with her hands. Don't be, we all fell for it. Adrian was the sparkle that made us doubt. It took longer than I would have liked though. So what do we do now? If we tell one of the teachers he is going to punish us, if we tell a student he will only get brainwashed again, what are we even supposed to do? Maybe we can contact Adrian somehow. Discover how he freed himself of the brainwashing. It's not like he will magically appear from the sky, Jean. As soon as those words came out of the mouth, the sound of windows shattering filled the whole mansion, accompanied by an explosion and something landing where there used to be the mansion's garden, the pieces of the glasses that had been shattered floating and then going to where they used to be the previously broken window now back to normal. Jean and Rogue looked outside the room they were in, and there, standing at 6 feet 2 inches, wearing a coat they knew very well with also some new pieces of armor they had never seen, with symbols glowing from different parts of his body, with a similar face but very different eye and hair color, and most importantly with a very different body structure, was Adrian. The moment he took a step towards the mansion, the previously dead garden sprang back to life, the dead bushes now returned to normal, all the dead trees now filled back with life and nearly doubled in number, the green grass covering every single millimeter of the previous brown and dead ground. Standing on his shoulder was a very thick and long snake, longer than a titan boa, on his right side were a green wolf emitting green energy, on his left inside a dragon even bigger than the wold, his dark scales seemingly devouring every speck of light that touched his body, his golden eyes already looking at their direction. "Please ask for something less next time," Jean said while opening the window and jumping down. "I'll try," Rogue said and followed her. The moment I arrived, the first people I met were the ones I didn't want to meet, one of them was a mind reader, and the other I used to have a crush on. "You have successfully protected your mind from surface mind reading. Mind Fortress LV, 59 equals a 60. All that training paid off." Before she could speak, I had already turned Jean into a two-dimensional being, making her unable to do anything to me, and just as I was about to cover Rogue's body in vines and trap her, she spoke. "We know Xavier did it." "Well, that makes things easier then." The fact that I didn't doubt her born from the fact that though her mind could be controlled, her body couldn't. A lie is always a lie to someone's heart, and her heart didn't skip a beat. I made Jean back into a normal three-dimensional being and looked at the both of them. Both ready to raid a school. Chapter 59, Chapter 58. "So you figured it out?" I could have expected Rogue, but you, Jean. The little teacher's pet. Never would have imagined it. I am not as naive as you might think, and I also think you should take a step to the right. Following her instructions, I took a step to the right and barely evaded a red laser from piercing my stomach. The forest I had created at my arrival died because of the heat produced by the laser, but as soon as it died, it returned to life. Running at full force, the big players of the mansion came rushing towards us, Scott, Aurora, Logan, Bobby, and a little behind them were Kitty, Kurt, and Xavier. Seeing their faces once again made me hesitate for barely a second. The fear in their eyes made me doubt my decisions, but then my rage came back at full force when I realized the emotions weren't mine. Emotional control resisted by mental fortress. At my side, I saw Jean and Rouge also shake their heads, realizing that Xavier had tried to do something to them. The face he made when he saw his mental attack did not affect us, which made the reason to be here even more satisfying. "Xavier, what a pleasure to see you again. Would you mind having your guard dog put on a leash? It was so hard having your garden back to what it once was." Scott's eyes once again began glowing red, but just as he was about to launch an attack, he became a two-dimensional being, and he will remain like that until I say so. "Scott, you fucker." Logan saw the disappearance of Scott and thought the worst, his eyes not even noticing a screaming Scott on the ground, almost stepping over the people around him. Logan came rushing like a train, but just as he was about to launch at me, his legs disappeared. Well, they didn't disappear, they just were lying in my inventory after I had sliced the dimension that connected his upper torso to his legs. Sleep. Quite a simple use of chaos magic, making someone who wasn't sleeping sleep. One of the first things Agatha taught, she said it was a good way to deal with pests, second only to killing them. I felt a tear in the dimension, and someone fusing their body with the nature I restored, so I moved both of my hands in two different directions, both covered in golden dimensional mana. With one hand, I forced Kitty out of the ground, with the other, I forced it inside a dimension I had never perceived and took out Kurt, putting them both to sleep with a quick cast. A loud cracking came from the sky, and there floating in all her glory and power stood Aurora. She raised her hands, and just as she was about to summon her powers to turn me into a burned mage, Zephyr came into action. Rushing with all its speed, it smashed his body against hers. The surprise attack made her lose control for a second, letting Zephyr control the wind in the area to push the cloud she had summoned away. Rushing from one of the sides of the mansion came Colossus, who went against Obsidian in a match of pure physical strength, the size difference giving a clear advantage to Obsidian. Bobby went down with a quick sleep and was detained by Ivy, so it left just me and Xavier, all of this happening in the span of 15 seconds. Something I was scared to deal with just a week ago had been dealt with in 15 seconds. Xavier, would you mind retrieving those nasty parasites from everyone's mind? He stayed silent, a cacophony of notifications telling me he was constantly trying to force his thoughts into my mind. It was good training, so good I even got a level in Mind Fortress. I guess it is the hard way, though. Grabbing him by his neck, I pushed up in the air, his legs hanging without any control, or so they did, because with just one push of blood mana, they were healed, and he had control over them once again. His eyes snapped open at the realization, but before he could relish in the thought of being able to walk away, I placed my free hand on one of his legs and pulled. Who would have thought that pulling someone's leg off their body is considered a strength-related action? It was so easy that it felt like ripping a piece of paper. The amount of blood that came from just one leg covered the previously green grass with red. Ready to follow orders. I have to say, he is a slimy fucker, but he got the willpower. Wonder how long it will last. Jean and Rouge remained silent as I continued torturing Xavier, his screams music to my ears as more and more blood came out of his body. By the time I had finished with him, I had 7 sets of legs resting inside my inventory. Colossus stopped fighting, Aurora fell to the ground, her hands covering her face, and Scott looked around, trying to figure out what was going on. Seeing this, I lifted the sleeping spells, the 4 of them having a similar reaction to the others, Logan even trying to use his arms to crawl towards Xavier. Lifting all my spells also made Scott return to normal. The moment he saw me his face became apologetic, his previous actions making him feel like an asshole. Smiling at the new scene, I turned to Xavier, missing both of his legs, tears covering his face, no scream coming from his mouth because no more air was in his lungs. What to do with you? Chapter 60, Chapter 59. Leave him to me. The words came from Jean, saying I wasn't expecting it, was an understatement. We both know that if you say her is going to prison, I am directly teleporting him in space, right? Killing him would be too easy, his current mind is too weak to do anything with his powers. Let's seal the deal and make him unable to hurt anyone else for the rest of his life. She puts her hand on his head and forces her mind inside of him. Through my connection to dimensional mana, I felt some type of different but similar energy directly coming from her. For the first time, she used her powers to the maximum directly near me. Not wanting to get involved, I took some steps back and watched the scene unfold, though I didn't enjoy it for long because of a notification I received a few seconds later. One of the absolute beings of this universe wishes to speak to you. Accept? Yes/no. What the fuck? Yes. A direct connection to the being known as the Phoenix Force has been created. She has been given the option of only directly speaking to you. All forms of mind/soul/future/past reading have been stopped or erased. Hello, Adrian. Not creepy at all, voice inside my head. Do not fear, I am speaking to you only to thank you. If Xavier's plans had been continued, he would have brought the downfall of this universe. I didn't do it for that, I didn't even know he would have caused it. How is that possible? He would have done nothing, he doesn't know he was causing it, but his actions were endangering my host, my connection to this universe. I immediately looked at Jean. It didn't take a genius to connect the dots. Your powers seem rather fond of giving rewards for accomplishing missions or helping others, so how about a little reward? The Phonexus Force wishes to reward you for your actions. Accept? Yes/no. Where is the catch? No one gives anything for nothing. We both know if she wished, Jean could have done it by herself, or at least with a little use of her mind powers. Just to listen for future requests. This universe is one of the one's constant great dangers, both from the inside and the outside. Though you are still weak in the big scales, your growth is enough proof that one day you will become one of the big players of this universe. I just wish to make you one of your protectors. I can agree to that. Be warned that based on the request, I might refuse or straight up fight you for even suggesting it. I will wait for such a moment. It's been a long time since a mortal defied me, and it's getting pretty boring up here. For now, just accept these rewards as a sign of friendship. IP. Popping right out of nowhere, a little chicken made purely of dimensional mana popped. As soon as it saw me, it chirped in happiness and flew above my head, resting on it as if it were its nest. Not that I am complaining, just its presence seems to make it easier to control and use dimensional mana. A dimensional phoenix wishes to become one of your familiars. Accept? Yes/no. Not what I was expecting, but still very appreciated. Take care of that little one, he can be a handful when he wants to. I will, and don't worry, I already have a daughter, so I can handle a little bit of cheekiness. I hope to meet you again, Adrian Riviera. Connection to the Phoenix Force has been interrupted. That went smoother than expected. My eyes once again went towards Jean as I felt her powers disappear, Xavier's face now numb and seemingly dead, though I could still feel a pulse from him. You made him stupid. I turned him into a baby, I erased his memories, locked his knowledge on how to use his powers, and gave him a form of learning disability, so he won't be able to hurt anyone else from now on. Damn, I can see why you thought my punishment was too light. You can be scary when you want to, Jean. And don't ever forget that. She said with smile. Now that the situation had calmed down she could relax, the pressure she had felt from the moment she had discovered Xavier's secret having weighed on her mind until that moment had caused a lot of stress. Would you mind helping me? You are the one who tore my legs. Someone said from the ground while pulling my pants. Logan, I almost forgot about you, I said while looking at the limping man. Fuck you. I rolled my eyes and used blood mana to start healing him. That was when I received a weird notification. The subject James, Logan, Howlett is under the effect of deadly poisoning. Do you wish to spend 500 more HP and MP to fully remove the effect? I never poisoned him, though. Wait. Logan, quick, does the metal that composes your claw also come with your powers, or was the metal that covers them caused by something or someone? The second one. Why? What's wrong? Aside from the fact that it is slowly killing you and you are alive only thanks to your healing factor, nothing at all. He remained silent, already aware of the danger that adamantium carried when implanted inside a body. I can remove it from you while also healing you. Don't do it. I already lived a long life, living a longer one, but becoming weaker would just mean I wouldn't be able to help people. I can live with the pain. Suit yourself, then I guess you will want these back, I said while taking out his bottom half and reconnecting it to his body. He got up and tested if everything was alright. You are a nice kid, Adrian, don't change. And you still smell of cheap beer. Avoiding the punch that followed made me remember the times I trained boxing with him. Chapter 61, Chapter 60. What followed happened faster than I expected. First, Elixir made sure everyone was healed, which didn't take a lot since I hadn't done any serious damage to anyone besides Logan, and I had already healed him, so no problem from that part. Next was the explanation, which also didn't take too long, thanks to Jean sharing her memories with everyone present. How they still trust telepaths baffles me, but that's not my problem. The one who took the longest was the children, since they had to calm down and help in case the mental brainwashing they had gone through because of Xavier had left some type of trauma. I have to thank all the time I spent with Mary during her still traumatized days. Thanks to them I knew how to deal with children and how to at least make them calm down. It's incredible I haven't gained a skill from it. New skill, Therapist LV.1, WIS. Just wish for it and you will be served. In the end, I leveled it to 4 and had several children surrounding me playing with my familiars or sleeping next to me. Who knew Mr. Evil Magician could deal with children? A feminine voice I recognized came from behind me. Not wishing to wake anyone up, I created some pillows through chaos magic and laid their head on them, then turned to the voice that had called me. Rogue. Taking a step towards her, I pointed to the garden, hinting for her not to make too much noise. She simply nodded and followed closely behind. Once we were outside, she came for a hug, which made my mind go into overdrive. Should I let her? Is this maybe some type of way to ambush me and take me down? Does she want to copy my power? The therapist skill also works on myself because it screamed to just let her hug me and release some of the steam I had built up until that point, without realizing. The touch came with the usual sensation of having my HP drained, but at this point, the damage was so minuscule, unless she uses all of her focus, that it was easily countered by my HP regen. "I am sorry." Those were the first words that came out of her mouth. I remained still for a good minute, letting her hug me, until I finally caved in and hugged her back with a small smile, her face burrowing into my chest, the tip of her ears turning red. If this were a movie, now she would look up with dreamy eyes and try to kiss me. She looks up with dreamy eyes and with trembling lips. Oh shit. She was to push forward with her intention when I cock-blocked myself from banging the goth hottie. Yes, I know, the horror. Rogue. She stopped herself, her eyes looking at me with worry. Your sentiments are being confused by what just happened. It is not the best moment to try and start a relationship with someone. There are several studies that I am shut up by a pair of lips smashing themselves against mine, a pair of arms around my neck, and her legs hugging my waist. The kiss lasted longer than I thought possible. My ability to remain without oxygen was thanks to my powers, but hers was caused by the constant draining of HP from me. At one point, the normal kiss developed to a very mild makeout session, just kisses, though. I have fallen for the heat of the moment and lost all the paranoia I had until a moment before. Unfortunately, this is not a porn comic, and we can't just continue to make out without no one disturbing us. *COFF. We both looked at the one who coughed, looking like a deer in front of a car's headlights. My embarrassment stopped only thanks to my powers. They didn't help Rogue, though, who was now looking red like a tomato. While seeing you both finally realize your love for each other, I don't think this would be the best time for it. There is much to discuss now that Xavier is gone," said Aurora while smiling. Though what she said was very important, the smile on her face did little to help make her look serious. Rogue jumped on the ground looking embarrassed, but just as she was about to go inside, she came to me, gave me a quick kiss and signaled me to call her later. I remained there, still not believing what had happened. I had bagged the goth mommy. Does she see me as her boyfriend? Would I call myself that? Be too fast for her? What the fuck am I supposed to do? Aurora somehow perceived my anxiety through my mask of calmness and smiled even wider as she sighed. Ah, kids and their first love. I came back down to reality, the effect of one with nature, plus my powers, making me gain back full control over my emotions. So what now? Would you still be able to live here? It's not exactly yours. We had a place where we could build a base in the case something like this happened. Well, we expected more than the destruction of the mansion in a literal sense and not this type of destruction, but regardless, it will take a while. Maybe I can help. I just need the location and time, and I can be there to help. You would help us? After what we all made you go through? What I went through wasn't you, it was him. I know how it feels not to have a home anymore. Thank you, Adrian. Be sure that anyone in the mansion is ready to help whenever you need it. After what you did, you are seen as our savior. The savior of mutants. Has a nice ring to it. Through your action, you are being seen by several focal points of this universe in the same way, thus gaining you a title. New title, Mutant Savior. Mutant Savior. Effect, all mutants will have a base relationship of 50 neutral without even meeting you. It will be very hard to go lower than that, and very easy to go higher. Chapter 62, Chapter 61. Before it could get any weirder, I left the mansion while writing Rogue a quick message that if she wished to see me, she just had to write me a message, and I'd be there in a second. Waiting for me on the other side were Yao, Wanda, and Agatha. I felt Mary's presence in our room, reading one of the books Yao had bought for her. Done. Wanda was the first to ask, both Agatha and Yao seemingly already knowing that it had gone as predicted. Yep, from now on, Xavier won't be able to hurt anyone again, and the total kills for this mission were 0. I call that a success. You have done a great job, Adrian, and it seems like I am not the only one who thinks so, Yao said while looking at the little phoenix resting between my hair. So you knew. I have long enough to have seen more than one Phoenix Force's mortal incarnations. She has the same signature as the others from the moment she gained her mutant powers. It didn't take long to connect the dots. The things I would do for one of her feathers, Agatha said while looking at Sol, the name I just thought of for the little phoenix. Thanks for the suggestion. Sol cawed at her when she heard it and disappeared inside my body, flying around and playing with the others. I think that settles the matter on getting any material from my familiars, I said with a smile which made Agatha's eyes roll. Now, Adrian, before anything further, do you know about the bees and the flowers? Wanda looked at me seriously while saying that, holding both of my shoulders and looking me straight in the eyes. What are you talking about? When Dad and Mom love each other. You are not going to give me the sex speech after I had to live 5 months of my life in the same room with an underage hooker, are you? She remained silent, stunned by how calmly I had said what I had just said. What? It was a joke. Of course I knew about sex, and I can have sex without needing any form of protection thanks to my connection to blood mana. Unless I wish to have a child or unless I wish to contract an STD, I will always be fine no matter who I have sex with. If I wished I could make the most ill hooker in the world virgin again. Wanda passed a hand through her face and walked away, embarrassed she had even tried to be the mom of the situation and make such a speech to a 19-year-old. Well, that settles it then. Congratulations on having your revenge, and I think you deserve some rest. Mary is waiting for you. I simply nodded and started heading to my room, my mind wandering, thinking about all the things I had accomplished, about how far I had grown, how much I had learned, how many I have now on my side to help me. Do I deserve all of this? Have I done any good to anyone? Why me and not someone else? I pushed the door of my room, and inside I saw Mary reading a book. As soon as I opened the door, she pushed the book down to look at me, and a smile that could make the sun look dark was on her face. She ran towards me and jumped to hug me. The mere touch of her little hands against my body made me relax, my worries being drained from her just by hugging me, her smell making me feel as if I had been breathing poison until a few seconds ago and was only now smelling air. It didn't matter if I thought I deserved it or not. This is my life now, and I will do everything to protect it. Third POV. This must a fucking joke. Thought of an Asian woman while looking at what she had recently discovered being a mansion where very powerful mutants stayed and helped others. But such a powerful mansion, such powerful mutants, were all being destroyed by one singular human, though calling him human seems like an insult. Symbols emanating power even she could perceive came from all over his body, flying with enormous wings on his back, animals straight out of fantasy books following his every command, and seemingly bending reality to his every movement. This was a powerful mutant or magician. She wasn't sure what she was seeing and she should describe it at this point. The fight didn't even last 10 minutes, and following that, from what she had collected trough a quick telepathy check, was that the previous owner of the mansion, Xavier, wasn't as good as other people saw him. The magician, or Adrian, realized it and helped freeing everyone in the mansion. As she was about to try and discover his whereabouts, a hand touched her shoulder. We just dealt with a nasty telepath. Unless you wish to become like him, tell us what you want. Thought she was shorter than the Asian woman, her psychic presence made anyone with powers similar to hers freeze in horror. But it wasn't the first time she had dealt with people stronger than her. Usually a bit of ass licking is more than enough to make people drop their guards. You need to make better mental walls, or no matter what plans you make, they won't be enough. Once again, her thoughts were interrupted by the redhead. Of course, she also is a telepath. Why can't some of them just be telekinesis users or empaths? The Asian woman thought while sighing and relaxing, already aware that she had no way of escaping. Would you believe me if I said I need help from the one who dealt with the nasty telepath? I would, since I can read your mind. Talking about mind, why don't you tell me why you are in a body that is not yours, Elizabeth Braddock? Chapter 63, Chapter 62. My life went back to a steady crawl. I continued growing and training, sure, but with the absence of revenge filling my mind and driving me to push myself more than anyone else, I decided to take some days to train some of the less combat-focused skills and even try to complete both of my classes. During some experiments, I discovered that a druid doesn't necessarily need to save nature through magic, even using things like items to help is considered okay, so thanks to Artificer class, I made these. Bombs to instant regrowth, rare. Durability, 1/1. Effect, when activated through a mana switch, after 10 seconds have passed, a harmless explosion of pure nature mana will fill an area of 100 kilometers, causing all dead plants to return to their glory, and also gain enough durability to become indestructible to the normal means of destruction. Only if nature deems it necessary and worthy will it let someone cut the tree/plant/bush down. You have produced 68 bombs for instant regrowth. Arcane Tinkering LV.19 equals 24. Artificer 14 equals 21. Placing them all around the world didn't take long, thanks to my portals, a quick search on the areas of the world with the most damage done to nature by humanity, a portal to the location where nature felt the most injured, and then repeating until all 68 bombs were placed. There are occasions where I had to deal with the wildlife protecting such areas, though, deal isn't the right word. The moment they saw they became friendly, wolves became cute puppies, lions turned into cats seeking attentions, snakes did their best feel my worth and hug my body, every single animal I met loved me, they felt my connection with nature and they deemed me part of it, part of the same things that created them. I even learned a new spell through a bit of trial and error. Animal Speech LV.max, evolvable. Effect, you can use a mix of nature and blood mana to change the structure of your vocal cords and hearing apparatus to understand animals and make them understand whatever you say. Cost, 100 MP/min. And just like I had predicted, wolves are either very honorable or just hunters wishing to hunt, lions are just cats too big for their good, snakes are either assholes or some of the kindest animals, squirrels can go fuck themselves. Every time I tried talking to them they threw nuts at me, and I seriously thought about exterminating dolphins from the face of Earth. They are some sick fucks even without needing to talk to them. Anyway, back to saving nature across all, not really, but close enough, the world. I activated the mana switch on all the bombs at the same time, and while flying all over the world, I waited for them to activate. 10. I just stood there watching, nature pulsating with happiness at the idea of finally gaining back something it had given to help humanity over millions of years. 9. Even my connection to the world's heart seemed to deem the moment as something to be happy for. The growth, or in some cases, regrowth, could help in the spreading of more wildlife across the world, which means more life, which means more blood. 8. Is it happening? The voice of Yao asked me from my side. Very soon. I didn't question how he knew, he always does, and instead looked at him create a platform where Wanda, Agatha, and Mary all sat down while looking around. Yao floated to my side and looked around, though his face was calm, his eyes were filled with anticipation. 7. Can you explain what is happening now? You just had us come with you, no questions asked. Wanda spoke first, Mary instead waved at me with a smile, and I waved back at her. 6. The view is quite nice, but I have to side with Wanda in this case. What are we doing here? 5. Adrian is what can be considered an artificer, someone able to make magical items. Some of the things you see Mary wear were made by him. The two looked at Mary in surprise, seemingly only now realizing that Mary was wearing magical items to protect her from the cold and any type of environment in general. 4. But aside from that, he also is a druid, someone whose first mission is to help nature survive and, in some cases, regrow from the ashes. 3. And came Agatha, her patience running thin on the inability of Yao to make things short. 2. And he has created some items that will cause the growth of several either dead or missing plants, and will have nature win back some of the areas taken by humanity. 1. How many? Wanda quickly asked. Yes. 0. They exploded, but I didn't feel it as a sound. What I felt was an explosion of mana, of vitality filling previously dead areas. Nature screamed in ecstasy, the more plants and trees grew, the happier it became, and the stronger I was becoming. I felt my connection to nature deepen, become unshakable, fuse completely with my being as my reverse of nature mana became purer and more refined, each level in my druid making my druid spells even stronger and easier to use. But my druid class wasn't the only one receiving tsunami of XP. What I was using were items that I had created, items that were changing the world in a very significant way, and an artificer's first job is to make items able to change the world, to reshape reality to his liking, to make him dreams come true. Trough Magicla items. It wasn't a surprise it was leveling too. The faces of the ones present next to me were a mix of awe and surprise as previously dead areas of the world began being covered in green, part of Africa, the Korean Peninsula, several zones of the USA, some areas in Japan, the coastlines of the Baltic states, and several other areas. Where there once was nothing, now there were filled with trees, plants, grass, and nature had won back those areas. The effectiveness was very clear. Druid LV.12 equals. Artificer LV.21 equals. Chapter 64, Chapter 63. Thanks to your creations and your care for nature, part of Earth has been reconquered by nature. You have made new homes for previously homeless animals, helped near-extinction species regain their lost vitality, and boosted reproduction capabilities. Several elements that compose the world now recognize you as the representative of nature as a whole. Elementless, wind, blood, dimensional, and nature mana's perks have now boosted your control over their respective mana types. Several beings are now fully aware of your existence and your connection with the elements. Druid LV.12 equals 100. Plus 176 int, wis. Plus 88 vit, per. Artificer LV.21 equals 100. Plus 158 int, wis, dex. Arcane Tinkering LV.24 equals 52. Statistics. STR, 61. Vit, 60 equals 148. End, 55. Dex, 80 equals 238. Int, 114 equals 448. Wis, 114 equals 488. Pur, 46 equals 134. Cha, 16. New perks for reaching, 50 in Pur, 100 in Pur, 100 in Dex, 100 in Vit. Enhanced senses, 50 per. Effect, your 5 senses have been boosted beyond any normal human you will ever meet. They might be seen as a weakness in some cases, unless you learn how to control them. Copycat has evolved to information absorption, 100 per. Effect, boosts the rate at which you learn information from every type of source, visual, auditory, sensorial, and magical, making you even able to copy the level of skills of certain beings, under very specific cases. Enhanced reflexes, 100 dex. Effect, your reflexes and hand-eye coordination have been boosted beyond the levels of a normal human, making you even able to see a bullet when fired. Being able to react is another thing. Your vitality has reacted with the perk World's Hearth. The effect of the World's Heart has been boosted from X2 to X4, losing your heart won't instantly kill you. Please pick a new class or profession when possible. I exploded, not physically, my presence as a magical being reached peaks never before perceivable. Before I was a small light bulb in an endless sea of darkness, now I am a beacon of pure mana, a sun, something that would attract mana without even having to will for it to move. My physical structure changed visibly, my flesh became healthier, I became taller, the mana I produced that didn't fill my reserve was barely being contained by the item made by Yao, the power of my mana slowly eroding its durability. My eyes sparkled with dozens of colors as I understood everything and nothing at the same time. I saw the movement of mana, its creation and change, from water to wind, from wind to fire, from fire to earth, from earth to water, and all of the other elements being a compound of these basic elements, but above those stood elements that existed from even before the creation of earth. If you see it from my perspective, earth is nothing more than a pebble in an endless sea of energy. I felt the eyes of the ones present near me all pointed at me, worry seeped into them as more and more mana got produced each second I stayed still, the level of one with nature going up without having to do anything. But those weren't the only eyes I perceived. I senses threats that stood beyond this world, this galaxy, this universe. Mana whispered to me, told me that I had to get stronger, to protect those I hold dear, mana was helping me understand that the little power I currently hold is nothing more than a speck against these beings. And so I stopped, my mana presence diminished, my mana production lowered, letting Yao's ring last just a bit longer. The physical changes that had turned my body into more mana than flesh disappeared. As I landed on the platform where Mary stood, I smiled at seeing the worry on her face disappear, replaced by happiness. No matter what happens, I have a connection to Earth, and no matter how wonderful it would be to study the mana beyond Earth, I will remain here to protect her. My dad is super cool, Mary said while moving her little fists up and down. I smiled and proceeded to summon Zephyr to distract her while I talked with the other. The fact that Zephyr's natural form, before turning into its puppy form, was as big as a minivan, was a proof my progress is influencing all my summons too. I will have to see how they changed when I am back home. That went better than I expected, I said with a smile to Yao and the other two. Are you serious? Your power went ahead and gave you enough power to destroy a big city if you wished. Agatha countered with her disapproval. And that is a problem. Magic is not supposed to work like this. You are supposed to study, learn, practice, make pacts to gain more power. You don't just make a few trees appear and gain that amount of power. It is like that for me. She seemed ready to continue ranting, but Yao stopped her with a stare, realizing that his was more out of jealousy than anything else. I am happy to see you didn't get drunk on power. That amount of magic coursing through someone's body might have made them arrogant. You seem worried instead. We both know why I am worried. I know what lies beyond, and I have been told of what could happen if not stopped. You should have told me. That is not something a child should worry about, Yao said with some sternness in his voice. We are talking about world-ending threats, threats that could very well end the life of my daughter. This is my problem. We will talk about them later. For now, you should go home and explore what new powers you gained. I wanted to say more, but I realized he was right. What I had done might attract a lot of attention, and I don't want Mary to get involved. This discourse isn't finished, I said while opening a portal for me and Mary, leaving the three behind. I had completed my revenge. Now it was time for me to grow stronger, not for myself, but for others.